As Eric cleaved through shadows, Lua's arrows felling foes behind him. Eldred's staff crackled with energy, pushing back the encroaching darkness. The pulsating portal loomed closer, its malevolent presence pressing against their minds. "We need to find a way out of this trap," Eldred grunted, deflecting a tendril aimed at Lua. As Eric cleaved through the last creature, they found themselves mere feet from the pulsating portal. The air grew thick with malevolent energy, pressing against their minds like an unseen vise. "We can't let them seal it," Lua cried, knocking another arrow. Eldred's staff glowed brighter, its runes resonating in sync with his pounding heart. As Eric, Lua, and Eldred stood their ground before the ominous portal, its malevolent energy threatening to consume them, they shared a determined glance, resolve burning in their eyes. "We can't let it open," Lua whispered, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. Eric nodded grimly, gripping his sword tighter as he prepared to make a final stand. As Eric, Lua, and Eldred braced themselves for the inevitable clash, the pulsating portal behind them throbbed ominously, its energy resonating with their very beings. They exchanged a glance, understanding passing between them as they prepared to face whatever lay ahead. The shadows around them stirred menacingly, tendrils reaching out like hungry serpents. "Together," Eric whispered, gripping his sword tightly. Lua nodded, her bow drawn and steady. Eldred's staff hummed with energy, runes pulsating in sync with his pounding heart. They stood united, facing the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume them all. As the portal's energy pulsed ominously behind them, Eric, Lua, and Eldred shared a desperate glance, knowing they had to act quickly. "We can't let it open," Lua whispered, her voice steely with resolve despite the fear gnawing at her insides. Eric nodded grimly, tracing patterns on his sword's pommel as he considered their options. Eldred's staff hummed with energy, its runes pulsating in sync with his racing heart. As Eric, Lua, and Eldred stood their ground before the ominous portal, its malevolent energy pressing against them like an unseen vice, they shared a desperate glance, resolve burning in their eyes. "We can't let it open," Lua whispered, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. Eric nodded grimly, tracing intricate patterns on his sword's pommel as he searched for answers within its ancient runes. Suddenly, Eldred's staff pulsed brighter, its runes resonating in sync with the portal's rhythm. "The portal. It's calling to my staff," he muttered, confusion etched on his face. Lua's eyes widened, hope sparking within her. "Perhaps we can use that to close it," she exclaimed, urgency quickening her words. As Eric, Lua, and Eldred stood united before the pulsating portal, its malevolent energy threatening to consume them, they shared a determined glance, resolve burning in their eyes. "We can't let it open," Lua whispered, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. Eric nodded grimly, tracing intricate patterns on his sword's pommel as he searched for answers within its ancient runes. Suddenly, Eldred's staff pulsed brighter, its runes resonating in sync with the portal's rhythm. "The portal, it's calling to my staff," he muttered, confusion etched on his face. Lua's eyes widened, hope sparking within her. "Perhaps we can use that to close it," she exclaimed, urgency quickening her words. Eric's heart pounded as he studied the pulsating portal, Lua's urgent words echoing in his mind. "We need a plan," he muttered, tracing runes on his sword's pommel. Eldred stepped forward, staff glowing brighter as its runes synchronized with the portal's rhythm. "If we can amplify my staff's energy and direct it into those symbols," he began, pointing at ancient markings etched around the portal. Lua nodded eagerly. It might close it. She knocked an arrow, aiming at the nearest rune. Eric, I'll provide cover while you help Eldred. Eldred took a deep breath, staff pulsating with energy as he stepped closer to the portal's edge. On my mark, Lua, you'll provide cover. Eric, help me direct this power into those runes. Eric nodded, standing ready by Eldred's side. The air crackled with tension as Lua aimed her bow at an approaching shadow creature. Now! Eldred roared, staff glowing brighter. Eric channeled the amplified energy from Eldred's staff towards the runes, their light resonating with ancient power. Eric and Lua exchanged a determined nod as Eldred approached the pulsating portal, staff glowing brightly in sync with its ominous rhythm. We'll create a diversion, Eric whispered, drawing his sword. As Lua loosed an arrow at a nearby shadow creature, Eric charged, blade singing through the air, deflecting tendrils that reached for Eldred. Eldred focused on the ancient symbols around the portal, runes on his staff, pulsating in harmony with their markings. These are runes of binding, he muttered, tracing patterns with his free hand. If I can channel my staff's energy into them. He hesitated, sensing the malevolent presence behind the gateway. Ah. Eric's blade danced with deadly precision as he parried tendrils snapping at Eldred, his determination unwavering. Lua loosed arrows in quick succession, her aim true despite the chaotic surroundings. Eldred focused intently on the runes etched into the portal, staff pulsating in sync with their rhythm. These are ancient symbols of sealing, Eldred murmured, tracing patterns with his finger. If I can channel my staff's energy through them. He paused, feeling the malevolent force pushing against his magic. We need to act swiftly. This creature won't wait for us to be ready. As Lua's final rune flared brilliantly, sealing the portal, Eric sheathed his sword, turning to face their allies with newfound hope. Thorn clapped him on the back, grinning. Well done, lad. We make quite the team. Kalis growled in agreement, her eyes reflecting pride. As Lua's form solidified completely, her bond resonating strongly with Eric's, they shared a moment of silent understanding before turning their attention back to the task at hand. The underground river, now calm and clear, flowed gently past the quiescent portal, its pulsations stilled for the time being. Eric sheathed his sword, turning to face their allies gathered around them, relief etched on their faces. Well done, Thorn praised, clapping Eric on the back. We make quite the team. Kalis growled in agreement, her eyes reflecting pride and respect as she stepped forward to examine Lua. You're unharmed? She asked, concern softening her usually stern expression. Alara approached them, her brow furrowed with worry. What now? The portal is sealed, but for how long? She glanced at the pulsating crystal in Eric's hand, its rhythm still syncing with his own heartbeat. And what does this thing want from us? Eric turned to Lua, concern etched on his face as he gazed at her still, pulsating crystal. It seems our bond has grown stronger, he mused, but I fear this artifact may have its own agenda. Lua nodded, her expression thoughtful. We need to understand what it truly wants before we can decide our next move. Kalis stepped forward, her eyes reflecting determination. I'll rally the orc clans and seek counsel with merfolk, she declared. Their knowledge might prove invaluable in uncovering this artifact's purpose. Thorn nodded in agreement, clapping Eric on the back once more. And I'll gather what information I can from human kingdoms while we await your return. Alara approached Lua, her expression softening as she examined the pulsating crystal. May I? She asked gently, extending her hand towards it. Lua hesitated before placing the artifact in Alara's palm, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. Eric and Lua exchanged a determined nod as they turned their attention back to the pulsating crystal in Era's hand. We must decipher its purpose before it consumes you, she whispered, her eyes reflecting concern. Eric agreed, his grip tightening around the artifact as he felt its rhythm sync with his own heartbeat ominously. And will need help from those who've encountered such power before. As they approached their allies, Thorn stepped forward, his expression serious. I know a secluded coven of mystics deep within the Whispering Woods, he said. They might shed light on this artifact's true nature. Kalis growled in agreement, her eyes reflecting determination. And I'll seek counsel with the ancient Dragonkin. Their wisdom could prove invaluable in understanding what we face. Oz. With newfound determination, Eric and Lua led their allies deeper into Whispering Woods, guided by the pulsating crystal's alien energy towards Thorn's secluded coven. The forest grew denser, ancient trees towering overhead as eerie whispers echoed around them. As they ventured further, Kalis broke away to seek the Dragonkin, her powerful form melting into shadows. Eric paused, glancing back at Lua. Are you certain about this? He asked, concern etched on his face. She nodded resolutely. their bond pulsating with determination. "We must understand what we face, Eric, and these mystics may hold answers." Thorn turned to them, eyes reflecting eagerness. "The coven lies just beyond that waterfall," he said, gesturing ahead. "They're reclusive but wise, they'll know what to do." As they approached the thundering cascade, Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with the falling water, its rhythm intensifying ominously. As they approached the cascading waterfall, Lua's crystal pulsed faster, its rhythm mirroring the falling water's relentless dance. Eric's grip tightened around her hand, his bond surging with newfound strength amidst the elemental symphony. Thorn led them behind the thundering curtain, revealing a hidden entrance to the secluded coven. Inside, they found themselves in an expansive chamber illuminated by ethereal glow, filled with ancient tomes and mystical artifacts. An elderly woman approached them, her eyes reflecting wisdom and power. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted, her voice resonating like distant thunder. "I am Elder Aloan. I sense the alien energy within you seeks our knowledge." "Ah." Eric handed Lua's pulsating crystal to Elder Aloan, who examined it with keen eyes. "This artifact. It bears the mark of an ancient power long forgotten," she murmured, tracing its pulsations with gnarled fingers. "To understand it fully, we must delve into our forbidden tomes, those sealed away by our ancestors." She led them deeper into the chamber, where shadows danced menacingly around decaying texts. Eric hesitated, feeling Lua's bond surge with unease as they ventured further into the coven's secret knowledge. "Ah." Elder Eloan opened an ancient tome, its pages emitting an ominous glow as she began to read aloud from its forbidden contents. Eric felt Lua's bond surge with concern, her fingers entwining tightly with his as they listened intently. As the elder spoke of ancient powers and long, forgotten rituals, shadows around them seemed to dance in sync, whispering secrets of old. As Elder Aloan delved deeper into forbidden lore, Lua's crystal pulsated ominously, its rhythm accelerating with urgency. Eric felt their bond strain against the alien energy, his heart pounding in sync with the artifact's insistent beat. "We must stop this," he urged, concern etched on his face as shadows around them writhed chaotically. Elder Aloan paused, her eyes reflecting newfound trepidation. "This power, it seeks control over both realms and time," she whispered, tracing ancient runes that seemed to leap from the page. "To stop it, we must first understand its true origin." She turned to a decaying tome, its cover adorned with cryptic symbols matching those on Lua's crystal. Eric's eyes narrowed as he watched Elder Aloan trace the cryptic symbols on Lua's crystal, his concern deepening with every whisper from the shadows. "What do you mean by control over both realms and time?" he demanded, stepping closer to protect Lua from the ominous energy. Elder Aloan looked up, her voice barely audible. "These ancient texts speak of a power that can manipulate not just space, but also time itself. It seeks to bend all existence to its will." She turned another decaying page, revealing an illustration of a twisted, pulsating crystal embedded in a towering fortress. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragonkin's lair, Kalis knelt before an ancient dragon, presenting his case with humble urgency. The creature regarded him with wise, unblinking eyes, smoke curling from its nostrils as it considered the human's words. Elder Eloan's voice trembled as she read aloud from the tome. "This power. It was once thought banished, its vessel shattered." Eric's grip tightened around Lua's hand, their bond pulsing with anxiety. Behind them, Thorn shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting between the pulsating crystal and the writhing shadows. Meanwhile, deep within the dragonkin's lair, Callus awaited the ancient dragon's response, his heart pounding in anticipation. Elder Eloan's hands trembled as she turned another fragile page, revealing an illustration of a towering obsidian spire reaching into the heavens. This is where it was sealed," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the ominous pulsations of Lua's crystal. Eric leaned in, his eyes scanning the intricate drawing, feeling their bond resonate with the image. Meanwhile, Callus held his breath as the ancient dragon inhaled deeply, its massive chest expanding like a furnace stoking itself. "You speak of the heart of eternity," it rumbled, voice echoing through the cavernous lair. "A power long forgotten, yet never truly gone." Ah! Eric's mind raced as he absorbed Elder Eloan's revelation, his gaze locked onto the obsidian spire illustration. "We must go there," he declared, resolve hardening in his voice. Lua nodded, her eyes reflecting determination despite the alien energy coursing through her. Meanwhile, deep within the dragonkin's lair, Callus' heart leapt as the ancient dragon agreed to aid them, its massive form beginning to rise. Elder Eloan's eyes widened as she turned another page, revealing an illustration of a pulsating crystal embedded within a monstrous creature. "This power, it has a vessel," she gasped, her voice echoing through the chamber. Eric and Lua exchanged a horrified glance, their bond surging with newfound dread. Meanwhile, deep within the dragonkin's lair, Callus climbed onto the ancient dragon's back, trusting its strength as they prepared to take flight. Ah! Eric's mind whirled with questions as Elder Eloan's words echoed ominously through the chamber. "If it has a vessel, what controls this power?" Lua's hand tightened in his, her bond pulsating fearfully. Meanwhile, high above Whispering Woods, Callus clung to the ancient dragon's back as they soared towards an unknown destiny, the wind roaring like a beast in their ears. Eric's mind flashed back to the monstrous creature they'd faced at the portal, its form writhing with alien energy. The vessel. It was that beast, he muttered, clenching his fist around Lua's hand as their bond pulsed in agreement. Elder Eloan nodded gravely. "Indeed, and if it has reawakened, then its master will not be far behind." Meanwhile, Callus leaned low over the ancient dragon's neck, urging it faster towards Whispering Woods, unaware of the new threat that loomed. Eric's thoughts raced as he considered the ancient power they now sought to confront. If this heart of eternity lies within that obsidian spire, we must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead, he warned, his gaze sweeping over their gathered allies. Meanwhile, Callus and the ancient dragon descended upon Whispering Woods, their arrival heralded by a sudden gust of wind that rustled the canopy, drawing Thorn's keen eye towards them. Eric's resolve hardened as he considered their impending journey. "We'll need allies, powerful ones," he declared, his gaze shifting towards Callus and the ancient dragon now descending upon them. Meanwhile, Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with the distant obsidian spire, its alien energy whispering secrets only it understood. Thorn watched Callus' arrival with keen eyes, a sense of unease growing within him as he noted the ancient dragon's restless demeanor. "What brings you back so soon, Callus?" he called out, his voice barely audible over the rustling canopy. As Callus dismounted, Thorn's eyes flicked between him and the ancient dragon, unease evident on his face. "What news do you bring, Callus? And why does your companion seem so restless?" Meanwhile, Eric and Lua exchanged determined glances, their bond pulsing with urgency as Elder Eloan revealed another illustration of a towering obsidian spire surrounded by swirling vortexes. Kalis' face grave, he shared. The ancient dragon brings tidings from its kin. The obsidian spire has awakened, drawing power like a vortex. Thorn's eyes widened, his unease shifting towards alarm as Lua's crystal pulsed violently in response. Eric, stepping closer to Lua, asked Elder Eloan, "Can you guide us there?" Her trembling fingers pointed at an illustration of a swirling vortex engulfing the spire. Eric's eyes followed Elder Eloan's trembling finger, his heart pounding as he grasped the urgency of their mission. "We must leave at once," he declared, turning to Lua for confirmation. Meanwhile, Thorn moved towards Kalis and the ancient dragon, his voice low as he asked, "Can your companion carry us all?" The dragon's eyes met Thorn's, a silent understanding passing between them. As Lua nodded resolutely at Eric's words, her crystal's pulsations quickened like a racing heartbeat, guiding them towards the obsidian spire. Thorn watched their exchange warily before addressing Kalis. "Can your companion reach such heights?" Meanwhile, Eldred emerged from the coven's shadows, staff aglow with newfound purpose, having overheard their plans. Eric and Lua turned their attention to Thorn, who conferred with Kalis about their mode of transportation. As the ancient dragon shifted uneasily, Eldred approached them, his staff casting long shadows on the chamber's stone floor. "I've been listening," he announced, "and I believe my earth-shaping abilities can reinforce the dragon's strength for our journey." "Ah." As Thorn nodded at Kalis' reassurance about their ride, Lua's crystal surged, its pulsations echoing ominously like thunder before a storm. Eric, noticing the sudden intensity, stepped closer to Lua, his voice low with concern. "Are you alright?" Meanwhile, Eldred began weaving intricate gestures with his staff, preparing to bolster the ancient dragon's strength. Eldred's staff pulsed with earthly power as he touched it to the ancient dragon's foreleg, bolstering its strength for their perilous journey. Thorn, ever cautious, asked, "And what of provisions? We cannot face this unknown foe on empty stomachs." Kalis turned to Lua, her crystal now a beacon in the dimly lit chamber, and inquired, "Can your bond guide us through the treacherous skies?" Eric and Lua shared a determined nod before turning to Thorn. "We must leave now, every moment counts." Thorn glanced at the restless ancient dragon, then back to them. "Very well, but remember, it's been centuries since any dragon carried so many." Meanwhile, Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with the obsidian spire illustrated in Elder Eloan's tomb, its rhythm echoing ominously like a tolling funeral bell. With newfound purpose, Eric led their group towards the ancient dragon, Lua's pulsating crystal casting an eerie glow on the chamber walls. Thorn hesitated, eyeing the beast warily before climbing onto its back alongside Kalis. Eldred followed suit, staff aglow with earthly power, murmuring incantations to bolster their mount's strength. As Lua settled behind Eric on the ancient dragon's back, her crystal pulsed faster, its rhythm matching their mount's heartbeat. Thorn, seated between Eldred and Kalis, gripped his sword hilt nervously as the beast stirred beneath them, ready to launch into the unknown skies. With a mighty beat of its wings, they ascended, leaving whispering woods behind as Lua's crystal guided them towards the obsidian spire. As they soared through stormy skies, Eric's grip tightened around Lua's hand, feeling her crystal's pulsations quicken like their mounting anxiety. Thorn leaned forward, shouting over the wind, "How much farther?" Meanwhile, Eldred's staff glowed brighter as he channeled earthly power into the ancient dragon, its wings slicing through dense clouds, revealing glimpses of the obsidian spire looming ahead. As the ancient dragon soared higher, the obsidian spire loomed ever closer, its malevolent aura chilling Eric's heart despite the storm's warmth. Lua's crystal pulsed faster, matching the rhythm of her racing thoughts as she wondered what awaited them within that towering fortress. Below, whispering woods shrank into a verdant sea, their allies' faces etched with determination amidst the howling wind. As the ancient dragon crested a wave of storm clouds, Eric glimpsed the obsidian spire's summit, a twisted, pulsating heart echoing Lua's crystal. Thorn gripped his sword hilt tighter, whispering a prayer to unseen gods as lightning illuminated their path. Meanwhile, Eldred channeled more earthly power into their mount, its wings groaning under the strain of their rapid ascent. As they reached the obsidian spire's summit, Eric and Lua dismounted, their hearts pounding like thunder echoing within the monstrous heart at its center. Thorn, Eldred, and Kalis joined them, eyes wide with awe and apprehension as the crystal pulsed in sync with the pulsating darkness. "We cannot delay," Eric urged, drawing his blade as Lua's bond surged with unease. As Eric's blade glowed with celestial fire, he led their charge into the obsidian heart, Lua close behind, her crystal pulsating like a second heartbeat. Thorn and Eldred followed, eyes locked onto the swirling darkness ahead, while Kalis stayed vigilant for unseen threats. The ancient dragon roared defiance as it circled above, its eyes reflecting the spire's eerie glow. As they ventured deeper into the obsidian heart, Eric's celestial blade sliced through swirling shadows, revealing twisted corridors lined with pulsating crystals matching Lua's own. Her bond surged with each step, whispers echoing in her mind, urging them forward towards an unseen abyss. Meanwhile, Thorn and Eldred formed a protective perimeter, eyes scanning the shifting darkness for any sign of life or threat. As Lua's crystal pulsations quickened, they found themselves in a vast chamber filled with writhing shadows and twisted, pulsating crystals matching her own. Eric paused, his grip tightening on his blade, as he sensed an unseen presence watching their every move. Thorn and Eldred exchanged uneasy glances, feeling the oppressive weight of the obsidian fortress bearing down upon them. As Eric's blade cut through the final writhing shadow, Lua's crystal pulsed wildly, revealing an ancient altar at the chamber's heart. Thorn stepped closer, examining intricate carvings that hinted at a ritual long forgotten. Eldred's staff flickered ominously as he sensed dark magic coursing beneath their feet. As Eric approached the altar, Lua's bond surged with unease, her crystal pulsating wildly like a warning. Thorn leaned in, deciphering runes that spoke of ancient binding rituals, while Eldred's staff flickered ominously as he felt dark magic stirring deep below. This ritual, it's meant to contain something, Thorn murmured, his voice barely audible over the pulsating crystals. Eric reached out tentatively towards Lua's crystal, feeling its alien pulsations resonate with his touch. Lua's eyes fluttered closed as visions of twisted corridors and pulsating crystals flooded her mind, guiding them deeper into the obsidian fortress. Meanwhile, Callus' ancient dragon began to circle lower, sensing the growing darkness within the towering spire. As Lua's visions guided them through twisted corridors, Eric's grip on her hand tightened protectively. Thorn whispered deciphered runes under his breath, piecing together the ancient ritual meant to contain the power within Lua's crystal. Eldred's staff flickered ominously as they neared a pulsating chamber door, its darkness palpable. Eric's celestial blade sliced through the pulsating chamber door, revealing a vast abyss yawning before them. Lu gasped as her crystal bond surged with fear, its alien energy resonating with the void below. Thorn and Eldred exchanged worried glances, knowing they were on the brink of confronting something ancient and malevolent. Eric's celestial blade cast shimmering light across the abyss, revealing a chasm so vast it seemed to swallow the very air above. Lua's bond pulsed wildly as she peered into the darkness, feeling an ancient presence stir far below. Thorn stepped back, warning that such depths held unknown horrors best left undisturbed. Eric's blade sliced through writhing shadows, revealing a labyrinthine path deeper into the obsidian heart. Lua's bond surged with every step, guiding them unerringly towards their destination. Thorn deciphered more runes, his brow furrowed in concentration as he murmured, "This power, it seeks to consume Lua's crystal, its alien pulsations resonating with his touch." Lua gasped as visions flooded her mind, revealing the twisted path they must take deeper into the obsidian fortress. Thorn watched them warily, sensing the growing influence of the ancient power coursing through their veins. Meanwhile, Eldred felt a sudden chill run down his spine, turning to find shadows writhing ominously behind them. "We're not alone," he warned, staff at the ready as darkness began to coalesce into sinister forms. Eric's celestial blade hummed as it sliced through writhing shadows, revealing a labyrinthine path deeper into the obsidian heart. Lua's bond surged with every step, guiding them unerringly towards their destination, while Thorn deciphered more runes, his brow furrowed in concentration, murmuring, "This power, it seeks to consume all existence." Meanwhile, Callus' ancient dragon began to descend, sensing the growing darkness within the towering spire as they prepared to confront the ancient power held captive within. Eric's celestial blade ignited with renewed vigor as they entered a vast, echoing chamber adorned with pulsating crystals matching Lua's own. The air was thick with ancient magic, causing their breaths to mist like spectral whispers. Lua's bond surged wildly, guiding them towards an ornate sarcophagus at the chamber's heart, its lid carved with scenes of cosmic upheaval. Eric's blade struck the sarcophagus lid, shattering it into fragments like fallen stars. Lua gasped as visions flooded her mind, revealing the ancient power's true form writhing within. Thorn urged caution. This is but a fraction of its strength outside this prison. Ah! Eldred's staff blazed brighter as shadowy forms coalesced around them, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Eric stepped protectively in front of Lua, his celestial blade humming ominously as Thorn deciphered the final rune, whispering, "The ritual must be reversed." Kalis' ancient dragon roared defiantly, its massive form descending upon the obsidian spire as Eldred called out a warning. "They're coming." Eric's celestial blade clashed with the shadow's tendrils as they surged forth, his grip on Lua's hand unyielding. Thorn's voice rose above the cacophony, chanting the ancient reversal incantation, each syllable resonating through the obsidian chamber. Kalis' dragon let out a deafening roar, its fiery breath engulfing the writhing shadows, buying precious seconds for their desperate ritual. As Thorn's incantation reached its crescendo, Lua's crystal pulsed in sync, casting ethereal beams of light that pierced the writhing shadows. Eric's blade sang through the air, cleaving apart the last tendrils as Kalis' dragon let out a triumphant roar, its flames subsiding. In the sudden silence, they turned to face the sarcophagus, its lid now completely shattered, revealing an ancient, pulsating orb within. Eric reached out tentatively towards the pulsating orb, its alien energy resonating with Lua's crystal as if acknowledging their presence. Thorn stepped back warily, his brow furrowing as he sensed the raw power pulsating within the ancient artifact. Eldred's staff flickered ominously in response to the intense magical field surrounding them. All. Eric's fingers brushed against the pulsating orb, its energy coursing through him like liquid stardust. He felt Lua's bond surge in response, her eyes widening as visions of ancient rituals and forgotten powers flooded their minds. Thorn gasped, "It's too much. We must contain it." Meanwhile, Kalis' dragon let out a low growl, sensing the sudden influx of power. Lua's crystal pulsated wildly as Eric's hand closed around the ancient orb, its alien energy surging through them like a stormy sea. Thorn rushed forward, pressing Lua's crystal against the orb, attempting to stabilize its chaotic power. Kalis' dragon, sensing their desperation, unleashed a torrent of flames, enveloping the chamber in searing heat. As Thorn's spell reached its zenith, Lua's crystal harmonized with it, casting a dazzling display of ethereal lights that sliced through the last remnants of writhing shadows. Eric's blade hummed as he sheathed it, the celestial fire extinguished but still warm against his palm. The ancient dragon above them let out a satisfied roar, circling lower in anticipation. Eric felt the pulsating orb's energy wane as Thorn's spell stabilized it, Lua's crystal now bathed in an ethereal glow. Eldred, sensing the shift in power, stepped closer, his staff's flickering subsiding to a gentle pulse. "We've contained it," he whispered, relief evident in his voice. Kalis, her bond with the ancient dragon strengthening, felt its wings beat excitedly above them. "The way is clear." she declared, turning towards the chamber's exit. Eric nodded, sheathing his blade and offering Lua a reassuring smile before following Kalis' lead. As Lua's crystal pulsed steadily, its ethereal light casting long shadows across the obsidian chamber, Eric turned to Thorn. "We should return this artifact to Whispering Woods. Its power might aid Elder Eloan and her coven in unraveling its secrets." Meanwhile, Kalis' ancient dragon descended silently, its massive eyes reflecting Lua's crystal like twin moons. Thorn nodded gravely at Eric's suggestion. The coven may indeed hold more knowledge about this power. As they turned towards the chamber's exit, Lua's crystal pulsed faster, its ethereal light flickering anxiously. Kalis' dragon, sensing Lua's unease, let out a low rumble, its massive head swinging towards them. Eric reached for Lua's crystal, feeling its ethereal pulses synchronize with his heartbeat as they neared the chamber's exit. Thorn paused, his gaze drawn to intricate carvings on the obsidian walls, depicting ancient battles between light and shadow. These depictions, they hint at a war long forgotten, he murmured, unease prickling his skin. Kalis' dragon snorted impatiently behind them, its hot breath stirring their hair. Lua turned, her eyes reflecting the dragon's fiery gaze, sensing its growing restlessness. "It feels something coming," she whispered, her bond surging with sudden dread. As Lua's crystal pulsed faster, casting anxious flickers across their path, Eric paused, his grip tightening on her hand. "Lua, what's happening?" he asked, concern etched into every line of his face. Thorn, turning from the carvings, saw the fear in her eyes and stepped closer, his voice steady despite the unease within him. "The dragon senses something too," he said, gazing up at the beast's restless form. Meanwhile, far beneath them in the obsidian spire's depths, a sinister force stirred, awakened by their presence and the orb's removal. Shadows twisted into monstrous shapes, seeping through cracks in the ancient stone, drawn towards the pulsating energy of Lua's crystal. Eric's grip tightened on Lua's hand as her crystal pulsed frantically, casting erratic shadows across their path. "Lua, we must hurry," he urged, his voice barely above a whisper. Thorn nodded, his eyes reflecting the anxious glow of Lua's crystal as he turned towards the chamber's exit. Behind them, Kalis' ancient dragon let out a deafening roar, its wings beating furiously against the obsidian walls, sensing the sudden surge of dark energy. As Lua's crystal pulsed wildly, Eric's heart raced, mirroring its urgent rhythm. "Stay close," he commanded, drawing his blade to slice through the encroaching shadows. Thorn stumbled, caught off guard as an unseen force pushed him from behind. "By the ancestors," he gasped, regaining his footing. Kalis' dragon thrashed wildly, its wings slamming against obsidian walls as dark tendrils snaked up from below, seeking Lua's crystal. She yanked her hand free from Eric's grip, stepping forward to confront the growing darkness. "I am more than just a crystal," she cried defiantly. Eric's celestial blade sliced through tendrils of darkness, encroaching upon Lua. As her crystal's pulsations intensified, resonating with the sinister force awakened below, Thorn grunted, straining against unseen pressure, his eyes wide with effort and fear. Kalis, undaunted by the surging shadows, leaped onto her dragon's back, urging it towards Lua to shield her from the encroaching darkness. Lua's crystal pulsed wildly, casting frenzied shadows that seemed to dance mockingly as Eric hacked through them with his celestial blade. Thorn stumbled again, this time catching himself on Lua's shoulder, gasping, "This darkness, it's alive." Above them, Kalis' dragon let out a mournful cry, its wings faltering as more tendrils snaked up from below, threatening to entangle and overwhelm them all. Eric's blade faltered as shadows twisted into writhing masses, their malevolence palpable. Thorn's staff flickered ominously, his voice strained. "This power, it's consuming the very air." Above, Kalis' dragon thrashed wildly, its once proud form now a silhouette against the encroaching darkness. Lua's crystal pulsed with such ferocity that it threatened to shatter, casting violent shadows across the obsidian chamber. Eric, sensing Lua's distress, wrapped his arms around her protectively as Thorn gritted his teeth, straining against the oppressive darkness. Above them, Kalis' ancient dragon let out a haunting scream, its struggles growing weaker as it fought to break free from the encroaching tendrils. In the heart of the obsidian spire's darkness, Lua's crystal pulsated wildly, its alien energy resonating with the sinister force below, fueling the encroaching shadows. Eric's celestial blade faltered as he fought to protect Lua and their allies, his arms aching from the relentless onslaught. Thorn, battered by unseen forces, cried out in pain, "We cannot fight this darkness forever." Meanwhile, Kalis' ancient dragon thrashed weakly against the tendrils that now completely engulfed it, its haunting cries echoing through the obsidian chamber. "Ah!" Lua's crystal pulsed with such ferocity that it threatened to shatter their bond, Eric clenching his teeth against the sudden onslaught. Thorn, battered by unseen forces, called out urgently, "We must retreat before this darkness consumes us all." Above them, Kalis, ancient dragon, let out a mournful cry as tendrils tightened, threatening to drag it down into the abyss. Eric's grip tightened on Lua's arm as she stumbled, her crystal's pulsations now erratic and painful. "Lua, we must get you out of here!" he urged, his voice barely audible over the growing cacophony of darkness. Thorn, seeing their peril, channeled what remained of his strength into a weak barrier spell, grimacing at its feeble glow. Eric's heart pounded like thunder as he shielded Lua from the pulsating shadows, her crystal's frantic rhythm mirroring his own panic. Thorn, barely standing, gasped it. "We're losing ground, we need another plan." Kalis' dragon let out a weak cry, its wings faltering under the weight of ensnaring tendrils. In the obsidian heart's pulsating darkness, Lua's crystal suddenly stopped, leaving behind an eerie silence that seemed to hum with anticipation. Eric's blade faltered mid-stroke, his eyes darting towards Lua, who stood frozen, her breath hitched. Thorn, leaning heavily on his staff, whispered, "What now?" As if in response, a deep rumble echoed through the chamber, and an unseen force began to draw them inexorably forward. Eric's blade sliced through the final shadow, revealing an ancient pedestal at the chamber's heart, bearing a pulsating orb matching Lua's crystal. Thorn stepped closer, deciphering runes that hinted at a ritual long forgotten, as Eldred felt dark magic coursing from it like a river of ice. Kalis dragon snarled restlessly above them, sensing the growing darkness. As Eric reached for the orb, Lua's bond surged with sudden terror, her crystal pulsating wildly in sync with it. "Eric, no!" she cried out, but his fingers already brushed against its alien surface. The chamber trembled as shadows twisted into writhing masses, their malevolence palpable. Ah! As the rumble intensified, Eric's blade trembled in his grasp, its celestial fire flickering uncertainly. Lua's eyes widened as her crystal suddenly pulsed with renewed vigor, casting eerie shadows on their faces. Thorn staggered back, clenching his staff tighter as unseen forces pressed against them, forcing their steps towards the orb. Z. Against the pull of unseen forces, Eric's blade bit into the ground, anchoring him as Lua stumbled forward, her crystal pulsating wildly. Thorn, teeth gritted against the oppressive darkness, lashed out with a desperate spell that flickered weakly before dissipating. "We can't fight this," he gasped. Eric's gaze locked onto Lua, his heart pounding in sync with her crystal's erratic rhythm. "Lua, grab my hand," he urged. She reached out, their fingers brushing just as an immense shadow surged towards them like a tidal wave. With Eric's desperate cry echoing, their fingers entwined just as the immense shadow crashed upon them, swallowing everything in its consuming darkness. The force of impact sent them sprawling, Lua's crystal shattering into fragments that scattered like stars against obsidian stone. As sudden silence fell once more, Eric clutched Lua tightly, his heart pounding wildly in sync with hers. "Lua," he whispered, fearing the worst as he felt her trembling form. Her voice, barely audible, replied, "I'm here." Relief washed over him, but it was short-lived as a low growl echoed through the chamber, heralding the approach of something sinister. Eric's grip tightened on Lua as she trembled, her once brilliant crystal now reduced to dull fragments. Thorn, battered but determined, rose beside them, staff aglow with renewed purpose. The growling darkness began to coalesce into a monstrous form, its eyes burning like twin furnaces, heralding the awakened ancient power. In the obsidian heart's pulsating darkness, Lua's crystal suddenly stopped, leaving behind an eerie silence that seemed to hum with anticipation. Eric's blade faltered mid-stroke, his eyes darting towards Lua, who stood frozen, her breath hitched. Thorn, leaning heavily on his staff, whispered, "What now?" As if in response, a deep rumble echoed through the chamber, and an unseen force began to draw them inexorably forward. Out in the heart of the obsidian spire, Lua's shattered crystal fragments began to levitate, drawn towards one another by an unseen force. Eric watched in awe as they reunited, reforming into a single, glowing orb that hovered above his outstretched hand. The newly formed crystal pulsed with an intensity that matched the chamber's own rhythm, casting eerie shadows on their faces and revealing intricate carvings etched into the obsidian walls. As the crystal orb pulsed in Eric's hand, Lua felt its alien energy resonating with her own, strengthening their bond. Thorn watched warily, sensing the chamber's ancient magic responding to the orb's presence. "We should not linger," he urged, his staff flickering nervously as shadows danced around them. As Eric's hand closed around the reformed crystal, its pulsating energy surged through him like a tidal wave, awakening latent powers he'd never known existed. Lua gasped, feeling their bond grow stronger, her eyes reflecting the orb's intense glow. Thorn watched anxiously, staff extended, as shadows seemed to recoil from Eric's newly ignited power. With newfound power coursing through him, Eric turned to face Thorn and Lua, determination etched on his face. "We cannot retreat. We must confront this ancient power now," he declared, the crystal orb pulsating in sync with his resolve. Thorn nodded grimly, staff aglow as Lua stepped closer to Eric, their bond surging with unity. Behind them, the monstrous form began to solidify, its eyes burning like furnaces, an unearthly growl echoing through the chamber. As shadows recoiled from Eric's radiant touch, they revealed intricate carvings that seemed to dance under the crystal's pulsating light, hinting at secrets long forgotten. Eric's resolve surged as he held the pulsating crystal, its power resonating through his being like a second heartbeat. Lua's eyes mirrored the orb's intensity, her bond with Eric strengthening by the moment. Thorn, sensing the ancient magic's reaction, cautioned, "This power may consume you if you're not careful." Behind them, shadows roiled, giving birth to an immense, monstrous form that seemed to absorb darkness itself. As Lua's crystal pulsations ceased abruptly, an eerie silence fell over the obsidian chamber, broken only by their ragged breaths. Eric's grip tightened on the orb, its light flickering uncertainly as if mirroring his sudden unease. Thorn leaned in, staff aglow, eyes searching the darkness for any sign of movement or threat. "Lua," Eric whispered, concern etched on his face as she stood motionless, her gaze fixed on the dormant crystal. "What's happening?" As Lua remained motionless, Eric's heart raced with worry. "Lua, say something," he urged softly, his voice barely echoing in the vast chamber. Thorn stepped closer, staff at the ready, eyes flickering between Lua and the ominous silence. Suddenly, a low rumble reverberated through the chamber, growing louder as an unseen force began to draw them inexorably forward. Eric's grip tightened on the orb, its light flickering anxiously in sync with his pounding heart. As the rumble intensified, Lua's crystal suddenly pulsed once more, its alien energy resonating with the chamber itself. Eric gasped, feeling their bond surge back to life, while Thorn braced himself, staff blazing defiantly against the encroaching darkness. In the distance, a monstrous form began to coalesce from the shadows, its eyes burning like twin furnaces. As the rumble subsided, Lua's crystal pulsed once more, its energy resonating through Eric like a shockwave. He gasped, feeling their bond surge back to life, while Thorn stood ready, staff blazing defiantly against the encroaching darkness. Behind them, the monstrous form solidified, its burning eyes locking onto their position. Eric clutched Lua's arm, urgency etched on his face. "Lua, we must move," he urged, her crystal's pulsations quickening. Thorn nodded grimly, staff extended as they began to retreat, the unseen force propelling them forward despite their efforts. As Lua's crystal pulsed once more, Eric felt their bond surge back to life, his resolve hardening. Thorn braced himself, staff blazing defiantly against the encroaching darkness, as they turned to face the monstrous form coalescing behind them. "We cannot retreat. We must confront this ancient power now," Eric declared, the crystal orb's light pulsating in sync with his determination. The monstrous creature growled, tendrils of shadow snaking out towards them like grasping fingers, as Lua's bond surged with unease. Thorn stepped forward, staff glowing brighter, chanting a spell to deflect the shadowy tendrils. "We stand together," he declared, eyes locked onto Eric and Lua, their unity reinforced by his magical barrier. As the tendrils collided with Thorn's barrier, they recoiled, revealing a hidden entrance behind the obsidian altar. The ancient runes carved into its surface seemed to pulse with newfound energy, beckoning them towards secrets long forgotten. "What lies beyond?" Lua whispered, her eyes reflecting the orb's intense light. As Lua's crystal pulsated once more, Eric felt their bond surge with renewed energy. Thorn stepped forward, staff blazing defiantly as he channeled his power into a barrier against the monstrous creature's tendrils. "We stand together," he declared, eyes locked onto Eric and Lua, their unity reinforced by his magical barrier. The monstrous creature growled, tendrils of shadow snaking out towards them like grasping fingers. As Lua's bond surged with unease, Thorn stepped forward, staff glowing brighter, chanting a spell to deflect the shadowy tendrils. "We stand together," he declared, eyes locked onto Eric and Lua, their unity reinforced by his magical barrier. As the tendrils collided with Thorn's barrier, they recoiled, revealing a hidden entrance behind the obsidian altar. The ancient runes carved into its surface seemed to pulse with newfound energy, beckoning them towards secrets long forgotten. "What lies beyond?" Lua whispered, her eyes reflecting the orb's intense light. As Lua's crystal pulsated with renewed vigor, Eric felt their bond surge like a raging river. Thorn stepped forward, staff blazing defiantly as he maintained a barrier against the monstrous creature's relentless tendrils. "We stand together," he declared, eyes locked onto Eric and Lua, their unity a beacon amidst the encroaching darkness. The hidden entrance behind the obsidian altar pulsed with ancient energy, beckoning them towards secrets that could shape their destinies. Eric, Lua, and Thorn exchanged determined glances, their bond surging with renewed energy as they faced the monstrous creature. "We stand together," Eric declared, gripping Lua's hand tightly. Thorn nodded grimly, staff blazing defiantly. The hidden entrance pulsed ominously, beckoning them towards its secrets. As Lua's crystal pulsed with renewed vigor, Eric felt their bond surge like a raging river. Thorn stepped forward, staff blazing defiantly as he maintained a barrier against the monstrous creature's relentless tendrils. "We stand together," he declared, eyes locked onto Eric and Lua, their unity a beacon amidst the encroaching darkness. The hidden entrance behind the obsidian altar pulsed with ancient energy, beckoning them towards secrets that could shape their destinies. As Lua's crystal pulsed with renewed vigor, Eric felt their bond surge like a raging river. Thorn stepped forward, staff blazing defiantly as he maintained a barrier against the monstrous creature's relentless tendrils. "We stand together," he declared, eyes locked onto Eric and Lua, their unity a beacon amidst the encroaching darkness. The hidden entrance behind the obsidian altar pulsed with ancient energy, beckoning them towards secrets that could shape their destinies. Eric's resolve hardened as he stared at the pulsating entrance, Lua's hand squeezing his reassuringly. Thorn's staff blazed brighter, pushing back the encroaching shadows. "Ready," Eric whispered, eyes flicking between Lua and Thorn. As Lua nodded her readiness, Eric took a deep breath and stepped forward, his celestial blade humming as it touched the pulsating entrance. Thorn's barrier flickered, tendrils of darkness probing its edges. "On three," Eric whispered, Lua's crystal pulsing in sync with their hearts. Eric counted down, 1, 2. On 3, he pushed his blade into the pulsating entrance, Lua's crystal flaring as it began to resonate with the obsidian walls. Thorn grunted, bracing against the sudden surge in dark tendrils pressing against his barrier. "Ah." As Eric's blade plunged deeper, Lua's crystal resonated powerfully, its light piercing the obsidian like a beacon in the night. Thorn gritted his teeth, his barrier faltering as the sudden influx of dark energy tested his limits. "Hurry," he grunted, eyes locked onto their retreating forms. Eric's blade sliced through the last layer of obsidian, revealing a vast chamber bathed in an eerie, pulsating glow. Lua gasped, her crystal resonating with the alien energy as they stepped inside. Thorn hurried after them, his barrier faltering under the relentless pressure from behind. As Lua's eyes adjusted to the cavernous chamber, she noticed intricate carvings adorning its obsidian walls, depicting scenes of ancient battles between beings of immense power. Eric's blade reflected the pulsating light, casting stark shadows that seemed to dance and writhe with life. Thorn's barrier flickered ominously behind them as he struggled to maintain it against the relentless darkness. As Lua's crystal resonated with the alien energy in the chamber, Eric felt an inexplicable connection to the pulsating walls, their power echoing through his very soul. Thorn stumbled slightly, his barrier wavering as he struggled to maintain it against the overwhelming darkness pressing from behind. Eric's blade bit deep into an obsidian pedestal at the chamber's core, unlocking a flood of ancient memories that surged through Lua's mind like a tidal wave. Thorn faltered, his barrier shattering as the sudden influx of dark energy overwhelmed him. Eric's celestial blade hummed with newfound power as Lua gasped, her visions receding like a retreating tide, leaving behind fragments of forgotten knowledge. Thorn lay unconscious, his staff extinguished beside him, darkness threatening to reclaim the chamber. "Thorn!" Lua cried out, rushing to his side as Eric extracted his blade from the obsidian pedestal. Eric's blade hummed ominously as Lua helped Thorn regain consciousness, his eyes flickering open like distant lanterns in the pulsating darkness. "We must leave," Eric urged, feeling an unseen presence stirring deep within the chamber. As Eric led them towards the exit, Lua's crystal began pulsating once more, guiding their steps as Thorn gingerly regained his footing. "What did you see?" Eric asked Lua, concern etched on his face. Before she could answer, a deafening roar echoed through the chamber, signaling an unseen force awakened. As Lua's crystal pulsed urgently, guiding them through the obsidian labyrinth, Eric's grip tightened on his blade, sensing the looming threat. Thorn, still unsteady, drew upon Lua's strength, her presence bolstering him against the encroaching darkness. In the distance, a rumble echoed ominously, signaling their pursuer gaining ground. As Eric led them through a narrow obsidian corridor, Lua's crystal pulsated like a heartbeat, guiding their escape. Thorn leaned heavily on Lua, his eyes darting nervously as the chamber behind trembled ominously. "It's gaining," he rasped, prompting Eric to quicken their pace. Eric's celestial blade sliced through the obsidian corridor ahead, shattering it into gleaming fragments as Lua and Thorn rushed after him. The monstrous entity's roar reverberated through the chamber, its shadows licking at their heels like ravenous beasts. Thorn, regaining his strength, cast a backwards glance, his eyes widening at the creature's proximity. As Eric led them through another twisting passage, Lua's crystal pulsed faster, its rhythm echoing her racing heart. Thorn, now steady on his feet, cast a spell of swiftness behind them, slowing their pursuer for a moment. Eric paused, glancing back at the pulsating darkness with a grim determination. "We're close," he said, "but it's gaining." Eric's celestial blade sliced through another obsidian barrier as they burst into a vast, natural cavern filled with luminescent flora. Thorn gasped. This place is alive." Lua's crystal pulsated wildly, guiding them towards an opening high above, where a distant roar echoed ominously. Eric sheathed his blade, drawing upon his agility to scale the cavern walls. He reached out a hand to Lua, helping her ascend while Thorn followed, his staff glowing softly in the bioluminescent gloom. Behind them, their pursuers' shadow tendrils lashed at the cavern floor, leaving charred scars on the living stone. Eric's heart pounded as he reached the cavern's opening, Lua close behind him. Thorn struggled to keep up, his breath ragged with exertion. Below, their pursuers' tendrils lashed the walls, sending chunks of stone cascading down like dark rain. Eric's gaze swept across the vast expanse of twilight sky, calculating their best escape route as Lua's crystal pulsated urgently. Thorn finally reached them, gasping, "We need a plan." Below, the monstrous entity roared, tendrils lashing wildly at the cavern walls. Eric's gaze locked onto a distant waterfall, their best chance for escape. Lua nodded understanding, her bond with Eric pulsating in harmony. Thorn leaned heavily on his staff, eyeing the chasm below warily. "That's a long way down," he remarked, prompting Eric to offer. "Not as far as the fall would be if that thing caught us." "Ah." Eric's resolve hardened as he calculated their desperate leap across the chasm, Lua's hand clenching his reassuringly. Thorn, still laboring to catch his breath, asked, "Can you make it?" Eric replied confidently, "We have no choice." Behind them, the monstrous entity's tendrils lashed wildly, sending obsidian shards raining down like deadly hail. "Ah." Eric's heart pounded as he gripped Lua's hand, their bond pulsating with determination. Thorn, leaning heavily on his staff, asked, "What if we miss?" Eric's gaze met Thorn's, resolve burning in his eyes. "Then we trust our allies to hold the line," he replied. Behind them, the monstrous entity roared, tendrils lashing ever closer. Eric's breath hitched as he surveyed the chasm's width, Lua's crystal pulsating like a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Thorn's staff glowed brighter, casting eerie shadows on their determined faces. Together, Eric asked, his voice steady despite the abyss yawning before them. Lua nodded, her grip tightening on Eric's hand, their bond resonating with unspoken resolve. Thorn braced himself, staff held aloft like a beacon. For unity, he declared, as behind them, the monstrous entity's tendrils lashed ever closer. As Lua's crystal pulsed with urgency, Eric whispered, "Now." And they launched themselves into the chasm, air rushing around them like a spectral wind. Thorn's staff glowed brighter, casting their forms in stark relief against the obsidian walls as they arced towards the distant waterfall. Below, the monstrous entity roared, tendrils lashing wildly at their retreating forms before snapping back, focused on the incoming threat, Eldred and his allies charging into the cavern, weapons drawn and determined to hold the line. As Eric, Lua, and Thorn soared through the chasm, Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with Eric's heartbeat, their bond strengthening despite the perilous journey ahead. Thorn glanced back at their pursuer, his heart pounding as he watched Eldred and their allies charge into the cavern, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. 2. As Eric, Lua, and Thorn hurtled towards the waterfall, Eric's blade hummed at his side, resonating with the obsidian walls around them. Below, Eldred's battle cry echoed through the cavern as he led their allies against the monstrous entity, its tendrils thrashing wildly in response. Mid-flight, Lua's crystal pulsed urgently, guiding them slightly off course towards a hidden niche behind the falling water. Thorn squinted, spotting the narrow opening just as they reached it, and Eric adjusted their trajectory with a burst of speed. Eric's heart pounded as he gripped Lua's hand, their bond pulsating with urgency. Behind them, Thorn gasped, "We're not going to make it." His staff flickering weakly. Eric gritted his teeth, "Wes, we are." As they approached the waterfall, Lua's crystal guided them directly into its cascading waters. As Eric, Lua, and Thorn plunged into the cascading water, they were enveloped in a curtain of foam and spray. The hidden niche behind the falls revealed a narrow tunnel sloping downwards, leading them deeper into the obsidian spire's heart. Behind them, Eldred's desperate battle cries echoed off the cavern walls, punctuated by the monstrous entity's angry roars. Thorn struggled to keep pace, his staff dimming as he gasped, This place is draining my power." Lua's crystal pulsated urgently, guiding their steps while Eric supported Thorn, his celestial blade slicing through the darkness with renewed intensity. The tunnel narrowed further, forcing them into single file as the echoes of battle faded behind them. Eric's blade sliced through the obsidian walls with ease, as they descended deeper into the heart of the spire. Lua's crystal pulsating rhythmically like a second heartbeat. Thorn stumbled, his staff flickering weakly. "This darkness, it's feeding on me." Eric caught him, supporting Thorn's weight. "We're not leaving you behind." Below, Eldred's battle cries grew fainter, swallowed by the monstrous entity's roars. Eric's blade carved a path through the obsidian walls as they descended deeper into the heart of the spire, Lua's crystal pulsating like a lighthouse guiding them through the darkness. Thorn leaned heavily on Eric, his breath ragged with exertion and fear. "This place, it's alive." Eric felt an unseen force pushing against them, resistance growing stronger with each step. Eric's blade sliced through the final obsidian barrier, revealing a vast chamber bathed in an ethereal blue glow. Lua's crystal resonated with the pulsating energy, its light casting intricate patterns on the walls adorned with ancient murals depicting celestial beings and monstrous creatures locked in battle. Thorn, barely able to stand, whispered, "This is it, the heart of the obsidian spire." Eric's blade sliced through the final obsidian barrier, revealing a vast chamber bathed in an ethereal blue glow. Lua's crystal resonated with the pulsating energy, its light casting intricate patterns on the walls adorned with ancient murals depicting celestial beings and monstrous creatures locked in battle. Thorn, barely able to stand, whispered, "This is it, the heart of the obsidian spire." Eric's blade sang as it arced through the air, cleaving another obsidian barrier, revealing a smaller chamber filled with a pulsating crimson light. Lua gasped at the sight, her crystal resonating with an alien energy that seemed to whisper ancient secrets in her mind. Thorn, propped against Eric, squinted into the chamber, his heart pounding as he whispered, What manner of darkness lies in Wiza?" In the heart of the obsidian spire, Eric, Lua, and Thorn stood before an immense, pulsating crystal at the chamber's core, its crimson light casting stark shadows on their faces. Lua reached out tentatively, her crystal humming as it resonated with the ancient power. This is what we've been seeking," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the crystal's thrum. Thorn gripped his staff tighter, feeling an unseen force pressing against him, demanding submission. As Lua's fingers brushed the crystal, its pulsations intensified, sending waves of alien energy coursing through her veins. She gasped, visions flooding her mind, ancient battles, celestial beings, and a monstrous entity bound within the obsidian walls. Eric steadied her, his blade glowing brighter as if responding to the power surge. As Lua's visions faded, she found herself clinging to Eric, her breath ragged with exertion and wonder. Thorn, steadied by his staff, whispered, "We've seen but a fragment. What more lies hidden?" Behind them, the immense crystal pulsed ominously, its crimson light flickering like a dying flame. Eric's celestial blade glowed with an otherworldly light as he carved runes into the obsidian floor around the faltering crystal, Lua's crystal resonating with each precise strike. Thorn, recovered somewhat, watched in awe before asking, "What are you doing, Eric?" Just then, the crystal pulsed weakly, its light flickering like a candle flame in the wind. As Eric's final rune glowed into life, Lua's crystal pulsed in harmony, its light stabilizing the faltering energy within the crystal at their backs. Thorn, his strength renewed, stood tall and asked, "What now?" His gaze fell upon an ancient lever embedded deep into the obsidian floor, its purpose unknown but ominous. Eric's gaze fell upon the ancient lever, his blade humming as if echoing Thorn's unease. Lua's crystal pulsed urgently, guiding them towards their next action. That lever, it feels like the trigger, Eric mused, his grip tightening on his weapon. Thorn's staff glowed brighter as he stepped closer to the lever, his voice steady despite the ominous energy emanating from it. "If we pull this, there's no going back," he said, looking between Eric and Lua. Lua nodded solemnly, her crystal pulsating in agreement. Eric's grip tightened on his blade, resolve burning in his eyes. "This is why we've come," he declared, taking a deep breath before reaching for the lever. As his hand closed around it, the chamber trembled slightly, as if the very obsidian itself held its breath. Eric's fingers tightened around the lever, Lua's crystal pulsating wildly as if echoing his racing heartbeat. Thorn watched them both intently, his staff held aloft like a beacon against the gathering darkness. "Once we start this," he warned softly, "there'll be no halting its course." In the vast chamber, the immense crystal shuddered ominously, its pulsations growing stronger, more insistent with each passing moment. Eric met Lua's gaze, their bond resonating with unspoken determination, as they prepared to unleash an ancient power long sealed away. Eric's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the lever tighter, Lua's crystal now pulsing in sync with his racing heartbeat, mirroring their intertwined destinies. Thorn's voice cut through the tension. "When you're ready, Eric." The immense crystal behind them shuddered violently, its pulsations growing frantic like a caged beast yearning for release. As Eric pulled the lever with all his might, Lua's crystal pulsed one final time before silence descended like a shroud. Thorn gasped. "The portal. It's closing." Behind them, the immense crystal shuddered, its pulsations ceasing abruptly as if the very heart of darkness had been stilled. "Ah." Eric, Lua, and Thorn emerged from the obsidian spire to find Eldred and his allies forming a defensive line against the monstrous entity that had given chase. The creature's tendrils snaked towards them menacingly, only to be met by a wall of steel and magic. Eric's heart swelled with gratitude as he saw Kalis atop her ancient dragon, her eyes burning with determination. As Eric joined the fray, his celestial blade sang through the air, deflecting tendrils with precision honed by years of training. Lua's crystal hummed at his side, pulsating in sync with their shared resolve. Thorn's staff glowed brighter, casting protective wards around them as Eldred called out orders, rallying their allies against the monstrous entity. "Ah." As tendrils snapped towards him, Eric's blade danced, deflecting shadows while Lua's crystal flared, shielding them from the creature's relentless onslaught. Thorn, panting heavily, maintained their defensive line as Eldred's voice boomed commands, guiding allies through the chaotic melee. As Eric parried tendrils with lightning, fast strikes, he caught sight of Lua, her crystal aglow, as she rallied allies with newfound confidence. Thorn's staff flickered ominously, his concentration wavering under the relentless assault. Eric's blade clashed against tendrils, sparks flying like stars in the gloom as Luo's crystal pulsed rhythmically at his side. Thorn's breath hitched, staff trembling under the relentless assault, but he refused to falter. "Hold fast," Eldred roared, rallying allies who fought with renewed vigor. Eric caught Lu's gaze. Her eyes mirrored his determination, their bond surging like a tide. As Eric's blade connected with another tendril, he felt a jolt of energy course through him, Lua's crystal resonating in harmony. Thorn stumbled, his staff faltering as exhaustion crept into his limbs. "Thorn!" Eldred cried out, concern etched on his face as the line wavered under their foe's relentless assault. As Thorn faltered, Eric stepped in, deflecting tendrils with renewed ferocity while Lua's crystal blazed brighter, bolstering their defenses. Eldred, sensing the tide turning, called out, "Now!" signaling their allies to press the attack. Meanwhile, Kalis atop her ancient dragon soared into the fray, flames licking from her palms like deadly comets. Eric's heart raced as he deflected tendrils with swift precision, Lua's crystal pulsating like a heartbeat echoing his own. Thorn, exhausted, collapsed to one knee, staff trembling in his grasp. "Thorn!" Eldred cried out, concern etched on his face, as the battle line threatened to crumble. Eric's blade sang through the air as he parried tendrils, his gaze darting between Lua's resolute stance and Thorn's wavering form. Eldred's voice boomed, "Press the attack, now," as Kalis' ancient dragon roared flames from above. Eldred's words spurred Eric on, his blade moving faster as he shielded Thorn, who struggled to keep pace. Lua's crystal flared, its light pushing back the shadows menacingly. Kalis, dragon dive, bombed, unleashing a torrent of flames that singed the tendrils, giving their allies precious seconds to regroup. As Eric's blade met another tendril, Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, casting a protective barrier around Thorn as he collapsed, his staff extinguished. Eldred, seeing this, shouted, "Retreat, fall back." Their allies began to regroup, eyes filled with determination and fear. Eric cradled Thorn's limp form, Lua's crystal pulsating weakly beside them as Eldred organized their retreat. The obsidian spire loomed ominously behind, its heart now silent and still. "Hurry," Eldred urged. "We must put distance between us and that thing." Kalis dragon snorted flames impatiently overhead, eager to flee the creature's wrath. As they hastened away, Eric stole a worried glance at Thorn, Lua's hand clutching his arm tightly. Her crystal flickered weakly, mirroring their fading hope. Eric's heart pounded as he carried Thorn away from the obsidian spire, Lua's weakening grasps on his arm mirroring her crystal's fading light. Eldred's urgent whispers reached them. "Keep moving, we must put more distance between us and that thing." Kalis, dragon snorted flames impatiently overhead, eager to flee the creature's lingering darkness. As they fled, Lua's crystal flickered ominously, mirroring Thorn's labored breathing. Eric glanced back, eyes narrowing at the obsidian spire looming menacingly, like a silent sentinel watching their retreat. Eldred paused, scanning the dense forest ahead. "We need to find shelter, something defensible." His gaze settled on Lua, concern etched on his aged features. "How much longer can you maintain that barrier?" Eric found a secluded cave, laying Thorn gently inside as Lua slumped against him, her crystal's pulsations almost imperceptible now. Eldred entered last, staff aglow, sealing the entrance with a barrier before turning to tend to Thorn. Eldred's examination complete, he turned to Lua and Eric, his expression grave. "Thorn's exhausted, his magic depleted," he said. "We need time for him to recover." Eric nodded, his gaze flicking to Lua, concern etched on his face as her crystal barely glowed. As Eldred tended to Thorn, Eric took Lua's hand, her crystal pulsing weakly against his skin. "We can't keep running," he murmured. "We need answers." Eldred nodded gravely. "I know someone who might have them, an ancient being hidden deep within these woods. But reaching him won't be easy." Eric's grip tightened around Lua's hand as her crystal dimmed further, worry etched deep into his features. Eldred looked up from Thorn, his expression somber. "We need more time," he said, "and we won't get it here." He gestured towards the cave entrance. "Beyond these woods lies an ancient sanctuary. It's hidden, but it might provide the respite we need." Eric's mind raced with questions as he helped Lu drink from a water skin, her crystal flickering like a dying candle. Eldred packed his staff away. "We'll leave at first light," he declared, casting one last glance at Thorn's still form. "That sanctuary won't wait." As dawn broke, Eric helped Lua stand, her crystal barely glowing, its faint light casting long shadows across their faces. Eldred led them silently out of the cave, his staff aglow with a soft, reassuring light. The dense forest loomed ahead, ancient and mysterious, whispering secrets only it knew. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Lua's crystal flickered weakly, guiding them along an overgrown path barely visible beneath the undergrowth. Eldred paused occasionally, consulting ancient symbols carved into tree trunks before continuing cautiously. Eric kept one arm around Lua, supporting her as she leaned heavily on him, their bond pulsating feebly like a distant echo. Eric's heart pounded with each laborious step, Lua's weight against him both a comfort and a burden as they delved deeper into the enigmatic forest. Eldred paused suddenly, his staff illuminating an ancient stone path hidden beneath the undergrowth, its sudden appearance sending a shiver down Eric's spine. As they followed the stone path, Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, matching Eric's laborious breaths. Eldred moved ahead, staff casting intricate shadows that seemed to dance with his every step. "We're close," he murmured, more to himself than them. "This place. It's alive. Of." As they continued along the stone path, Lua's crystal flickered ominously, its pulsations growing stronger as if responding to an unseen presence. Eric glanced at Eldred, concern etched on his face. "What lies ahead?" he asked softly, not wanting to disturb the forest's hushed tranquility. Eldred paused, turning to meet Eric's gaze. "A sanctuary," he said. "Hidden for millennia, it holds secrets that could turn the tide against our pursuer." His staff cast an eerie glow on his stern features, emphasizing the gravity of their mission. As they rounded a bend, Lua gasped, her crystal pulsating wildly, at the sight of a colossal tree standing sentinel before them. Its trunk stretched wide, forming a natural archway adorned with ancient symbols that seemed to shimmer under Eldred's staff. "We've reached the sanctuary," he declared, stepping beneath the arch. As Eric followed Lua and Eldred beneath the colossal tree's archway, he felt an ancient power resonate through him, echoing Lua's crystal pulsations. The sanctuary within was bathed in ethereal light, its air thick with the scent of aged parchment and whispering secrets. Eldred approached a central pedestal bearing an open tome, its pages rustling as if alive. He traced ancient symbols with reverent fingers, murmuring incantations that caused Lua's crystal to pulse in sync. Eric watched their bond strengthen, hope kindling within him like the first rays of dawn. In the heart of the sanctuary, a hidden figure emerged from the shadows, his form shrouded by a hooded cloak. "I have been expecting you," he said, voice echoing as if speaking from beyond time itself. "You seek answers to questions yet unasked." Eldred turned sharply towards the voice, his staff flaring brightly as Eric positioned himself protectively before Lua, her crystal pulsating warily. The figure lowered his hood, revealing eyes like galaxies swirling with ancient knowledge, his gaze flicking between them thoughtfully. "Who are you?" Eric demanded, hand gripping his blade tightly. "And what do you know of our quest?" The stranger smiled enigmatically. "I am the Keeper of Whispers, guardian of this sanctuary since time immemorial. I know much about your journey, Blade Warden Eric, and the power that binds you to Lua." His gaze shifted to her. "You seek understanding, young one, clarity amidst the chaos." Eric's grip on his blade eased slightly as the stranger's eyes seemed to hold no malice, only ancient wisdom. "Speak then," Keeper, Eric challenged, what secrets do you keep? Lua stepped forward, her crystal pulsing eagerly. When need answers about this power within me? The keeper nodded solemnly, and I have them, child. But they come at a price. The keeper's gaze turned to Thorn, still slumped against Eric. He has paid heavily for his part in this journey, he observed, concern lacing his words. Eric nodded grimly, Lua's hand tightening around her crystal. What price do you ask? She asked, voice barely above a whisper. The keeper's gaze turned inward, as if seeking something hidden deep within time itself. The price, he began, is a truth you may not wish to hear. His eyes flickered back to them. But hear it you must, for it is the only path forward. Eric's heart pounded with anticipation, Lua's crystal pulsating anxiously in her grasp. The keeper continued. The power within Lua, the heart of eternity, was not meant to be awakened so soon. He paused, letting the weight of his words hang heavy in the air. Ah. The keeper's gaze softened as he looked at Lua. Your power, child, was meant to rise naturally over generations, tempered by time and wisdom. He turned to Eric. And you, Blade Warden, were intended to guide it, not confront it head-on. Eric's grip tightened on his blade, Lua's crystal pulsating with unease. What are you saying? She asked, voice barely a whisper. The keeper's eyes bored into Lua. Awakening it prematurely has unleashed unforeseen consequences. He gestured towards Thorn, still recovering. Your allies suffer for your haste. But Eric's jaw tightened. What can we do to mitigate this? The keeper smiled sadly. Retrace your steps, seek the balance. But remember, every action has a reaction. Eric's mind raced with questions, Lua's crystal pulsating wildly as if echoing his thoughts. How do we find this balance? He demanded, stepping forward. The keeper looked at him, eyes swirling like galaxies. It begins where your journey started. The portal, he said cryptically. Lua gasped, her crystal flickering ominously. But it's closed, she exclaimed, recalling their harrowing escape. The keeper shook his head slowly. Not truly sealed, merely dormant. His gaze turned to the depths of the forest. A darkness stirs there, seeking equilibrium. Gaza. Eric's mind whirled with the keeper's words, Lua's crystal pulsating anxiously as she clutched it tightly. What does this mean for us? She asked, voice laced with worry. The keeper's gaze softened. It means you must face your fears, child, and trust in each other. He turned to Thorn, still recovering. And him, he will need time. Eric's heart heavy with newfound responsibility, he vowed, "We'll face this together." Lua nodded resolutely, her crystal pulsating in sync with his determination. The keeper watched them solemnly. The path ahead is fraught with danger. Eric's mind raced with questions as Lua's crystal pulsated wildly, their bond echoing his thoughts. "How do we find this balance, Keeper?" Eric asked, stepping forward. The ancient being turned to Lua, his gaze softening. "You must seek the heart of the woods, child," he said. "It holds the key to understanding your power." His voice echoed through the sanctuary like a distant memory. Lua gasped, her crystal flickering ominously at the mention of the legendary artifact hidden deep within Whispering Woods. Eric's grip tightened on his blade, determination burning in his eyes. "We'll find it," he vowed, "and bring balance to this power bomb." Eric and Lua exchanged determined glances, their bond resonating with newfound resolve as they prepared to venture back into Whispering Woods. The keeper watched them somberly. "Beware the woods' illusions, they will test your mettle." As they stepped out of the sanctuary, Lua's crystal pulsated weakly, guiding them towards unseen pearls. As Eric and Lua ventured deeper into Whispering Woods, Lua's crystal pulsated weakly, guiding them towards the heart of the woods. The forest grew denser, ancient trees looming like sentinels as shadows danced menacingly around them. Eric gripped his celestial blade tightly, eyes scanning the darkness for hidden threats. As Lua's crystal led them deeper into Whispering Woods, Eric noticed changes in its pulsations, as if it recognized something hidden within the ancient forest. He kept his blade at the ready, eyes vigilant for any sign of danger. "The woods seem different," Lua murmured, her hand tightening around her crystal. As Lua's crystal guided them deeper into Whispering Woods, Eric felt an unseen presence watching their every move, like eyes hidden within the shadows. Lua shivered, her grip on the crystal tightening as it pulsated weakly, echoing his unease. Suddenly, Lua gasped, stopping mid-step. "Eric, look," she whispered, pointing towards a faint glow emanating from behind a nearby ancient tree. The glow pulsed rhythmically, mirroring Lua's crystal, beckoning them closer. Eric's blade cut through the darkness, parting the shadows as they approached the pulsating glow. Lua's crystal resonated with it, her heart pounding in sync with its rhythm. As they rounded the gnarled tree, they found themselves before an ancient stone pedestal, untouched by time, bearing an intricate carving of a heart encased within a spiral. The ethereal glow emanated from within the carving, pulsating like Lua's crystal. As Eric traced the spiral carving on the pedestal, Lua's crystal pulsed stronger, its light merging with the ethereal glow emanating from within. This is what we've been searching for," Lua whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. Suddenly, the pulsating light intensified, casting eerie shadows that seemed to twist and writhe around them. Eric's grip tightened on his blade. "Lua, step back," he warned, as a low rumble echoed from deep within the woods. As Eric's blade ignited with celestial fire, he stepped protectively before Lua, his eyes scanning the writhing shadows for any sign of the approaching threat. Lua's crystal pulsated urgently, its light reflecting off Eric's blade as they stood united against the encroaching darkness. "Whatever this is," Eric murmured, "it's reacting to our presence." His gaze flicked to Lua, concern etched on his face. "Are you ready for whatever comes next?" As Eric's blade ignited with celestial fire, Lua felt her crystal resonate with newfound power, pulsating in sync with his determination. "Together," she whispered, stepping beside him as the writhing shadows seemed to retreat slightly at their united front. The rumble intensified, branches overhead groaning ominously like ancient sentinels warning of impending doom. Eric's grip tightened on his blade, eyes narrowing as he sought any sign of the unseen force driving the shadows. "We need more light," he said, glancing at Lua's crystal. "Can you amplify its glow?" As Lua focused her will, her crystal's pulsations intensified, casting bright beams of light that pierced the writhing shadows, revealing a colossal, twisted figure emerging from the forest depths. Its body was an amalgamation of gnarled trees and snarling vines, eyes burning like embers within its wooden face. Eric's blade flared brighter as he recognized it, the wood's guardian, corrupted by darkness. "Behold, the heartwood defiled," echoed a voice from within the creature, resonating with Lua's crystal. "It senses your power, child, and hungers for more." Eric's celestial blade sliced through the air, meeting the heartwood defiled's gnarled branch, like arm with a resounding clash. "We mean no harm," Eric called out, his voice echoing in the now silent woods. Lua stepped forward, her crystal pulsating gently. "We seek balance, not destruction." The creature paused, its burning eyes flickering as if considering their words. The heartwood defiled leaned back, its burning ember eyes narrowing as it scrutinized Lua and Eric. "Balance. You speak of balance, yet I feel only chaos within you." Its voice echoed through the woods like distant thunder. Lua stepped closer to the creature, her crystal pulsating gently in sync with its heartbeat. "We've come to understand our power, not control yours," she said, empathy softening her voice. Eric watched warily, blade at the ready but hopeful. The heartwood defiled leaned back, considering Lua's words as its burning eyes softened slightly. "Show me this balance," it rumbled, branches creaking like ancient doors opening. Eric sheathed his blade, stepping towards Lua, their bond pulsating strongly. Together, they turned to face the corrupted guardian, ready to demonstrate unity in the face of darkness. As Lua's crystal pulsated brightly, she reached out towards the heartwood defiled, her empathy resonating with its ancient heartbeat. Eric watched anxiously, his hand hovering near his blade as Lua attempted to connect with the corrupted guardian on a deeper level. The heartwood defiled leaned in, its burning ember eyes flickering like candle flames as it regarded Lua curiously. What is this balance you seek? It rumbled, branches creaking ominously. As Lua's empathy resonated with the heartwood defiled, Eric felt their bond surge, pulsating like a beacon against the darkness. The creature's burning ember eyes seemed to soften further, its gnarled branches relaxing as if considering Lua's sincerity. Balance, Lua whispered, her crystal pulsating gently. Ease, understanding, and acceptance, not dominance or control. She reached out, placing her hand on one of the guardian's gnarled roots, her empathy flowing freely. As Lua's words resonated with the heartwood defiled, Eric felt an answering pulse from his celestial blade, its light harmonizing with Lua's crystal. The guardian's burning ember eyes, once fierce and threatening, now held a glimmer of recognition, as if awakening from a long slumber. Yes, it rumbled, voice like distant thunder. Balance is what I have lost. Alu nodded solemnly, her hand still resting upon the gnarled root. We seek to restore that balance. With your help. She turned slightly towards Eric, their bond pulsating stronger, a silent question in her eyes. Eric felt the heartwood defiled's gaze shift towards him, its ember eyes reflecting Lua's crystal light as she stepped aside. And you, it rumbled. What role do you play in restoring balance? Eric drew himself tall, his hand resting on his blade's pommel. I am Eric, Blade Warden of the Light. I protect what needs safeguarding and strike down those who threaten harmony. As he spoke, his celestial blade hummed softly, its light growing brighter. The guardian leaned back, branches rustling as it considered Eric's words. Balance is not merely the absence of conflict, it said, voice echoing like distant thunder. It is understanding, acceptance, and unity. Can you bring this to my woods? It gestured towards the heart, shaped carving on its pedestal, shadows writhing around it. Ah. Eric hesitated, considering the guardian's words. Unity requires understanding first, he replied, his voice echoing through the woods. The heartwood defiled nodded, its branches swaying gracefully as if in agreement. Lua stepped forward, her crystal pulsating softly. To restore balance, we need allies, she said, glancing towards Eric. Allies who understand and accept our purpose. In unison, Eric and Lua turned towards the heartwood defiled, their bond resonating like a pure note amidst the wood's symphony. The guardian's ember eyes focused on them, its ancient voice rumbling. Balance requires unity. Who stands with you in this quest? As if summoned by its words, shadows stirred behind them, revealing two cloaked figures emerging from the depths of whispering woods. Lua gasped softly, her crystal pulsating wearily as she recognized one, a shadow rogue from their past encounters, his eyes hidden beneath a wide, brimmed hat. Beside him stood an unfamiliar figure, tall and proud, clad in gleaming plate armor adorned with intricate celestial symbols, a glowing celestial blade sheathed at their side. Blade Warden. The stranger acknowledged Eric with a nod, voice echoing like steel on stone. I am Seraphina, Lightbringer of the order you once swore to protect. She turned towards Lua, her gaze sharp as a blade. And you, Mystic Scribe. Your crystal hums with power far beyond your years. Together, perhaps we can restore balance. Eric's grip tightened on his blade as he regarded Seraphina, her celestial markings mirroring those etched into his own sword. What brings you here, Lightbringer? His voice held an edge, memories of past betrayals coloring his tone. Lua stepped closer to Eric, her crystal's pulsation matching his heartbeat. She felt the tension between them but sensed a common goal. Seraphina, she asked softly, how can we restore balance together? The shadow rogue shifted, his cloak rustling like dry leaves. Balance requires understanding, yes, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. But it also demands sacrifices. His gaze flicked towards the heartwood defiled, shadows writhing around its ancient form. The heartwood defiled turned its attention to Seraphina and the shadow rog, its ancient voice echoing through the woods. What do you offer for balance? Eric's grip on his blade eased as he weighed their unexpected alliance. Seraphina stepped forward, her celestial armor gleaming in the dappled moonlight. I bring the power of light, she declared, her gaze meeting the Guardian's burning eyes. And he, nodding towards the shadow rug, Coffer's understanding of darkness. Luo's crystal pulsed softly as she considered their combined strengths. Together, she murmured, we may indeed restore balance. The woods seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the heartwood defiled's response. The heartwood defiled considered their united front, its ember eyes reflecting Lua's crystal light, Eric's celestial blade, Seraphina's radiant armor, and the shadow rog's cloaked form. You propose an unusual alliance. It rumbled, branches rustling with ancient wisdom. But if balance is to be restored, uncommon bonds must be forged. Eric glanced at Lua, her soft nod encouraging him to speak. We seek your guidance, Heartwood defiled, he declared, his voice echoing through the woods. Together, we will face whatever threats lie ahead and restore harmony to these sacred lands. Behind them, shadows stirred, revealing a hidden path illuminated by floating orbs of light. The Guardian nodded solemnly. Then follow this path, united in purpose, and let us see if balance can indeed be restored. As one, they stepped onto the illuminated path, the woods around them whispering secrets only the wind could hear. Lua's crystal pulsated gently, its rhythm echoing Eric's heartbeat, their bond humming softly, in harmony with Seraphina's celestial armor and the shadow rug's cloaked form. The path wound deeper into whispering woods, revealing ancient ruins overgrown with luminescent flora. Each step felt charged with history, as if walking through the memories of ages past. Eric's blade hummed softly, its light reflecting off moss-covered stone that seemed to shift and change under their gaze. As they ventured deeper, Lua's crystal pulsated faster, sensing something amiss ahead. Eric's grip tightened on his blade, its light casting anxious shadows. Seraphina's armor hummed softly, her eyes scanning the ruins vigilantly. The shadow rogue paused, his cloaked form merging with the darkness, then whispered, "We're not alone." From the shadows, eerie figures emerged, twisted, corrupted versions of Whispering Woods guardians. Eric's celestial blade ignited brighter as he counted the corrupted guardians, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. Lua's crystal pulsed rapidly, its light casting stark shadows on her face as she whispered an incantation, preparing a spell to counter the darkness. Seraphina drew her blade, its light complementing Eric's as she stood ready to defend their newfound alliance. Steady, the shadow rogue murmured, melting into the shadows, becoming one with the night. As Lua's spell reached its zenith, tendrils of pure light unfurled from her crystal, wrapping protectively around their group. Eric nodded grimly at the shadow rog, signaling their plan. They would need stealth as much as might to overcome these twisted guardians. Seraphina moved closer to Lua, her celestial blade humming softly in sync with Lua's spell. "Ready?" Eric asked, eyes scanning the encroaching shadows. The first corrupted guardian lunged, its form writhing with shadows. Eric met it head-on, their blades clashing in a burst of light and darkness. As the others engaged their foes, Lua's crystal hummed, her spell shifting to support each ally as needed. As Lua's spell weaved a cocoon of light around them, Eric watched shadows retreat from its touch, revealing more corrupted guardians than they'd initially seen. The air grew heavy with tension as each ally prepared for the inevitable clash. "Now," Eric whispered, his blade singing as it left its sheath. As Eric's blade met the first guardian's darkness, Lua felt her crystal pulse stronger, its light intensifying in sync with his resolve. The shadow rog struck from the shadows, disabling another guardian, while Seraphina's blade danced in harmony with Lua's spell, their combined might pushing back the encroaching gloom. "Well done," Eric grunted, parrying another shadowy strike. He glanced at Lua, her eyes reflecting the battle's ebb and flow as if she were a beacon of light amidst the chaos. "Lua, can you?" He started, but she nodded, already anticipating his need for increased support. As Lua's spell reached its zenith, tendrils of pure light unfurled from her crystal, wrapping protectively around their group. Eric nodded grimly at the shadow rog, signaling their plan. They would need stealth as much as might to overcome these twisted guardians. Meanwhile, Seraphina moved closer to Lua, her celestial blade humming softly in sync with Lua's spell. "Ready?" Eric asked, eyes scanning the encroaching shadows. Eric's blade moved like liquid silver as he parried another guardian's strike, his muscles taut beneath his armor. He caught Lua's eye, her crystal reflecting the battle's intensity, and nodded towards Seraphina. "Coordinate with her," he urged, their bond pulsating in sync. Lua turned to Seraphina, her voice rising above the din of combat. "I'll reinforce our allies, you focus on disrupting their spells." Seraphina acknowledged Lua's plan, her blade weaving intricate patterns as she targeted shadowy tendrils snaking towards them. As they fought, Eric felt an unexpected surge of power from his blade, its light growing brighter still. "Something's changing," he muttered, eyes scanning the battlefield for answers. The shadow rog reappeared beside him, whispering, "The Guardian's darkness is waning." As Lua reinforced their allies with her crystal's light, Eric felt his celestial blade pulse stronger, its radiance growing almost blinding. He shielded his eyes, glancing around Whispering Woods, ruined heart, realizing the corrupted guardians were fleeing, their shadows dissipating like mist under morning sun. "Look!" Seraphina exclaimed, pointing towards a retreating figure, an ancient, gnarled tree stump with glowing runes, now visible where once a guardian had stood. That's the source of their power." The shadow rog nodded, his voice echoing ominously from behind them. "Indeed. Destroy it, and we may restore balance." As they turned towards the exposed rune-covered stump, Lua's crystal pulsed nervously. "But be wary," she warned. "It won't give up so easily." "Ah!" Eric approached the pulsating tree stump cautiously, his blade's light casting stark shadows on its ancient runes. Lua stepped forward, her crystal humming as it resonated with the runic energy, revealing a complex web of dark magic. "This won't be easy," she murmured, her eyes reflecting the sinister power within. Seraphina joined them, her celestial blade mirroring Eric's, their lights intertwining like woven silk. "Together," she declared, her voice echoing with resolve. The shadow rogue watched from the shadows, his form barely visible as he whispered, "Indeed. But remember, balance demands sacrifice." "Asa." Eric reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing against the pulsating runes. He felt their dark energy, throbbing like a malevolent heartbeat. "These aren't ordinary runes," he murmured, his celestial blade's light flickering anxiously. Lua nodded, her crystal pulsing in sync with the ominous rhythm. "They're bound to something. Alive." Suddenly, roots erupted from the ground, writhing like serpents as they lashed out at the intruders. Seraphina cried out, deflecting one with her blade while the shadow rog darted between them, his form blurring into shadows. Zoo. As roots snaked around him, Eric was thrown off balance, his blade's light flickering dangerously low. "We need more power," he called out, gritting his teeth against the surge of dark energy. Lua responded instantly, her crystal pulsating brighter, as she channeled its full might into their allies. Seraphina's blade blazed like a star, slicing through roots with renewed vigor, while the shadow rogue materialized briefly, severing several tendrils before melting back into shadows. As roots coiled tighter around Eric, he felt his blade's light dim further, its celestial power waning against the relentless dark force. "We need a strategy," he grunted, glancing at Lua, her crystal pulsating heroically but straining under the onslaught. Lua bit her lip, eyes scanning the writhing roots as she sought inspiration. "If we can't overpower it," she gasped, "perhaps we can outsmart it." Meanwhile, Seraphina and the Shadow Rogue fought valiantly, their combined efforts barely keeping the roots at bay. Lua's eyes widened as an idea struck her. "Eric, we need to sever its connection to the source." She motioned towards the pulsating tree stump. Meanwhile, Seraphina cried out, "I can't hold them off much longer." As roots threatened to engulf them, Eric nodded grimly. "We'll need to work together." Eric turned to Lua. "How do you propose we sever its connection?" Meanwhile, Seraphina faltered, her blade's light wavering as roots threatened to consume her. The Shadow Rogue appeared briefly beside her, lending his strength before melting back into the shadows. Lua's mind raced, formulating a plan as Eric fought to keep roots at bay. "We need to target those runes," she exclaimed, pointing at the pulsating tree stump. Meanwhile, Seraphina's breath hitched, her strength waning against the relentless onslaught. Eric grunted, "Understood. But how do we reach it?" As he spoke, roots snaked around him threateningly, their dark energy pulsating menacingly. Lua's crystal pulsed brighter as she channeled more power into their allies. Seraphina's blade sliced through roots with renewed fervor, buying them precious moments while the Shadow Rogue darted in and out, severing tendrils before disappearing again. Eric grasped Lua's plan, nodding grimly as he prepared to make a desperate dash towards the pulsating tree stump. Eric dashed towards the pulsating tree stump, his celestial blade held high, as Lua's crystal illuminated his path like a guiding star. Roots lashed out desperately, attempting to ensnare him, but Eric sliced through them with precise strikes, each cut echoing with the symphony of their struggle. As he neared the source, he felt its dark power pulsating in rhythm with his heartbeat, threatening to overwhelm him. Meanwhile, Lua urged Seraphina and the Shadow Rogue to hold off the main onslaught, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. "We need time," she cried, her crystal casting a protective barrier around their allies even as roots against it like a tide of darkness. Eric's blade clashed against the pulsating runes, sparks flying like dying stars as he struggled to break through their dark defenses. With each strike, He felt Lua's crystal surging within him, its light bolstering his resolve even as roots threatened to engulf them all. "Hurry!" Seraphina cried out, her blade a beacon of hope amidst the writhing darkness that sought to consume their allies. The Shadow Rog appeared briefly beside Eric, lending his strength before melting back into the shadows, whispering, "You are our only hope, Blade Warden, Da-ah." As Eric's blade clashed against the resilient runes, he gritted his teeth, feeling Lua's crystal-powered strength wane. "We need something more," he grunted, casting a desperate look towards Lua. Meanwhile, Seraphina faltered under the relentless assault, her celestial blade flickering like a dying candle. The Shadow Rog appeared briefly, his form barely visible as he whispered, "The blade. It's not enough." In desperation, Eric called out to Lua, "Can you amplify my blade's power?" As roots threatened to overwhelm them, Lua focused her crystal's energy onto Eric's celestial blade, its light exploding brilliantly like a supernova. Eric's blade, now blazing like a sun, sliced through the pulsating runes with ease. The ancient tree stump groaned ominously as dark energy dissipated, roots writhing in agony before crumbling into dust. As Lua's crystal dimmed, she sagged against Seraphina, exhaustion etched on her face. As silence fell over Whispering Wood's heart, Eric's blade cooled, its light dimming from blinding radiance to soft glow. Lua, still supported by Seraphina, managed a weak smile at him. "Well done, Blade Warden." Meanwhile, the Shadow Rog emerged from the shadows, his eyes scanning their surroundings warily. "We've drawn attention," he warned, gesturing towards distant silhouettes approaching through the ruined heart of the woods. "More corrupted guardians?" Seraphina asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as she helped Lua stand upright. Eric nodded grimly. "Perhaps. Or something worse." He paused, listening to the faint rumble growing louder. "Whatever it is, they're coming fast." Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, her eyes reflecting the approaching shadows. "We need to be ready," she murmured, reaching for her pouch of healing potions. As they prepared, Eric's blade hummed softly in anticipation, its light flickering like distant lightning. As Eric's blade cooled, Lua turned towards the approaching shadows, her crystal pulsating weakly. "We need to buy time for my crystal to recharge," she whispered, eyeing the distant silhouettes growing larger. Seraphina nodded, stepping forward with renewed determination, her celestial blade igniting once more. Eric glanced at Lua's dimmed crystal, understanding her unspoken plea for time. He stepped forward, blade raised, as Seraphina joined him. Their lights united against the looming shadows. "We'll hold them off," Eric promised, determination etched on his face. The Shadow Rog nodded approvingly from the sidelines. As the silhouettes resolved into twisted, corrupted guardians, Eric's blade sang ominously, its light flickering like distant storm clouds. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, her voice barely above a whisper as she urged, "Be cautious, their touch could corrupt." Meanwhile, Serafina and Eric exchanged determined nods, ready to face whatever storm they'd summoned. As the corrupted guardians surged forward, Eric's blade met them with a blaze of light, each clash sending shockwaves through the ruined heart of Whispering Woods. Serafina fought valiantly beside him, their blades weaving patterns of radiance against the encroaching shadows. Meanwhile, Lua retreated to a safer distance, her crystal pulsating weakly as she channeled what little power it had left into defensive wards around them. As Eric parried an errant shadow tendril, he noticed Lua's crystal flickering dangerously low. "We need to end this quickly," he grunted, redoubling his efforts. Serafina nodded, her blade moving in perfect sync with his. Meanwhile, the shadow Ragu observed from the sidelines, his form shifting subtly as if considering something. Eric's blade sang a deadly chorus with Serafina's as they pushed back against the tide of corruption, their lights burning brighter in defiance. Meanwhile, Lua's crystal flickered ominously, its power waning dangerously low. As a particularly vicious shadow tendril snaked towards Lua, Eric lunged, intercepting it just inches from her face. "We need to finish this," he panted, eyes meeting Lua's grateful gaze. As Lua's crystal faltered, Eric redoubled his efforts, his blade's light growing, almost blinding, against the encroaching shadows. Serafina fought beside him, her celestial blade mirroring his intensity as they pushed back the tide of corruption. Meanwhile, Lua retreated further, her voice barely audible as she whispered ancient incantations, desperate to amplify her waning power. As Eric's blade sang its final note, cleaving the last corrupted guardian, Lua slumped to her knees, crystal dimmed to near extinction. Serafina rushed to her side, concerned but relieved as the rumble subsided into an eerie silence. Eric stood vigilant, eyes scanning the shadows for any remnants of darkness. As Lua's eyes fluttered closed, Eric swept her into his arms, his heart pounding with worry. "We must get her to safety," he urged, turning towards Serafina. Meanwhile, the shadow rogue melted back into the shadows, disappearing silently as if he'd never been there. With Lua's safety paramount, Eric carried her deeper into Whispering Woods, away from the fading echoes of battle. Seraphina followed, her celestial blade casting soft glow on their path as she scanned vigilantly for hidden threats. In the distance, they spotted an ancient stone structure, moss-covered and long forgotten, a possible sanctuary amidst the ruined heart of the woods. As Eric carefully laid Lua down near the ancient stone structure, Seraphina inspected its entrance, her celestial blade's light revealing intricate carvings of long, forgotten guardians. "These symbols," she murmured, "they bear resemblance to those in the heartwood defiled." Meanwhile, Eric tended to Lu's wounds, his heart aching with worry as her crystal pulsed weakly. Eric's concern deepened as Lua failed to stir, her crystal's pulsating rhythm dangerously slow. Seraphina, sensing his unease, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "She's strong, Eric. She'll pull through." Meanwhile, the ancient stone structure loomed larger, its entrance adorned with ominous symbols that seemed to shift in the dim light. "Ah!" As Lua's breath hitched softly, Eric exchanged worried glances with Seraphina, her celestial blade still pulsating gently at her side. "We need to get her inside," he murmured, nodding towards the ancient stone structure that seemed to hum with latent energy. Meanwhile, the woods grew quiet, as if holding its breath. "Ah!" With Lua's safety paramount, Eric carried her towards the ancient stone structure, its towering presence offering hope amidst whispering woods' decay. Seraphina led the way, her celestial blade illuminating the path, revealing more intricate carvings that seemed to echo their own struggle against corruption. As they approached, a heavy door groaned open ominously, as if welcoming them into its depths. As Eric gently laid Lua onto the cool stone floor inside the ancient structure, Seraphina pushed the heavy door closed behind them, sealing out the eerie silence of whispering woods. The air was thick with dust and the weight of ages, as if the very stones held their breath. Eric's celestial blade cast a soft glow on Lua's pale face, his heart aching at her vulnerability. Eric's heart pounded as he examined Lua, her crystal's light barely flickering. Seraphina watched anxiously, her celestial blade casting soft shadows on the ancient walls. "This place, it feels alive," she whispered. Eric's concern for Lua deepened as he watched her labored breaths, her crystal barely flickering like a dying ember. Seraphina moved closer, her celestial blade casting soft shadows on Lua's pale face. "We need to find a way to help her." Meanwhile, the ancient stone structure hummed ominously around them, its walls adorned with mysterious symbols that seemed to pulse in rhythm with Lua's waning life force. In the heavy silence of the ancient structure, Eric felt Lua's pulse flutter beneath his fingertips. Seraphina's celestial blade cast an anxious glow on her pale face. Her life force is waning. Eric looked up at the pulsating symbols etched into the walls. "These runes. They're reacting to her crystal." Eric's fingers traced Lua's crystal, its pulsations mirroring her shallow breaths. Seraphina watched anxiously. "She's connected to this place somehow." Meanwhile, the humming intensity of the runes increased, as if the ancient structure sensed their presence. The air grew heavy with anticipation. Eric's heart raced as Lua's crystal dimmed further, its pulsations barely perceptible. Seraphina's celestial blade flickered nervously, casting anxious shadows on the ancient walls. "We need more light," she whispered, her voice echoing ominously in the vast chamber. As Lua's crystal flickered dangerously low, Eric pressed his hands against it, willing his own life force into hers. Seraphina watched anxiously, her celestial blade pulsating softly as if echoing their shared desperation. The ancient runes on the walls surged brighter, reacting to their increased energy. "Be careful," she warned. Too much could overload her. Meanwhile, the stone floor trembled gently, as if the structure itself was awakening. Eric's breath hitched as Lua's crystal flickered critically low, its pulsations barely discernible. Seraphina's celestial blade trembled, casting anxious shadows on the pulsating runes that seemed to echo Lua's fading life force. The air grew heavy with desperation, each passing moment stretching painfully taut. "Ah!" Eric's heart pounded as Lua's crystal barely flickered, her breaths almost imperceptible. Seraphina's celestial blade quivered, casting anxious shadows on the pulsating runes that seemed to echo Lua's fading life force. As desperation hung heavy in the air, a soft whisper echoed through the ancient structure, "I can help." Ah. Eric's heart leapt as Lua's crystal flickered slightly stronger, her breaths deepening subtly. Seraphina scanned the chamber, celestial blade held ready. "Who are you?" The ethereal figure stepped forward, its form solidifying into an ancient, robed woman with eyes like Lua's crystal. "I am the guardian of this sacred place," she intoned, voice echoing like distant thunder. The ancient woman approached Lua, her ethereal form pulsating with power. "She is connected to this place," she said, eyes glowing like Lua's crystal. Eric reached out, feeling the guardian's energy resonate with Lua's. "Can you save her?" he asked. The ancient woman reached out, her spectral hands glowing as they hovered over Lua's crystal. "Yes," she whispered, "but it will require great sacrifice." Eric's grip tightened on Lua's hand, resolve burning in his eyes. "Do it, bot." "Ah." As Lua's crystal pulsed weakly under the ancient woman's touch, Eric felt her life force stabilizing. The guardian turned to him, her eyes glowing brightly. "Her connection to this place is strong, but she must awaken on her own." Meanwhile, Seraphina watched anxiously, her celestial blade flickering softly in sync with Lua's crystal. Lua's breaths grew steadier under the ancient guardian's care, her crystal's pulsations strengthening subtly. Eric felt a surge of relief, but his concern did not abate as the guardian warned, "She must awaken soon, or she may never return." Seraphina moved closer, her celestial blade casting soft shadows on Lua's pale face, determination etched on hers. As Lua's crystal began to glow brighter, Eric felt her grip tighten around his hand. The ancient woman stepped back, her spectral form flickering briefly before disappearing, leaving behind an echo of her voice. "She is strong. She will awaken." "Ah." Lua's eyelids fluttered open, her gaze meeting Eric's before darting around the ancient chamber. Veer. She began weakly, Seraphina helping her sit up gently. Eric explained their journey into Whispering Wood's heart, the battle against corrupted guardians, and their discovery of this mysterious stone structure. Lua nodded slowly, her crystal pulsating softly as she took in her surroundings. Lua's gaze fell upon the pulsating runes etched into the walls, her crystal resonating with their energy. "These are similar to the heartwood defiled," she murmured, Seraphina nodding in agreement. Eric watched anxiously as Lua reached out towards one of the glowing symbols. "Ah." As Lua's fingers brushed against the pulsating rune, her crystal surged brighter, resonating with the ancient energy. Eric reached out, ready to pull her back if necessary, while Seraphina watched anxiously, her celestial blade humming softly in sync with Lua's power. Suddenly, a vision flooded Lua's mind, images of Whispering Wood's glory days, its guardians protecting the realm from shadow creatures. She gasped, clutching her head as Eric and Seraphina rushed to her side, concern etched on their faces. Lua's vision shifted, revealing Whispering Wood's desolation under shadow corruption. Eric steadied her, whispering, "What did you see?" Meanwhile, Seraphina's celestial blade hummed urgently, sensing Lua's distress. Whispering Woods. It was once glorious, Lua gasped, clinging to Eric. But now, it's falling. Eric's grip tightened on Lua as she gasped through her vision. Seraphina's celestial blade pulsed urgently, sensing Lua's distress. "We must act quickly," Eric declared, determination hardening his voice. Lua took a deep breath, steadying herself as she turned towards Eric and Seraphina. "We need to purify Whispering Woods," she declared, her voice filled with resolve. "But first, we must understand its corruption." She reached out again towards the pulsating runes, this time touching them deliberately. As Lua's fingers connected with the ancient symbols, a surge of energy coursed through her, revealing a hidden pathway glowing faintly on the chamber floor. Eric and Serafina exchanged determined glances before following Lua into the unknown. As Lua led them along the glowing path, Eric couldn't shake an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. The air grew heavier, charged with ancient power and underlying malice. Serafina stayed close, her celestial blade casting soft light on their way, its hum echoing ominously. Suddenly, Lua stopped short, her crystal pulsating wildly as it illuminated a chasm yawning before them. This wasn't here before, she whispered, fear edging her voice. Eric stepped forward, peering into the abyss, his celestial blade's light revealing twisted creatures climbing upwards, their eyes burning with hunger. Shadow spawn, Serafina murmured, dread lacing her tone. They're drawn to darkness and corruption. Ah! Eric's grip tightened on Lua's hand as she recoiled from the abyss, her crystal flickering anxiously. We need to find another way, he urged, his voice steady despite the gnawing unease within him. Serafina moved closer, her celestial blade casting a protective barrier around them as she scanned their surroundings for an alternative path. There! She exclaimed, pointing towards a narrow ledge winding along the chasm's edge. As Eric, Lua, and Serafina navigated the treacherous ledge, the chasm yawned ominously beneath them, its depths echoing with the whispers of shadow creatures climbing ever closer. Lua's crystal flickered nervously, casting anxious shadows on the narrow path ahead. Eric reached back, offering his free hand to Serafina, who took it gratefully, their united front bolstering each other's resolve against the encroaching darkness. Lua glanced at them, her heart swelling with gratitude for their unwavering support before turning her attention back to the precarious journey ahead. Suddenly, Lua's crystal surged brighter, its light revealing a hidden entrance carved into the chasm wall just ahead. There! She gasped, pointing towards it, hope flickering in her voice. Eric nodded, guiding them carefully towards this potential sanctuary amidst Whispering Wood's corruption. Zoo. As Lua approached the hidden entrance, her crystal's light revealed intricate carvings of ancient guardians, their forms echoing those from her vision. Eric and Serafina exchanged hopeful glances, their united front bolstered by this sign of Whispering Wood's former might. Behind them, shadow creatures howled in frustration, their climb slowed by the narrow ledge. As Lua pushed open the heavy stone door, it groaned ominously, revealing a long, forgotten chamber bathed in an eerie green glow. Eric and Serafina followed her inside, their breaths echoing softly in the vast, silent space. What is this place? Eric whispered, his celestial blade casting silver light on ancient artifacts scattered about. As Lua's eyes scanned the chamber, she noticed an intricate pedestal at its center, bearing a familiar heart-shaped carving that pulsed in rhythm with her crystal. Eric approached it warily, his blade casting silver tendrils across the stone surface. This feels like the work of the same craftsmanship as those pedestals outside, he murmured. Suddenly, Serafina's wings unfurled, sensing a shift in the air. We're not alone here, she cautioned, her eyes narrowing as shadows stirred in the far corners of the chamber. As Lua stepped towards the pedestal, her crystal pulsed brighter, acknowledging an unseen presence within the stonework. Eric's grip tightened on his blade as he noticed subtle shifts in the shadows, hinting at a silent watcher. Lua, he whispered. Your crystal. It's reacting differently here. Serafina, her eyes fixed on the dark corners, suddenly exclaimed, There! I saw something move. a form began to materialize from the darkness, taking shape as an ethereal figure, an ancient guardian of whispering woods, its eyes glowing with emerald light. The ethereal guardian regarded them silently, its eyes reflecting Lua's crystal as if mirroring its pulsation. "Who dares disturb our slumber?" it asked, voice echoing like distant thunder. Eric stepped forward, blade held ready. "We come seeking understanding," he declared, to restore balance to whispering woods. The guardian's gaze swept over them, pausing briefly on Seraphina before nodding towards Lua. "Only she may attempt the trial of light," it pronounced. Lua stepped towards the guardian, her crystal pulsing with renewed vigor. "What trial do you speak of?" she asked, her voice steady despite the pounding of her heart. The guardian's eyes bore into hers as it spoke. "A test of light and understanding, to prove your worth in restoring balance." Eric moved closer to Lua, his blade still drawn. "We stand together," he asserted, glancing at Seraphina, who nodded in agreement. The guardian's form shimmered, its voice resonating as it began the trial. "Choose wisely, child of light." Lua's heart pounded as she saw before her 3 floating orbs, one pure white, another pulsating with Lua's crystal's glow, and the last, a dark, menacing sphere. Eric's hand found hers, steadying her resolve. Seraphina watched intently from the shadows, her wings tucked close, feeling an unexplainable connection to this trial of light. Lua took a deep breath, her eyes scanning the 3 orbs, knowing one wrong choice could spell disaster. Eric's thumb brushed hers, a silent promise of support. Seraphina's wings ruffled softly, mirroring Lua's anticipation. Lua's fingers trembled as she reached for one of the floating orbs, her heart pounding like a drum in her ears. Eric watched her with unwavering support, his celestial blade still drawn, ready to defend her if needed. Seraphina, hidden in the shadows, felt an inexplicable pull towards the white orb, its purity resonating with something deep within her. Lua's fingers brushed against the pulsating orb, her crystal's glow intensifying as it resonated with the trial's power. Eric's grip tightened on his blade, ready for whatever consequences their choice might bring forth. Seraphina's eyes widened as she watched Lua select the orb that mirrored her own light, feeling a sudden surge of understanding and unity. Lua's fingers closed around the pulsating orb as its light enveloped her, revealing visions of whispering woods' past glories and present desolation. Eric watched in awe, his blade flickering with reflected radiance, while Seraphina felt an unseen bond strengthen within her. The ethereal guardian nodded solemnly. "You have chosen wisely, child of light." Lua's eyes fluttered open, the visions from the orb still vivid in her mind. Eric's concerned gaze met hers. "Are you alright?" he asked softly. Seraphina emerged from the shadows, her voice resonating with newfound purpose. "Wubby must hurry. The woods, fate hangs in the balance." The ethereal guardian gestured towards a dimly lit tunnel. "Follow this path to the heart of whispering woods." Ah. Lua took Eric's hand, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I'm ready." Seraphina nodded, leading them into the tunnel as its walls seemed to whisper secrets long forgotten. As they delved deeper, roots snaked out from the ceiling, pulsating with an otherworldly light that mirrored Lua's crystal. As Lua, Eric, and Serafina ventured deeper into the tunnel, the air grew colder, heavy with an unseen presence. Lua's crystal pulsed rhythmically, its light casting eerie shadows on the rough, hewn walls adorned with ancient symbols that seemed to dance under their gaze. Eric's hand tightened around Lua's, his grip steady and reassuring despite the chill that seeped into their bones. Lua's steps faltered as her crystal's pulsations grew more insistent, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. Eric steadied her, his voice low. "What do you see?" Serafina paused, her ears pricking towards an unheard sound echoing through the tunnel. The air shimmered ahead, and a figure materialized from the shadows, another guardian, its eyes burning with an intense light. Zoot. Lua's heart pounded as she faced the ethereal guardian, its eyes blazing like twin suns. Eric stepped beside her, his voice echoing with newfound resolve. "We come seeking balance, not confrontation." Serafina remained silent, her gaze locked onto the guardian's pulsing orbs. The guardian regarded them calmly, then spoke in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Answer this riddle, and you may pass. What has roots as nobody sees, is taller than trees, up it goes, and yet never grows." Lua's mind raced with possible answers to the guardian's riddle, her crystal pulsing in sync with its rhythm. Eric's brow furrowed in concentration, his grip on Lua's hand unyielding. Serafina's eyes widened briefly before she stepped forward. "A mountain," she declared softly. The guardian's eyes softened at Serafina's answer, their light dimming to a gentle glow. "Well spoken, child of the woods," it acknowledged, its form beginning to dissipate, revealing a hidden entrance behind it. As they stepped through, Lua's crystal pulsed stronger than ever, casting eerie shadows on the walls now adorned with intricate murals depicting ancient battles between light and darkness. As Lua, Eric, and Serafina ventured deeper into the chamber, the air grew heavy with anticipation. The intricate murals seemed to watch their every step, their stories whispering secrets only the wind could hear. Before them loomed an immense stone slab, its surface etched with a pulsating heart-shaped carving that matched Lua's crystal exactly. Lua approached the stone slab, her crystal pulsing in rhythm with the heart-shaped carving, its glow casting eerie shadows on her face. Eric watched her intently, his hand resting lightly on his sword's pommel, ever vigilant. Serafina stepped closer to Lua, her eyes reflecting concern as she whispered, "This is a test of your connection, Lua." The air grew colder, heavier, and the whispers from the murals seemed to grow louder, more insistent. Lua reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing against the stone slab's cool surface. Eric's breath hitched as Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, its light piercing the darkness like a beacon. Serafina's gaze flicked between Lua and the carving. "Be careful, Lua," she urged softly. As Lua's fingers pressed against the stone slab, the heart-shaped carving seemed to pulse faster, mirroring her racing heartbeat. Eric's grip tightened on his sword, eyes scanning the chamber warily for any unseen threat. Serafina's voice cut through the tension. "Lua, trust your instincts," she advised, her gaze locked onto Lua's face. As Lua's fingers pressed harder against the pulsating stone slab, the air crackled with energy, raising the hairs on Eric's arms. He stepped closer, his breath visible in the frigid air. "Lua, what do you feel?" Meanwhile, Seraphina's eyes widened as she watched Lu's crystal glow brighter still, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance with life. As Lua's fingers pressed against the pulsating stone slab, she felt an unseen force surge through her veins, resonating with her crystal's heartbeat. Eric's eyes narrowed, sensing the chamber's walls trembling slightly as if awakening from slumber. Seraphina stepped back, her gaze flickering between Lua and the now glowing murals that seemed to depict Lua herself. As Lua's fingers pressed against the pulsating stone slab, she felt whispers from the murals intensify, their ancient voices merging with her own thoughts. Eric's breath fogged in the freezing air as he watched Lua's crystal pulse, in sync with the carving, his heart pounding in echo. Seraphina's eyes darted between Lua and a mural depicting a figure eerily similar to Lua, wielding a glowing crystal. As Lua's fingers pressed deeper into the stone, the heart-shaped carving suddenly sank, plunging her arm up to the elbow into the slab. Eric lunged forward, catching Lua before she could lose balance, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared alarm. Meanwhile, Seraphina gasped as the mural depicting Lua began to crumble, revealing a hidden doorway behind it. As Lua's arm sank deeper into the stone slab, she felt an immense pressure building within her, threatening to consume her. Eric's strong arms wrapped around her, pulling her back as he kicked at the crumbling mural, revealing a dark entrance that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Seraphina, her heart pounding, whispered, "We've awakened something. And it doesn't want us here." As Lua's arm was swallowed by the stone slab, her crystal pulsated erratically, casting chaotic shadows around the chamber. Eric, gripping his sword tighter, felt the air grow colder still, as if the very life force of Whispering Woods was being drained. Seraphina's gaze darted between Lua and the crumbling mural, realization dawning in her eyes. Lua's crystal pulsated wildly, its light flickering like a dying flame. Eric's grip on her tightened as he felt an unseen force trying to wrench her away. Seraphina stepped back, her voice barely above a whisper. "We must retreat. This power, it's too great." Ought. With Eric's support, Lua wrenched her arm free from the stone slab, just as it expelled a wave of dark energy, sending them sprawling. Seraphina, shielded by a hastily cast barrier, watched in horror as the ancient murals shattered, releasing swirling shadows that began to coalesce into twisted forms. "We've awoken the Heartwood's darkness," she gasped. Eric, heart pounding, helped Lua stand as she clutched her pulsating crystal. Seraphina's barrier flickered, struggling against the encroaching shadows that now filled the chamber. "We can't fight this here," Eric grunted, eyeing the twisted forms coalescing around them. Lua's crystal flickered ominously as they backed away from the writhing shadows, Eric's grip on his sword never wavering. Seraphina, her brow furrowed in concentration, managed to keep their path clear with a narrow, trembling barrier. "We need to reach the surface," she panted. "There's something wrong here." As Lua's crystal cast eerie pulsations, Eric's grip on her hand tightened, guiding them through Seraphina's faltering barrier. The walls seemed to close in as the shadows twisted into monstrous forms, their whispers echoing menacingly. "One need light," Lua gasped, her eyes scanning the chamber for any source. Seraphina's barrier faltered, allowing tendrils of darkness to snake around them like writhing vines. Eric slashed at the shadows with his sword, but it passed through them harmlessly, sending shivers down their spines. Lua clutched her crystal tightly, feeling its pulsations quicken in response to the encroaching malice. As Lua's crystal pulsated wildly, Eric scooped her up into his arms, racing towards an archway that seemed to beckon them with its faint glow. Seraphina stumbled after them, her eyes wide with fear as she struggled to maintain the crumbling barrier. "That way!" she cried, pointing at the archway as shadows began to spill through the cracks in her failing protection. In the archway's recess, they found a narrow staircase spiraling upwards into darkness. Eric set Lua down gently, his heart pounding in time with her crystal's urgent rhythm. "We climb," he declared, drawing his sword to cut through the shadows that now filled the stairwell like a living tide. Eric's sword sang as he cut through the shadows, their tendrils recoiling from his blade like water from hot iron. Lua's crystal cast eerie patterns on the stone walls, illuminating their way up the spiraling staircase. Seraphina stumbled behind them, her breath ragged. This is not right," she gasped, feeling a deep chill that seemed to seep into her very soul. "Ah." As Eric's blade cleared their path, Lua felt her crystal's pulsations synchronizing with his heartbeat. Seraphina faltered, collapsing against the wall as they reached a landing, her face pale and beads of sweat dotting her forehead. I can't," she gasped. "It's too cold, too dark." Eric paused, concern etched on his face. "We need you, Seraphina. We can't leave you behind." "Ah." Seraphina's teeth chattered as she struggled to rise. I'm sorry," she whispered, clutching Eric's outstretched hand. Lua's crystal pulsed urgently, illuminating the next flight of stairs leading upwards into uncertain light. Above them, an ominous rumble echoed through the stones, hinting at a looming collapse. "Ah." Eric's heart raced as he urged them forward. "We must hurry." The staircase groaned ominously, stone fragments cascading down from above. Lua's crystal flickered wildly, its light dancing on the crumbling walls like desperate flames in a storm. Seraphina stumbled again, her breath misting in the sudden cold that seemed to bite deeper with each step. I can't feel my fingers," she stammered, fear widening her eyes as she looked at her numb hands. Eric's sword sliced through the shadows, revealing another landing, but Lua's crystal flickered ominously, as if sensing something amiss. Seraphina leaned heavily against him, her breath shallow and rapid. "I think I'm losing my magic," she whispered, fear etched on her face. As Lua's crystal dimmed, Eric felt a chill crawl up his spine, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Seraphina's breath hitched. "Eric, something. It feels like we're being watched." Her eyes darted nervously around the landing, shadows dancing menacingly in their periphery. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the stones, not from above but below. The staircase groaned ominously, as if awakened by some unseen force. Lua's crystal flickered wildly, its light casting frantic patterns on the crumbling walls, reflecting their rising panic. As the rumble intensified, the landing trembled violently, sending them sprawling. Eric's sword clattered out of reach, lost amidst the shadows. Lua's crystal, now barely flickering, cast eerie glimpses of a monstrous form rising from the depths below. "Look!" Serafina cried, pointing at the emerging creature, her voice echoing ominously in the confined space. Its body was a writhing mass of darkness, eyes like twin abysses, boring into them with malevolent intent. Eric's heart pounded as he realized this was no mere shadow, it was the heartwood defiled made flesh. Ah! Eric's breath hitched as he watched the heartwood defiled materialize before them, its form shifting like liquid night. Lua clutched her crystal weakly, its light barely enough to illuminate their terrified faces. Serafina leaned against Eric for support, her voice barely above a whisper. "What do we do now?" As Eric's mind raced as he assessed their dire situation. The heartwood defiled loomed over them, its writhing form blocking their path upward. Below, the staircase groaned ominously, threatening collapse. He turned to Lua and Serafina, determination etched on his face. "We can't fight it here. We need to find another way." Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, her strength waning as Serafina slumped against Eric, her breath shallow. "We need to go back," Lua whispered, fear etched on her face. Eric's gaze darted between the towering defiled and the crumbling stairs, his mind racing for a solution. Eric's mind flashed back to Lua's visions. She might know another path. "Lua," he said urgently, "think. Where else did your crystal lead you?" Serafina leaned on him, her eyes fluttering closed. Lua's eyes widened as she remembered a hidden chamber from her vision. There was another path. She pointed weakly towards the wall behind them. Eric's breath caught as he turned to the wall, spotting faint carvings hidden behind the shadows. "Lua, your crystal," he urged, hope surging within him. Lua weakly held up her glowing artifact, illuminating intricate runes that danced under their gaze, revealing a concealed doorway. Serafina stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she followed Eric's gaze, a whisper of relief escaping her lips. Eric's heart pounded as he pushed open the creaking door, revealing a narrow passage sloping downwards into darkness. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, its light barely enough to illuminate their way. Serafina clung to Eric's arm, her voice barely audible. "This feels like walking into a tomb." "Ah." Eric led them down the treacherous slope, Lua's crystal casting feeble glows on crumbling walls, as Serafina's breath echoed ominously in the confined space. Suddenly, Lua stopped, her eyes widening at an inscription illuminated by her fading light. "The Heart of Whispers," she whispered. Eric traced the ancient inscription with his fingers, feeling an echo of power resonating beneath them. "This could lead us back," he murmured, hope kindling in his eyes. Lua nodded weakly, her crystal pulsating in response to the runes. Seraphina leaned against Eric, her voice barely a whisper. "But what awaits us there?" Eric's resolve hardened as he led them onwards, Lua's crystal casting faint glows on the ancient walls adorned with more mysterious inscriptions. Seraphina stumbled, her breath ragged. "We're going deeper. What if there's no way back?" Her voice echoed ominously in the confined space. As Lua's crystal pulsed feebly, casting eerie shadows on the crumbling walls, Eric paused, listening intently. The distant rumble seemed fainter now, as if the heartwood defileds anger had been momentarily appeased by their escape into this hidden passage. Seraphina leaned heavily against him, her breath coming in shallow gasps. "Do you think it followed us?" she whispered. Eric's gaze swept the darkness ahead before he replied, his voice low. "I don't know, but we can't stop here." He helped Lua stand upright as her crystal flickered weakly, its light barely enough to illuminate their way. "We must keep moving until we find a safe place to rest and regroup." "Ah." Eric led them cautiously deeper into the passage, Lua's crystal casting flickering glows on ancient murals depicting long, forgotten rituals. Seraphina traced the intricate patterns with her fingers, murmuring, "These seem familiar, like echoes of my dreams." The air grew heavier, damp with an unseen presence that made their breaths mist in the cold. Suddenly, Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, its rhythm echoing ominously as if responding to some unseen force. Eric halted, listening intently for any change in the distant rumble. It was closer now, insistent, like a heartbeat pounding against the walls. Eric's heart pounded in sync with Lua's crystal, his grip tightening on his sword as they approached a fork in the passage. The left path seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light, while the right was shrouded in darkness. Seraphina hesitated, her eyes darting between the two paths. "Which way?" she whispered, trusting their guidance. Eric studied Lua's face, her furrowed brow indicating uncertainty. "Lua, your crystal," he prompted softly, knowing it held secrets they couldn't decipher alone. The crystal pulsed weakly, its light flickering towards the dark path, before wavering uncertainly. As Lua's crystal flickered uncertainly between the two paths, Eric turned to Seraphina for her intuition. Her eyes closed. She reached out with senses beyond the physical, feeling a pull from the dark path that sent shivers down her spine. "We should go this way," she said softly, pointing towards the darkness. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly in agreement. Eric nodded, his grip tightening on his sword as he led them into the shadows. The air grew colder, heavier with an ancient power that seemed to resonate through their very bones. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina ventured deeper into the dark passage, Lua's crystals suddenly pulsed with urgent intensity, casting stark shadows that revealed an immense stone door looming before them. Carvings etched into its surface seemed to depict a battle between light and darkness, sending a shiver down their spines. Eric approached the door, tracing the carvings with his fingers, feeling an inexplicable connection to the scene. "These images, they remind me of the visions I had when my crystal first activated," Lua whispered, her voice barely audible in the oppressive silence. Seraphina nodded solemnly. "It's like we're being drawn into a story that's already been written." Zah. Eric pressed his hands against the stone door, feeling an electric shock course through him as its ancient power recognized his touch. The door groaned open slowly, revealing a vast chamber filled with spectral lights dancing like trapped souls. Lua's crystal pulsed in rhythm with the lights, casting eerie glows on their faces as they stepped inside. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which rested an enormous heart-shaped gemstone throbbing with dark energy. Its pulsations echoed through them, resonating with the shadows lurking at the edge of their vision. Seraphina gasped. The heartwood defiled, it's real. As Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with the gemstone, Eric felt an unsettling resonance deep within him. Seraphina stepped back, her hand clutching at her amulet, eyes wide with unease. "We shouldn't be here," she murmured, voice barely above a whisper. Suddenly, spectral lights flickered wildly as if disturbed by her words. Shadows coalesced, forming twisted creatures that snarled menacingly around them. Eric drew his sword, its steel gleaming in the sudden darkness, as he positioned himself protectively between Lua and Seraphina. "Stay close," he growled, eyes scanning the encroaching shadows. Eric's blade sliced through the first shadow creature, its form dissipating into dark motes that dissipated into nothingness. Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, casting harsh light on their surroundings as more creatures emerged from the shadows. Seraphina summoned a barrier, her eyes focused with determination. "We need to find a way out of here." Eric's blade sang through the air, each strike echoing like thunder as he fought to protect Lua and Seraphina. The shadow creatures pressed in, their numbers seemingly endless, driven by the pulsating power of the heartwood defiled. As Lua's crystal cast ever brighter glows, illuminating the chamber's distant corners, she caught sight of a faintly glowing rune etched into the floor near the pedestal. "Look!" Lua cried out, pointing towards the rune. Eric glanced briefly, understanding her intention. He redoubled his efforts, carving a path towards it as Seraphina's barrier faltered under the relentless assault. "Ah!" Eric reached the rune as Lua's crystal pulsed frantically, its light casting stark shadows on his face. With one final glance at Seraphina holding her barrier against the surging shadows, he activated the rune. The chamber trembled, and a hidden doorway slid open behind them, revealing a narrow escape route. "Go!" Eric roared, ushering Lua and Seraphina through as he held off the encroaching darkness. As Lua and Seraphina scrambled through the doorway, Eric's final desperate swing sent him hurtling after them, shadows snapping at his heels. The door slammed shut behind them, sealing off the chamber with an ominous boom. They found themselves in a dimly lit corridor, its walls lined with dusty artifacts and faded tapestries depicting forgotten wars. Lua's crystal dimmed, leaving them in near darkness as they caught their breath. Eric's heart pounded from the chase, but relief washed over him seeing Lua and Seraphina unharmed. Seraphina's eyes adjusted, discerning faint runes etched into the corridor walls, whispering secrets of ages past. She reached out, tracing them, feeling a pulse of power echo through her fingertips. Eric's breath echoed in the stillness as he turned back towards the pulsating door, sword at the ready. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, casting just enough light for him to make out her anxious face. "We must keep moving," Seraphina whispered, her voice barely audible yet commanding. The corridor stretched out before them, its end lost in darkness. Eric took point, his eyes scanning the corridor for any signs of pursuit. Lua's crystal offered little light now, just enough to see a few paces ahead. Seraphina fell into step behind him, her mind racing with deciphering the runes etched into the walls. "These are warnings," she murmured, about what lies ahead. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. As Eric led them deeper, Lua's crystal dimmed further until it was little more than an ember's glow. Seraphina shivered, wrapping her cloak tighter as the air grew colder and heavier with each step. Suddenly, Eric halted, his breath misting in the frigid air. "What is it?" Lua whispered, her voice barely audible. Eric's senses tingled as he detected an unnatural stillness ahead. The corridor opened into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness, filled with an eerie silence that seemed to absorb sound. Lua's fading crystal cast feeble rays onto glistening walls adorned with more ancient tapestries, their subjects twisted and grotesque. Eric's heart pounded as he stepped cautiously onto the cavern floor, Lua's dying crystal casting eerie shadows on the glistening stone. Seraphina gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of the vast expanse and the grotesque tapestries adorning its walls. "Those figures. They're from the Heartwood Defiled's dark history," she whispered, her voice echoing ominously in the cavernous chamber. Eric's eyes narrowed as he spotted movement among the twisted tapestries, shadows detaching themselves, growing larger, more defined. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, barely illuminating their approach. Seraphina tensed, her fingers tracing protective runes in the air. "They're corrupted," she whispered, "like the guardians we faced before." Eric's grip tightened on his sword as he assessed their foes, shadows coalescing into twisted parodies of once noble guardians. Lua, her crystal barely aglow, seemed to shrink beside him. "We face them together," Eric murmured, earning a faint smile from Lua before she nodded determinedly. Seraphina stepped forward, her hands aglow with protective runes. "Stay close, we'll need every advantage." As Lua's crystal offered little more than a faint, dying ember's glow, Eric squinted into the cavern's darkness, trying to discern any further movement among the twisted tapestries. Seraphina stepped closer to Lua, her arm wrapping protectively around the young mage as she whispered an incantation under her breath, her hands weaving a soft, ethereal light that seemed to cling to Lua like a warm, gentle glow. Eric's breath misted as he strained to see further into the cavern. Lua's crystal offering little more than a dying ember's faint glow. He could hear Lua's ragged breathing beside him, her fear palpable despite Seraphina's protective light. Suddenly, Eric caught sight of a glimmer in the darkness, something metallic reflecting Lua's fading light. Eric's heart pounded as he squinted towards the glimmer, Lua's crystal casting barely enough light to discern its source. Seraphina's breath hitched when she saw it too, her protective glow flickering in response to their shared unease. Suddenly, Eric recognized the object, an ornate hilt protruding from a slab of stone, its gemstone pommel pulsating with the same dark energy as the Heartwood Defiled. He exchanged a glance with Lua and Seraphina, knowing they needed that sword if they were to stand any chance against what lay ahead. Ah. Eric's calloused fingers wrapped around the hilt, feeling an unsettling warmth as he drew the sword from the stone. Its edge hummed softly, resonating with Lua's crystal, which flickered briefly before dimming further. Seraphina's eyes widened at the sight of runes etched into the blade, whispering secrets only she could understand. Zah. Eric, Lua, and Seraphina advanced cautiously, their eyes darting from the shadows coalescing around them to the ominous sword Eric now carried. Its dark energy seemed to fuel the gathering corruption, the air growing heavier with each step they took. Suddenly, Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, revealing a massive figure blocking their path, another corrupted guardian, its form writhing with darkness. Ah. Eric's breath hitched as he beheld the towering guardian, its form writhing with dark tendrils echoing the pulsating gem on his new sword. Lua's crystal flared, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance menacingly around them. Seraphina stepped forward, her voice steady despite her racing heart. We stand together. We face this darkness as one on. Eric's grip tightened on the sword as he readied himself for battle. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly in her hand, its light barely enough to see by, yet it seemed to fuel Eric's resolve. Seraphina stepped back, her eyes scanning the guardian, seeking any sign of weakness or understanding. "Remember," she whispered, "we've faced worse together." Eric's heart pounded as he lunged at the guardian, its darkness recoiling from his new sword's edge. Lua's crystal flared briefly before dimming again, but Seraphina's protective light surged, enveloping them in its ethereal glow. Eric's sword sang through the air, its dark edge clashing against the guardian's writhing tendrils. But for every shadow sliced away, two more seemed to take its place. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, casting intermittent light on Seraphina's strained expression as she maintained their barrier, her brow furrowed in concentration. The cavern trembled around them, echoes of their struggle resonating ominously. Ah! Eric's blade bit deep into the guardian, yet it seemed to fuel its darkness rather than vanquish it. Seraphina's breath grew ragged as she fought to maintain their barrier against the cavern's growing malevolence. Lua, her crystal barely glowing, whispered an ancient incantation under her breath, hoping to turn the tide. Lua's incantation echoed through the cavern, her voice resonating with ancient power as she tried to turn the tide against the unyielding guardian. Eric pressed his attack, but the sword seemed to grow heavier in his hands, its dark energy sapping his strength. Seraphina's barrier flickered dangerously, her eyes wide with effort and fear. Suddenly, Lua's crystal pulsed brilliantly, its light illuminating a rune carved into the cavern floor at their feet, glowing with the same power as Lua's incantation. Eric's heart pounded as he realized what they needed to do. Eric's heart raced as he traced the rune with his sword tip, its dark energy pulsating like Lua's crystal. Seraphina caught her breath, understanding their plan, and reinforced their barrier. Lua, her voice steady, chanted louder, "Ancient power, bind this darkness." As Eric's blade traced the final curve of the rune, its pulsation sensed with Lua's crystal, amplifying her incantation. Seraphina felt the cavern shake as their combined power surged against the Guardian. In a flash of blinding light, the Guardian froze, its darkness recoiling from the sudden onslaught. As the last syllable of Lua's incantation echoed through the cavern, Eric drove his sword into the rune, unleashing a wave of dark energy that struck the Guardian with irresistible force. Seraphina gasped as the barrier around them shattered, her strength spent in channeling their power. The Guardian shattered into shards of darkness, which dissipated like smoke on the wind. Eric, Lua, and Seraphina stood victorious but wary, their breaths echoing in the sudden silence. As Lua's crystal dimmed once more, they realized they were not alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. The figure stepped closer, revealing themselves as an ancient elf, his eyes reflecting centuries of wisdom and sorrow. Eric tensed, hand still on his sword, while Lua's crystal flickered nervously. "I am Elende," he said, voice echoing softly, "keeper of Whisper's history. You've unleashed great power here." His gaze fell upon the now dormant rune. Elende's gaze shifted from the rune to Lua's crystal, his brow furrowing with concern. "Sat power. It echoes through time, seeking balance," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Eric sheathed his sword, turning fully towards Elende, curiosity piqued. Seraphina, still recovering her strength, leaned on her staff, her eyes fixed on the ancient elf. Elende's eyes narrowed as he studied Lua's crystal, his fingers tracing an intricate pattern in the air, mirroring the rune on the cavern floor. "The power you've awakened, it is not without cost," he warned gravely. Eric exchanged a worried glance with Seraphina, their earlier triumph replaced by unease. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly as Elende's warning hung heavy in the air, casting an eerie glow on their worried faces. Seraphina, regaining her strength, stepped forward. "What cost, Ancient One? What have we awakened?" Eric's hand hovered near his sword, uncertainty gnawing at him. Elende's gaze turned distant, as if peering into another time. The Heartwood Defiled was once a beacon of life, now it's a shadow's playground. Eric's heart pounded with anticipation. Lua's crystal flickered nervously in her grasp. Seraphina leaned in, eager for Elende's wisdom. Elende's voice dropped to a near whisper. "The cost is a piece of your essence, given willingly to restore balance." Lua gasped, her crystal pulsing weakly as she clutched it tighter. Eric's hand fell away from his sword, shock etched on his face. Seraphina's breath hitched as Elende's words sank in, her grip tightening on her staff. "What do you mean, a piece of our essence?" Eric stepped closer to Lua protectively, her crystal flickering weakly in her trembling hand. Each time the heartwood defiled is confronted, a part of those who face it becomes trapped. Elend explained, sadness weighing heavy on his ancient features. It's how the shadows maintain their power. Ah. Eric's protectiveness surged. He stepped between Lua and Elend. What must we do? Serafina's breath hitched, her knuckles white on her staff as she braced herself for Olinda's response. Elenda's gaze softened at Eric's display of courage. To restore balance, you must confront the heartwood defiled again, he said, voice steady despite the gravity of his words. But be swift, prolonged exposure accelerates the darkness claim. Eric's mind raced, weighing their options against Elenda's dire warning. Lua's crystal flickered ominously, its dim light casting eerie shadows on her determined face. Serafina leaned heavily on her staff, fear and resolve warring within her as she prepared to follow Eric's lead. Can we save ourselves from this fate? Lua asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Elenda's expression remained somber, his ancient eyes reflecting the weight of centuries past. Your path is uncertain, but hope remains, he replied enigmatically, gesturing towards an unseen exit behind them. Eric's mind whirled with questions, but he knew one thing for certain, they couldn't leave Lua's essence to the darkness indefinitely. Serafina, her breath ragged, leaned on Eric for support, fearing what lay ahead yet trusting in their united strength. Lua, cradling her dimming crystal, voiced their shared concern. How long do we have? Elenda's ancient eyes met hers, a hint of compassion in his gaze. Time is fleeting, the shadows grow bolder with each passing moment. Eric's resolve hardened. He turned to Lua, taking her hand gently yet firmly. We'll face this together, he vowed, his thumb brushing against the fading crystal. Serafina nodded, steeling herself for what was to come. Elend watched them, a glimmer of hope in his ancient eyes. Eric, Lua, and Serafina exchanged determined glances before setting off towards the unseen exit, Elenda's warning echoing ominously in their minds. The passageway sloped upwards, the air growing colder and heavier as they ascended. Lua's crystal casting feeble rays on glistening walls adorned with more twisted tapestries depicting dark rituals. As they reached the top of the stairs, Eric paused, his heart pounding in his ears. Before them lay a vast chamber filled with writhing shadows that seemed to coalesce into forms, their eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, its power waning as if sensing the impending confrontation. Eric's breath misted in the frigid air as he surveyed the chamber, his grip tightening on Lua's hand. Serafina stepped closer, her staff's runes glowing softly against the encroaching darkness. We stand together, she whispered, determination burning in her eyes. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, its light casting eerie shadows on her face as she nodded resolutely. Together, she echoed, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her heart. Eric took a deep breath, his resolve unwavering as he led them into the chamber. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, its light barely illuminating their path. Seraphina's staff began to hum softly, its runes glowing brighter in response to her will. As Eric led them deeper, Lua's crystal flickered wildly, casting eerie patterns on the writhing shadows that seemed to grow more defined with every step. Seraphina gasped as she recognized some of the twisted figures from ancient lore, her heart pounding in fear and fascination. The chamber trembled ominously, as if the very air resonated with their presence. Eric's sword sang as it left its sheath, its blade gleaming weakly with Lua's fading crystal light. Seraphina whispered an incantation, her staff glowing brighter against the encroaching shadows. "Stay close," Eric murmured, his voice barely audible yet filled with determination. The writhing forms ahead seemed to pause, as if sensing their resolves. Eric's heart pounded as he led them deeper into the chamber, Lua's crystal flickering wildly like a dying ember. Seraphina's breath hitched when she saw twisted figures from ancient texts looming larger in the shadows, her staff's runes pulsing urgently. The air grew colder still, the very atmosphere heavy with malevolence. Eric's sword sang as it left its sheath, its blade gleaming weakly with Lua's fading crystal light. Seraphina whispered an incantation, her staff glowing brighter against the encroaching shadows. "Stay close," Eric murmured, his voice barely audible yet filled with determination. The writhing forms ahead seemed to pause, as if sensing their resolve. Then, with a sudden surge, they lunged forward, shadow tendrils reaching out like skeletal fingers. Eric's blade danced, deflecting the shadows even as new ones took their place. Seraphina's staff whipped through the air, leaving trails of light that momentarily dissipated the darkness. As shadows recoiled from Eric's blade, they reformed with renewed vigor, their eyes burning brighter in the dim light. Seraphina gasped as one tendril snaked towards Lua, but Eric spun, intercepting it mid-air. "We need to find its source," he grit out, parrying another tendril. Seraphina's eyes darted around the chamber, seeking any pattern or weakness in the writhing shadows. "There!" she exclaimed, pointing towards a pulsating darkness at the chamber's heart. Eric nodded grimly, steering them towards it, Lua's crystal casting eerie rays on their tense faces. As they approached, the shadows seemed to recoil slightly, as if sensing their intent. The air grew colder still, an oppressive force pressing down upon them like a physical weight. At its center stood a twisted figure, its form writhing with darkness, eyes burning like embers, the heart of the corruption. Eric's breath misted as he stared down the corrupted figure, Lua's crystal casting eerie shadows on its writhing form. Seraphina stepped forward, her staff held aloft, as runes along its length began to hum ominously. "Together," she whispered, eyes locked onto the heart of darkness. Eric's heart pounded like a war drum as he raised his sword, its blade shimmering with Lua's waning crystal light. Seraphina's breath hitched, her staff pulsing in rhythm with the ancient power coursing through her veins. "Now," Eric growled, lunging at the corrupted figure with Lua and Seraphina at his sides. "Ah!" As Eric's blade clashed with the corrupted figure's darkness, Lua felt an irresistible pull towards it, her crystal pulsating wildly. Seraphina cried out as tendrils snaked around her staff, threatening to extinguish its light. "Ah!" As Lua's hand neared the pulsating void, she felt an icy tendril wrap around her wrist, its touch like a freezing vice. Eric's blade danced, severing the tendril as Seraphina called upon ancient magic, her staff glowing brighter against the encroaching darkness. Eric's blade sang as it danced around Lua, deflecting shadows that threatened her. Seraphina's breath caught in her throat, as she saw tendrils snaking towards Eric, her staff lashing out like a viper to intercept them. As Eric's blade clashed against the corrupted figure's darkness, Lua felt an irresistible force pulling her closer, her crystal pulsing wildly like a beacon in the night. Seraphina's staff glowed brighter, its runes casting intricate patterns on the icy walls as she channeled ancient power to bolster their defenses. As Lua's fingers brushed against the pulsating darkness, she gasped at its icy touch, her crystal resonating wildly with the corrupt energy. Eric redoubled his efforts, blade whirling as shadows swarmed their position like angry hornets. Seraphina's staff crackled with ancient power, her voice rising in an incantation that threatened to shatter the very air around them. As Lua's fingers brushed against the pulsating darkness, she gasped at its icy touch, her crystal resonating wildly with the corrupt energy. Eric redoubled his efforts, blade whirling as shadows swarmed their position like angry hornets. Seraphina's staff crackled with ancient power, her voice rising in an incantation that threatened to shatter the very air around them. Ah! As Lua's fingers grazed the pulsating darkness, she shuddered at its numbing touch, her crystal flaring wildly before flickering weakly. Eric parried shadows that seemed to multiply with every strike, his breath ragged from the relentless onslaught. Seraphina's incantation reached a crescendo, staff pulsing with raw power as she unleashed a shockwave of ancient magic, momentarily dissipating the encroaching darkness. Eric's blade clashed against the corrupted figure's darkness, sparks flying like tiny stars in the frigid air. Lua felt an irresistible force pulling her closer, her crystal pulsating wildly as if drawn to the heart of the corruption. Seraphina's staff glowed brighter, its runes casting intricate patterns on the icy walls as she channeled ancient power to bolster their defenses. As Lua's hand neared the pulsating void, she hesitated, fearing what awaited her within its grasp. Eric noticed her faltering, his voice steady yet laced with concern. Together, he reminded her, his gaze locking onto hers. Seraphina stepped closer, her staff held out before them like a barrier against the encroaching shadows. With newfound resolve, Lua reached out, her fingers brushing against the pulsating darkness. A jolt of cold surged through her, her crystal flaring wildly before dimming once more. Eric redoubled his efforts, blade whirling as shadows swarmed their position like angry hornets. Seraphina's incantation reached a fever pitch, staff pulsing with raw power that seemed to warp reality itself. As Lua's fingers brushed against the pulsating darkness, she gasped at its icy touch, her crystal resonating wildly with the corrupt energy. Eric redoubled his efforts, blade whirling as shadows swarmed their position like angry hornets. Seraphina's staff crackled with ancient power, her voice rising in an incantation that threatened to shatter the very air around them. As Lua's fingers grazed the pulsating darkness, she felt an icy tendril wrap around her wrist, freezing her arm solid. Eric spun, severing it with his blade before it could pull her in. Seraphina gasped, staff pulsing brighter as she channeled ancient magic to combat the creeping cold. Eric's blade clashed against the corrupted figure's darkness, sparks flying like tiny stars in the frigid air, as Lua reached out hesitantly towards the pulsating void. Seraphina's staff glowed brighter, its runes casting intricate patterns on the icy walls, while she channeled ancient power to bolster their defenses. As Lua's fingers brushed against the pulsating darkness, she gasped at its numbing touch, her crystal flaring wildly before flickering weakly. As Lua's fingers brushed against the pulsating darkness, she felt an icy tendril wrap around her wrist, freezing her arm solid. Eric spun, severing it with his blade before it could pull her in. Seraphina gasped, staff pulsing brighter as she channeled ancient magic to combat the creeping cold. As Lua's fingers brushed against the pulsating darkness, she gasped at its icy touch, her crystal resonating wildly with the corrupt energy. Eric redoubled his efforts, blade whirling as shadows swarmed their position like angry hornets. Seraphina's staff crackled with ancient power, her voice rising in an incantation that threatened to shatter the very air around them. Ah! As Lua's fingers brushed against the pulsating darkness, she felt an icy tendril wrap around her wrist, freezing her arm solid. Eric spun, severing it with his blade before it could pull her in, but shadows surged forth, coalescing into twisted forms that threatened to overwhelm them. Seraphina cried out, staff pulsing brightly as she struggled to maintain their protective barrier against the encroaching corruption. Ah! Eric's blade sang as it met the shadows, sparks flying in the frigid air like miniature stars. "Stay together," he shouted over the cacophony of their clash, his heart pounding with each strike. Seraphina's staff glowed brighter, its runes pulsating ominously as she fought to maintain their protective barrier against the relentless encroachment. Eric's blade sang as it met the shadows, sparks flying like miniature stars against the dimly lit chamber. "Stay together," he shouted over the cacophony, his heart pounding with each strike. Seraphina's staff glowed brighter, its runes pulsating ominously as she struggled to maintain their protective barrier. Lua huddled behind them, her crystal casting fitful rays on her terrified face, fingers still clutching her frozen arm. Eric's blade clashed against the pulsating darkness, sparks flying like tiny stars in the frigid air as shadows surged forth, threatening to overwhelm them. "Push through," he roared, eyes scanning for any weakness in the writhing forms. Seraphina gasped, staff pulsing brighter as she struggled to maintain their protective barrier against the relentless corruption. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, its light casting eerie rays on her terrified face as she clutched her frozen arm. Eric's blade clashed against the pulsating darkness, sparks flying like tiny stars as shadows surged forth, threatening to overwhelm them. "Push through," he roared, eyes scanning for any weakness in the writhing forms. Seraphina gasped, staff pulsing brighter as she struggled to maintain their protective barrier against the relentless corruption. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, its light casting eerie rays on her terrified face as she clutched her frozen arm. As Eric's blade met its match against the relentless shadows, he realized their strategy needed adjusting. "Retreat," he called out, grabbing Lua's hand as Seraphina faltered, her staff flickering weakly. They stumbled back, their barrier crumbling under the unyielding onslaught. Eric, Lua, and Seraphina found themselves cornered, their breaths ragged as shadows closed in. Eric's blade flashed desperately, but the writhing forms seemed endless. "We need a new plan," he growled, desperation creeping into his voice. Seraphina, her staff flickering weakly, whispered an incantation under her breath, attempting to bolster their failing barrier. Lua, clutching her frozen arm, watched in horror as more shadows coalesced from the darkness. Elinda mentioned a path. "Perhaps there's another way out," she suggested, hope flickering briefly in her eyes. Eric's heart pounded as he assessed their dire situation, shadows closing in from all sides. "We need to regroup," he urged, pulling Lua and Seraphina closer. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, casting eerie rays on her frightened face. Seraphina's staff flickered ominously, its runes pulsating feebly as she struggled to maintain their crumbling barrier. Eric, Lua, and Seraphina huddled together amidst the oppressive darkness, their breaths ragged as shadows pressed in from all sides. Eric's blade flashed desperately, parrying the relentless assault while Seraphina struggled to maintain their failing barrier. Lua clutched her frozen arm, her crystal flickering weakly, hope waning as more shadows coalesced. "We can't keep fighting like this," she whispered, fear etched on her face. Eric's heart pounded, desperation creeping in as he searched for a way out. Eric's mind raced as he scanned their surroundings for any escape route, his heart pounding against the relentless shadows pressing in. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, casting eerie rays on her terrified face, while Seraphina's staff barely glowed, its runes pulsating feebly against the oppressive darkness. "We need to find a way out," Eric growled, desperation etched in his voice. Suddenly, Seraphina gasped, her eyes widening as she noticed something amiss with the tapestries adorning the cavern walls. "The patterns, they're shifting," she exclaimed, squinting at the twisted figures depicted within. As if responding to her observation, the tapestries began to ripple and undulate, revealing hidden passages behind them. As shadows threatened to overwhelm them, Eric, Lua, and Seraphina huddled together, desperation etched on their faces. "We need a new strategy," Eric growled, his heart pounding against the relentless darkness. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, casting eerie rays on her terrified face as she clutched her frozen arm. Suddenly, Seraphina gasped, noticing something amiss with the tapestries adorning the cavern walls. "The patterns, they're shifting," she exclaimed, squinting at the twisted figures depicted within. As Seraphina's observation sank in, Eric whirled around, his gaze sweeping across the shifting tapestries. "Those patterns, they're forming paths," he exclaimed, hope flaring briefly in his eyes. Lua, her crystal flickering weakly, squinted at the tapestries, trying to make out the elusive paths. "But which one leads us away from here?" she asked, desperation creeping into her voice. Eric's mind raced as he tried to decipher the shifting patterns, each one seemingly more twisted than the last. He knew they couldn't afford to choose wrongly. Their lives depended on it. As a particularly grotesque figure began to coalesce before them, Eric made his decision. "There." He pointed at a tapestry depicting a narrow path winding through a dense forest, leading towards a distant light. Eric's heart pounded as he steered Lua and Seraphina towards the chosen tapestry, its depiction of a winding path through darkness offering their only glimmer of hope. The tapestry shimmered under his touch, revealing an opening that seemed to invite them in. Behind them, shadows coalesced into monstrous forms, snarling at their retreat. "Hurry," Seraphina urged, her staff flickering as she maintained their barrier against the surging darkness. Lua, clutching her feeble crystal, stepped into the revealed passage first, Eric close behind her, his sword held ready. Eric's sword slashed through writhing shadows as they hurried through the narrow passage revealed by the tapestry. Lu clutched her crystal tightly, its faint glow casting just enough light for them to see their way. Seraphina struggled to maintain their barrier against the relentless darkness that seemed determined to consume them. Suddenly, the passageway opened into a vast cavern filled with glowing crystals suspended from the ceiling like stalactites. Eric's heart skipped a beat as he realized they were no longer alone. Figures cloaked in shadows stood silhouetted against the eerie glow of the crystals. "Who are you?" Eric demanded, his voice echoing ominously through the cavern. The figures turned towards them, their faces obscured by heavy hoods. One stepped forward, its voice resonating with ancient power. "We are the guardians of the light," it said, gesturing towards the glowing crystals above. "And you have trespassed where none but we may go, us." Eric's grip tightened on his sword, its blade reflecting the eerie glow of the crystals. "We mean no harm," he said, his voice steady despite their dire situation. "We're pursued by darkness, we seek only refuge." Lua and Seraphina stood close behind him, their eyes wide with fear, but also hope at this unexpected encounter. The Guardian's hooded figure tilted its head, considering Eric's words before turning to consult silently with the others. After a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, it turned back to them. "Very well," it said, gesturing towards an opening in the cavern wall. "But know this, our light banishes shadows, and those who cannot bear its brilliance will be left behind." Ah. Eric exchanged a worried glance with Lua and Seraphina before nodding at the Guardian's conditions. They followed the hooded figure cautiously, their eyes adjusting to the cavern's intense light. As they entered the narrow opening, Eric noticed intricate runes etched into the walls, pulsating with energy. Duh. As they ventured deeper into the passage, Lua's crystal dimmed further, its feeble light barely illuminating their path. The pulsating runes on the walls seemed to pulse in time with Eric's heartbeat, their rhythm echoing ominously through the narrow tunnel. Seraphina, her strength waning, leaned heavily on her staff as she struggled to keep up. The Guardian led them to a chamber bathed in soft, ethereal light, where a crystal pedestal pulsed gently at its center. "Place your crystal upon it," the Guardian instructed Lua, who hesitated before complying, her heart pounding with uncertainty. As her crystal touched the pedestal, it began to glow brighter, casting intricate patterns on the chamber walls. As Lua's crystal resonated with the pedestal, runes on the chamber walls began to shift, depicting scenes of ancient battles between light and darkness. Eric studied them intently, searching for clues about their pursuers, while Seraphina, regaining her strength, leaned against him, her eyes reflecting the ethereal glow. The Guardian watched Lua's crystal, its expression inscrutable as it murmured, "The light sees all. It will reveal what you need to know." As Lua's crystal resonated with the pedestal, Eric felt an unseen force pulling him towards one section of the wall, where shadows seemed to retreat from a particular battle scene. Seraphina, her eyes following his gaze, gasped at the familiar figures depicted there, their own forms battling alongside mysterious allies against twisted versions of themselves. The Guardian's hood turned towards them, its voice echoing softly. "The light reveals paths hidden by darkness." Eric reached out, tracing the runes around their depictions, feeling a sudden surge of determination. Eric's touch activated a hidden mechanism, revealing a narrow passage behind the mural. Lua's crystal pulsed stronger, guiding their path as they ventured deeper into the unknown. The Guardian remained silent, allowing them to follow their instincts. Zum. As Eric led them deeper into the passage, Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, casting eerie shadows on the pulsating runes etched into the walls. Seraphina leaned heavily on her staff, her breath ragged as she struggled to keep up. Suddenly, the passageway opened into a vast cavern, filled with glowing crystals that cast an ethereal light upon their faces. Eric's heart skipped a beat at the sight before them. "What is this place?" he whispered, awe struck by the sheer magnitude of the chamber and its radiant beauty. Lua clutched her feeble crystal, her eyes wide as she beheld the spectacle unfolding around them. As Eric's voice echoed through the vast chamber, Lua's crystal flickered weakly, its light seemingly insignificant against the radiant glow of the crystals above. The Guardian turned towards them, its hooded figure silhouetted against the ethereal backdrop. "This is the heart of light," it said, voice resonating with ancient power. "Here, our light banishes shadows and reveals truths hidden from even the most perceptive eyes." Eric's gaze swept across the chamber, taking in the intricate runes etched into the walls, pulsating with energy that seemed to hum in harmony with his own heartbeat. Seraphina, her breath ragged but strength renewed by the chamber's radiant glow, leaned on her staff as she beheld the spectacle before them. Suddenly, Lua gasped, her eyes widening at a vision her crystal revealed, a fleeting glimpse of Eric and Seraphina battling alongside figures they had never seen, their forms wreathed in light that seemed to flow from the very air around them. As quickly as it appeared, the vision faded, leaving Lua breathless with anticipation. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina followed the Guardian deeper into the heart of light, they couldn't help but marvel at the cavern's ethereal beauty. The air grew warmer, charged with an unseen energy that seemed to invigorate their very souls. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, its feeble glow barely noticeable amidst the chamber's radiant luminescence. The Guardian led them to a pedestal bathed in soft, pulsating light, where intricate runes danced across its surface like liquid silver. "Place your crystal upon it," the figure intoned, gesturing towards the pedestal. Lua hesitated, her heart pounding with trepidation as she extended her arm, crystal clutched tightly in her hand. As Lua's crystal touched the pedestal, a surge of energy coursed through her, causing her to gasp in surprise. The runes on the pedestal began to shift, forming patterns that echoed those etched into the chamber walls. Eric and Seraphina watched in awe as these patterns seemed to tell a story, depicting scenes of ancient battles between light and darkness. In one particular scene, Eric's gaze was drawn to a familiar figure, himself, standing alongside Lua and Seraphina. Their forms wreathed in light that pulsed with the same rhythm as the runes around them. As he reached out to touch the image, it shimmered beneath his fingertips, revealing a hidden chamber behind the illusion. "Behold," the Guardian whispered. As Eric's fingers traced the pulsating runes, he felt an inexplicable connection to the scene before him. This is us," he murmured, awe struck by their ethereal likenesses wielding power beyond imagination. Lua and Seraphina leaned in, their eyes reflecting the same disbelief and wonder. "Indeed," the Guardian acknowledged, its voice resonating with ancient wisdom. "The light reveals paths hidden from ordinary sight." With a fluid motion, it gestured towards the newly revealed entrance, beckoning them to step inside. As they crossed the threshold, Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, casting intricate patterns on the chamber walls. Eric, Lua, and Seraphina stood before an ethereal image of themselves, wreathed in light, as a hooded Guardian gestured towards a hidden entrance revealed by Eric's touch. The pulsating runes around them cast eerie shadows, contrasting with the radiant glow of their crystal. As they stepped inside, Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, casting intricate patterns on the chamber walls. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina stepped inside, They found themselves in a circular chamber lined with glowing crystals, pulsating in sync with their heartbeats. The guardian entered behind them, its hooded figure now bathed in the soft ethereal light. "This is the chamber of reflection," it said, voice echoing softly off the crystal walls. "Here, you will see your true selves." As Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, casting intricate patterns that mirrored their own forms on the walls, Eric and Seraphina gasped at the vivid depictions of their innermost strengths and fears. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina huddled together in the vast chamber filled with writhing shadows, they knew time was running out. The tapestries shifted around them, revealing hidden passages that seemed to dance tauntingly at the edges of their vision. "We need to find a way through this," Eric growled, desperation creeping into his voice as he studied the twisted patterns before them. Seraphina squinted at the shifting tapestries, her mind racing with possibilities. "Those patterns, they're forming paths," she exclaimed, hope flaring in her eyes as she pointed towards a tapestry depicting a narrow path, wending through darkness towards a distant light. Eric's heart pounded as he steered Lua and Seraphina towards the chosen tapestry, its depiction offering their only glimmer of hope. As they stepped into the revealed passage, shadows seemed to recoil from their touch, allowing them to pass unhindered. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the very atmosphere held its breath in anticipation of their next move. Lua clutched her feeble crystal, guiding their steps with its faint glow while Eric's sword sang softly at his side, ready for any unseen threats. Suddenly, the passageway opened into a vast cavern filled with glowing crystals that cast an ethereal light upon their faces. Eric gasped at the sight before them, his heart skipping a beat as he realized. Eric's heart pounded as he led Lua and Seraphina through the narrow passage revealed by the tapestry, their breaths echoing ominously in the cold air. Shadows recoiled from Eric's touch on the walls, allowing them to proceed unobstructed. As they ventured deeper, Lua's crystal flickered weakly, casting feeble rays that barely illuminated their path. Suddenly, the passage opened into a vast cavern, filled with writhing shadows that seemed to coalesce into monstrous forms, their eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. Eric paused at the threshold of the immense chamber, his gaze sweeping across the writhing shadows that seemed to dance menacingly before them. "We need to find a way through this," he growled, desperation creeping into his voice as he studied the twisting figures depicted on the tapestries adorning the cavern walls. Seraphina squinted at the shifting patterns, her mind racing with possibilities. "Those figures, they're moving," she gasped, pointing towards a tapestry depicting a narrow path, winding through darkness towards a distant light. Eric's heart pounded as he steered Lua and Seraphina towards the chosen tapestry, its depiction offering their only glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. As Eric reached out to touch the tapestry, it shimmered beneath his fingertips, revealing an opening that seemed to invite them in. As Eric's fingers traced the shifting patterns on the tapestry depicting a narrow path leading to light, it shimmered and revealed an entrance. With Lua's crystal flickering weakly, they stepped into the passage, shadows retreating from their touch. The air grew colder as they ventured deeper, Lua's crystal casting feeble rays that barely illuminated their way. Suddenly, the passageway opened into a vast cavern filled with writhing shadows that seemed to coalesce menacingly before them. "Stay close," Eric murmured, drawing his sword as he scanned the ominous chamber. Seraphina whispered an incantation, her staff glowing brighter against the encroaching darkness. Lu clutched her crystal tightly, her heart pounding with fear yet hopeful that this path might lead them to safety. "Sir." Eric, Lua, and Seraphina huddled together at the entrance of the vast cavern filled with writhing shadows. Their breaths ragged as they weighed their options against the relentless encroachment of darkness. The tapestries adorning the walls shifted ominously, revealing glimpses of hidden passages that seemed to taunt them from the edges of their vision. "We must find a path through this," Eric urged, desperation creeping into his voice as he studied the twisted patterns before them. Seraphina squinted at the shifting tapestries, her mind racing with possibilities. "Those patterns, they're forming paths," she exclaimed, hope flaring in her eyes as she pointed towards a tapestry depicting a narrow path, wending through darkness towards a distant light. Eric's heart pounded as he led Lua and Seraphina towards the chosen tapestry, its depiction offering their only glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. As they stepped into the revealed passage, shadows seemed to recoil from their touch, allowing them to pass unhindered. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the very atmosphere held its breath in anticipation of their next move. Lua clutched her feeble crystal, guiding their steps with its faint glow, while Eric's sword sang softly at his side, ready for any unseen threats. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina ventured deeper into the revealed passage, Lua's crystal flickered briefly before extinguishing completely, plunging them into near total darkness. Panic surged within them until Eric activated a glowstone from his pack, casting eerie shadows on their faces. The air grew colder still, the silence oppressive as they pressed on. Suddenly, Seraphina gasped. "Eric, Lua's crystal, it's gone dark." Her voice echoed ominously in the confined space, fear lacing her words. Eric's heart pounded with concern for Lua, who clutched her lifeless crystal tightly, her eyes reflecting a newfound determination. "Oh." As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina pressed on through the dark passage, Lua's crystal flickered one last time before extinguishing completely. Eric quickly replaced it with a glowstone from his pack, casting eerie shadows that danced macabrely on the walls. The air grew colder still, their breaths visible in the dim light. Seraphina's voice cut through the silence. "What do we do now?" Her eyes mirrored Lua's fading hope as they looked to Eric for guidance. In response, Eric took Lua's hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "We keep moving forward," he said, determination burning in his gaze. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina ventured deeper into the revealed passage, hope surged within them at finding an exit from the writhing shadows. The tapestries around them shifted once more, revealing an ornate doorway adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with ancient energy. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, its glow barely illuminating their path as they approached. Seraphina traced the carvings on the door, her eyes widening as she deciphered their meaning. "These runes, they speak of a test," she whispered, fear and excitement warring in her voice. Eric placed his hand on the door handle, a sense of trepidation filling him as he felt the cold metal beneath his fingers. "Together," Eric said, looking into Lua's eyes, "we face whatever lies beyond." With Lua and Seraphina nodding their agreement, Eric pushed open the heavy doors, revealing a vast chamber filled with spectral lights dancing around an ominous presence at its center. As they stepped inside, the doors slammed shut behind them, sealing them off from the passage they'd just traversed. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina stepped through the doorway, their hearts pounded with anticipation. The vast chamber was eerily silent, save for the soft hum of energy emanating from the pulsating heart-shaped carving at its center. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, its glow barely illuminating their path as they approached cautiously. Suddenly, spectral lights began to dance around them, swirling and twisting as if alive. Eric drew his sword, Seraphina readied her staff, while Lua clutched her feeble crystal tightly. As the lights coalesced into humanoid forms, they realized they were no longer alone in this chamber. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina ventured deeper into the revealed passage, hope surged within them at finding an exit from the writhing shadows. The tapestries around them shifted once more, revealing an ornate doorway adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with ancient energy. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, its glow barely illuminating their path as they approached. Seraphina traced the carvings on the door, her eyes widening as she deciphered their meaning. "These runes, they speak of a test," she whispered, fear and excitement warring in her voice. Eric placed his hand on the door handle, a sense of trepidation filling him as he felt the cold metal beneath his fingers. "Together," Eric said, looking into Lua's eyes, "we face whatever lies beyond." With Lua and Seraphina nodding their agreement, Eric pushed open the heavy doors, revealing a vast chamber filled with spectral lights dancing around an ominous presence at its center. As they stepped inside, the doors slammed shut behind them, sealing them off from the passage they'd just traversed. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina entered the vast cavern filled with glowing crystals, they marveled at its ethereal beauty. The air grew warmer, charged with an unseen energy that seemed to invigorate their very souls. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, its feeble glow barely noticeable amidst the chamber's radiant luminescence. The guardian led them to a pedestal bathed in soft, pulsating light, where intricate runes danced across its surface like liquid silver. "Place your crystal upon it," the figure intoned, gesturing towards the pedestal. Lua hesitated, her heart pounding with trepidation as she extended her arm, crystal clutched tightly in her hand. As Lua's crystal touched the pedestal, a surge of energy coursed through her, causing her to gasp in surprise. The runes on the pedestal began to shift, forming patterns that echoed those etched into the chamber walls. Arik and Seraphina watched in awe as these patterns seemed to tell a story, depicting scenes of ancient battles between light and darkness. As Lua's crystal pulsed brighter on the pedestal, casting intricate patterns onto the chamber walls, Arik and Seraphina gasped at the sight of their true selves reflected therein. The guardian nodded solemnly, "Behold yourselves, for here lies truth." Lua, her heart pounding with trepidation, reached out to touch the patterns, causing them to shimmer and reveal a hidden passage. "The light guides us," she whispered, stepping towards the revealed entrance. Arik and Seraphina exchanged determined glances before following her into the unknown. As Arik, Lua, and Seraphina ventured deeper into the revealed passage, hope surged within them at finding an exit from the writhing shadows. The tapestries around them shifted once more, revealing an ornate doorway, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with ancient energy. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, its glow barely illuminating their path as they approached. Seraphina traced the carvings on the door, her eyes widening as she deciphered their meaning. "These runes, they speak of a test," she whispered, fear and excitement warring in her voice. Arik placed his hand on the door handle, a sense of trepidation filling him as he felt the cold metal beneath his fingers. "Together," Arik said, looking into Lua's eyes, "we face whatever lies beyond." With Lua and Seraphina nodding their agreement, Arik pushed open the heavy doors, revealing a vast chamber filled with spectral lights dancing around an ominous presence at its center. As they stepped inside, the doors slammed shut behind them, sealing them off from the passage they'd just traversed. As Arik, Lua, and Seraphina stepped into the vast chamber filled with spectral lights dancing around an ominous presence at its center, tension filled the air. The heavy doors slammed shut behind them, sealing them off from the passage they'd just traversed, leaving only one option: to face whatever lay ahead together. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, casting feeble rays onto the pulsating heart-shaped carving that seemed to throb with dark energy. Seraphina's eyes widened as she took in the chamber's eerie beauty, her breath catching in her throat at the sight of spectral lights coalescing into humanoid forms around them. Arik drew his sword, its blade glinting ominously under Lua's dim crystal light, ready to defend their path. As the spectral figures began to move menacingly towards them, Arik stepped forward, determination burning in his gaze. Arik's sword sang as he stepped forward, ready to confront the spectral figures. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, casting barely enough light for them to see their foes' twisted forms. Seraphina raised her staff, its runes glowing softly in sync with Lua's crystal. Together, she whispered, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her heart. Eric's heart pounded as he gripped his sword tighter, the weapon humming with an energy that seemed to resonate through him. Lua's crystal cast feeble pulses against the encroaching darkness, illuminating the twisted faces of their foes more clearly now. Spectral warriors clad in tattered armor, their eyes burning embers of malice. Seraphina's staff glowed softly, her voice steady yet laced with determination as she spoke. The hair forms may be shadows, but our resolve is steel. As Eric lunged at the nearest spectral warrior, his sword slicing through empty air, Lua's crystal flickered ominously. Seraphina gasped, "They're not solid." Just then, the chamber trembled violently, and more twisted figures emerged from the shadows. Eric's heart raced as he grappled with the futility of his attacks against the insubstantial foes, their forms wavering like smoke. Lua's crystal flickered wildly, its light strobing over Seraphina's stricken face as more twisted warriors materialized around them. "Our weapons won't pierce these shadows," Eric shouted over the growing cacophony of spectral whispers. "We need another plan." Seraphina's mind raced as she attempted to decipher the runes on her staff, hoping they held some answer against their spectral foes. Eric watched Lua's crystal flicker ominously, fearing its light might fail entirely. Just then, one of the twisted figures lunged at Seraphina, its form solidifying briefly before dissolving into shadows once more. Zorn. Eric's desperation grew as more spectral warriors materialized, their numbers overwhelming despite his futile strikes. Lua's crystal dimmed further, its light barely piercing the encroaching darkness. Seraphina, her staff aglow with runes deciphered, whispered an incantation under her breath. Seraphina's incantation echoed through the chamber, her staff's runes pulsating with newfound intensity. Eric watched as spectral warriors recoiled from the sudden burst of light. Lua's crystal responding in kind, its glow steadying briefly. "That bought us some time," Seraphina panted. "But we must find a way to dispel them permanently." "Ah." Eric's mind raced, searching for answers amidst the spectral chaos. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, its light barely enough to illuminate their foes' twisted forms. Seraphina's staff glowed softly as she deciphered more runes, whispering ancient words that seemed to resonate with power. Eric's desperation turned to determination as he watched Seraphina's staff push back the shadows. Lua's crystal pulsed stronger, its light revealing an intricate rune etched into the chamber floor at their feet. "There." Eric pointed, hoping it held the key to banishing their spectral foes. Seraphina traced the rune's intricate pattern, her mind racing as she deciphered its ancient script. Eric watched, hope surging within him that this could turn the tide against their spectral foes. Lua's crystal pulsed rhythmically, mirroring Seraphina's concentration. Seraphina deciphered the rune, her eyes widening with revelation. "It's an ancient banishment sigil," she exclaimed, tracing its intricate lines. Eric and Lua exchanged hopeful glances as Seraphina continued. If we combine our powers here, we might dispel these shadows permanently. As they stepped onto the rune, Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with their heartbeats, casting a vibrant glow upon the sigil. Eric gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. 3, Serafina whispered, her staff pulsing with power. 1, 2, 3. As Eric's sword slashed through empty air once more, frustration gnawed at him. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, its light barely illuminating their fuzz, twisted faces. Seraphina gasped as another spectral warrior lunged at her, its form solidifying briefly before dissolving into shadows. "Our weapons are useless," Eric growled, desperation creeping into his voice. "We need a new plan." Seraphina's eyes darted around the chamber, her mind racing to find a solution. Suddenly, she noticed a faintly glowing rune etched into the floor near their feet. "Eric, look." She pointed at it, hope surging within her. Seraphina deciphered the rune, her eyes widening with revelation. "It's an ancient banishment sigil," she exclaimed, tracing its intricate lines. Eric and Lua exchanged hopeful glances as Seraphina continued. "If we combine our powers here, we might dispel these shadows permanently." As they stepped onto the rune, Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with their heartbeats, casting a vibrant glow upon the sigil. Eric gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. "On 3, Seraphina whispered, her staff pulsing with power. 1, 2, 3. As they united their strength, a blinding flash of light enveloped them, and the spectral warriors dissolved into nothingness. With newfound confidence, Eric, Lua, and Seraphina pressed onward, their hearts pounding with adrenaline as they emerged victorious from the chamber of spectral warriors. The once intimidating tapestries now seemed to bear witness to their triumph, their figures depicted in heroic poses, under Lua's crystal light. As they ventured deeper into the Heartwood Defiled's realm, the air grew heavier, thick with an unseen malevolence that weighed upon their spirits. The corridor narrowed, walls closing in like a serpent coiling around its prey. Eric's hand instinctively reached for his sword, Lua's crystal pulsing nervously at his side. Suddenly, Seraphina halted, her staff glowing brighter as it sensed something amiss. "Wait," she warned, her voice barely above a whisper. "There's magic ahead," dark and twisted. Her eyes searched the dimly lit path ahead, trying to discern any signs of danger lurking in the shadows cast by Lua's flickering crystal. As Eric's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he noticed strange symbols etched into the walls, pulsating ominously with dark energy. "We should tread carefully here," he murmured, Lua nodding in agreement as her crystal cast eerie shadows on the runes. Seraphina's staff glowed brighter, its runes dancing with ancient power. "These aren't ordinary symbols," she whispered, tracing their lines. "These seem to be warning us." Her voice trailed off as they reached a fork in the path, one way leading deeper into darkness, the other towards a faint glimmer of light. Eric's heart pounded as he weighed their options, Lua's crystal pulsating anxiously in his grasp. "We must face whatever lies ahead," he said determinedly, choosing the path towards the light. As they stepped forward, shadows seemed to recoil, revealing a hidden chamber bathed in an ethereal glow. In the resplendent chamber, Eric, Lua, and Seraphina beheld ancient murals depicting celestial beings locked in battle with shadowy foes. An eerie silence hung heavy in the air as they approached a dais at the chamber's heart, where an ornate pedestal bore an inscription, "Here lies the key to balance." As Lua placed her crystal upon it, a hidden door slid open, revealing a stairwell descending into darkness. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina descended the treacherous staircase, their breaths echoing ominously in the darkness. Lua's crystal cast fleeting glows upon ancient murals adorning the walls, depicting tales of heroes and monsters locked in eternal conflict. The air grew colder, heavier with each step, as if the very atmosphere held its breath, bracing for some unseen confrontation. Eric's hand tightened around his sword, Lua's crystal pulsating anxiously at his side, while Seraphina's staff glowed brightly, its runes dancing with ancient power. "We must remain vigilant," Eric whispered, his voice barely audible yet carrying an undercurrent of determination that resonated within their trio. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the stairwell, extinguishing Lua's crystal and casting them into inky darkness. Panic surged within Seraphina, her heart pounding wildly as she clutched her staff tighter, its runes flickering feebly against the encroaching gloom. Eric's hand found hers in the darkness, his grasp steady and reassuring. "We must press on," he urged softly, leading them deeper into the abyss. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina reached the bottom of the stairs, they found themselves in a vast cavern filled with an eerie, pulsating light. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and the hum of ancient power. Before them stood an immense, crystalline structure that seemed to absorb and radiate the cavern's ethereal glow. Eric's heart pounded as he beheld its otherworldly beauty, while Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with the chamber's rhythm, casting intricate patterns on the cavern walls. Seraphina leaned heavily on her staff, her eyes wide with awe at the sight before them. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina approached the crystalline structure, they noticed intricate carvings depicting scenes of ancient battles between light and darkness. Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with these images, casting vivid rays upon the chamber walls. Suddenly, one of the carvings began to move, revealing a hidden entrance guarded by spectral warriors materializing from the shadows. United, they prepared to face this new challenge amidst the Heartwood Defiled's dark influence. As spectral warriors lunged at them, Eric raised his sword, Lua's crystal flaring brightly, and Seraphina chanted an ancient incantation, her staff pulsing with power. United, they fought valiantly against their insubstantial foes, desperate for victory yet disheartened by their weapons' futility. Just as hope seemed lost, Eric noticed a faintly glowing rune near the Heartwood Defiled's pedestal, an idea sparking in his mind. Seraphina deciphered the rune, her eyes widening with revelation. "It's an ancient banishment sigil," she exclaimed, tracing its intricate lines. Eric and Lua exchanged hopeful glances as Seraphina continued. "If we combine our powers here, we might dispel these shadows permanently." As they stepped onto the rune, Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with their heartbeats, casting a vibrant glow upon the sigil. Eric gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. "On three," Seraphina whispered, her staff pulsing with power. "1, 2, 3. As the blinding flash subsided, Eric, Lua, and Seraphina found themselves standing amidst empty silence, the spectral warriors banished completely. Eric sheathed his sword, relief washing over him as he turned to face Lua, her crystal now casting a steady glow once more. "Well done," he praised, offering them both a reassuring smile. Seraphina returned his grin, her confidence bolstered by their victory. "We make quite the team," she noted, squeezing Lu's hand affectionately. Lua beamed at them, her heart swelling with gratitude for their unyielding support. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, the air grew colder and heavier, as if the very atmosphere held its breath in anticipation of what lay ahead. The walls narrowed, closing in like a serpent coiling around its prey, until they found themselves standing before an immense crystalline structure pulsating with ancient power. "Oh!" As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina approached the crystalline structure, its pulsating rhythm echoed their heartbeats, resonating with an ancient power that seemed to whisper secrets long forgotten. Upon closer inspection, they discovered intricate carvings depicting celestial battles between light and darkness, one of which revealed a hidden entrance guarded by spectral warriors. Eric's eyes narrowed as he studied the carvings, his mind racing with strategies against their ethereal foes. Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with the chamber's rhythm, casting vivid patterns on the walls that reflected their deepest fears and desires. Seraphina stepped closer to the entrance, her staff glowing brightly as she prepared to face whatever lay beyond. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina stood before the hidden entrance, its spectral guardians materializing ominously, they braced themselves for another trial against the Heartwood Defiled's dark influence. The air grew colder still, charged with an electricity that crackled on their skin like the promise of thunder. Lua's crystal flickered nervously as she stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper. "We must stand together to face what lies ahead." Eric and Seraphina nodded in unison, united by Lua's words and determined to overcome whatever challenges awaited them within the cavernous chamber beyond. Eric's hand tightened on his sword as they stepped into the chamber, spectral warriors materializing around them like smoke. Lua's crystal flickered wildly, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance mockingly before solidifying into grotesque forms. Seraphina's staff hummed with power, her eyes scanning the battlefield for any strategic advantage. As spectral warriors lunged, Eric's sword sang through air, finding only empty foes. Lua's crystal faltered, casting desperate shadows on Seraphina's set face as she chanted ancient incantations, staff aglow with urgency. "Our weapons passed through them like mist," Eric growled, frustration etched deep. "We need another strategy." Seraphina's incantation reached its crescendo as she slammed her staff into the ground, sending a shockwave of light pulsing through the chamber. The spectral warriors recoiled, their forms flickering briefly before regaining composure. "That's it!" Lua exclaimed, her crystal matching Seraphina's rhythm, casting beams that pierced the shadows and drove back the foes. Eric saw an opening, his sword arcing through the air with renewed purpose as he targeted the warriors' cores. With each strike, a spectral warrior dissolved into nothingness, their energy absorbed by Lua's crystal. United in strategy, they fought with renewed vigor, banishing their ethereal foes one by one. As Eric's sword found its mark again, he realized their foes were being banished but not destroyed entirely. Their energy. "It's being absorbed," he muttered, watching Lua's crystal pulsate brighter with each strike. Seraphina paused her incantation, nodding in understanding as she adjusted her strategy accordingly. R. Eric's blade sang through another spectral warrior, its form dissolving into shimmering motes absorbed by Lua's crystal. Seraphina watched intently, her mind racing with possibilities as she noticed the pattern in their foes' behavior. "They're drawn to Lua's light," she observed, adjusting her strategy accordingly. Ah. Eric's breath came in ragged gasps as he dispelled another warrior, its energy absorbed by Lua's pulsating crystal. Seraphina's staff glowed brighter, her incantation shifting with the rhythm of their battle. "We need to end this quickly," she urged, sweat beading on her brow. As Eric's sword sliced through two more foes in rapid succession, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him. Lua noticed his struggle, her crystal flickering anxiously. "Eric, you're pushing yourself too hard," she cried out, concern etched deep. Seraphina's staff pulsed with renewed vigor as she channeled her magic into Eric, reinvigorating his flagging strength. "Together," she whispered, their bond growing stronger with each passing moment. As Eric's sword found its mark again, the chamber trembled, signaling that they were nearing the heart of the Heartwood Defiled's power. As Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with the cavern's rhythm, Eric felt a strange resonance within him, as if their connection deepened. Seraphina leaned into his touch, her voice barely above a whisper, "We're close now." The air grew heavy, charged with an unseen force that seemed to press against them from all sides. A sudden gust extinguished Lua's light, plunging them into inky darkness. Panic surged within Eric, but he fought it back, his heart pounding like a drum guiding their steps through the oppressive void. "Stay close," he murmured, his hand finding Seraphina's and Lua's, their fingers entwining tightly. The sudden absence of light did little to deter their resolve as Eric, Lua, and Seraphina pressed onwards, guided by the steady rhythm of Eric's heart against the oppressive silence. They felt an unseen force growing stronger with each step, resonating with Lua's crystal even in its dim state. The air grew colder, heavier, as if warning them of the power they sought to confront. As they rounded a bend, Eric's heart skipped a beat at the sight before him, a vast cavern illuminated by pulsating crystals, casting eerie shadows upon a towering figure seated atop an obsidian throne. The Heartwood Defiled, its form writhing with dark energy, seemed to absorb the very light around it, leaving them feeling exposed and vulnerable. Eyes adjusted to the dim light, he saw the Heartwood Defiled's form shift like smoke, its eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. Lua's crystal flickered weakly, casting feeble rays upon Seraphina's determined face as she stepped forward, her staff humming with power. "Your quest ends here, mortals," the Defiled rasped, voice echoing ominously through the chamber. "You cannot hope to vanquish me. I am the heart of this forest, its darkness and light intertwined." Eric's grip tightened on his sword, Lua's crystal pulsating in sync with his heartbeat. As they prepared to challenge the Defiled's claim, the air crackled with tension, a storm brewing as Seraphina whispered ancient words, summoning her magic. Eric's resolve hardened as he faced the heartwood defiled, its writhing form like a physical manifestation of the darkness within Whispering Woods. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly, casting fleeting glimpses of their surroundings before fading back into near darkness. Seraphina whispered ancient incantations under her breath, her staff beginning to hum with power. As the defiled rose from its obsidian throne, shadows seemed to peel away from the walls, coalescing around it like a shroud. "You seek balance," it taunted, voice echoing through the chamber. "I am balance. I am this forest's heart, and you cannot sever what is entwined." Seraphina's voice rang out clear and confident as she challenged the heartwood defiled. "You twist balance for your own gain. We seek true equilibrium." Eric's sword ignited with a blaze of light, sensing with Lua's crystal that pulsed brilliantly against the encroaching darkness. The defiled sneered, shadows surging forth to meet their onslaught. Eric's blade clashed against the defiled's shadowy tendrils, Lua's crystal pulsing with every strike as they fought back the encroaching darkness. Seraphina's staff crackled with lightning, her eyes focused intently on the writhing form before them. "Your power wanes," the defiled hissed, shadows retreating briefly before surging forth again, more relentless than ever. Lua's crystal flickered ominously, its light beginning to falter under the strain of their battle against the heartwood defiled. Ah! In the cavernous battle, Eric's sword danced with Seraphina's lightning, their attacks syncopated by Lua's faltering crystal light. The defiled laughed, shadows coiling around it like serpents. "You cannot overcome me. I am this forest's dark heart." As Lua's crystal dimmed, Eric and Seraphina exchanged worried glances, knowing they needed to turn the tide quickly. With renewed determination, Eric charged at the heartwood defiled, his blade blazing like a comet against the cavern's gloom. Lua's crystal pulsed weakly but steadily, mirroring her resolve as she and Seraphina flanked him, united in their assault. The defiled snarled, shadows writhing defensively. "Ah!" As Eric's blade met the defiled's shadows again, Lua's crystal flickered wildly, threatening to extinguish entirely. Seraphina's voice cut through the chaos. "We need another strategy. Our strength alone isn't enough." The defiled sneered, shadows surging hungrily at their renewed determination. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina stood united against the heartwood defiled, their breath misting in the frigid air, they felt an unseen force pressing down upon them, sapping their strength. The defiled's form shimmered, shadows coalescing into spectral warriors that surrounded them, cutting off any hope of escape. "Your light cannot overcome my darkness," the defiled taunted, its voice echoing ominously through the chamber. "You are mere mortals, and I am the heart of this forest." Ah! as Eric's blade clashed with shadowy tendrils that seemed to multiply with every strike. Lua's crystal flickered ominously, casting eerie patterns on Seraphina's determined face. "We need another plan," she cried out over the cacophony of spectral whispers. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the very atmosphere conspired against them. Suddenly, a faint melody echoed through the chamber, resonating with Lua's crystal, and causing it to pulse brightly. Eric paused, his heart pounding. "That song. I've heard it before." Seraphina nodded, her eyes widening in recognition. "It's from my people's lore, the lullaby of light. La." As Eric's heart raced with recognition of the melody, he sheathed his sword and joined Lua, their voices harmonizing with Seraphina's as they sang, "The lullaby of light." The spectral warriors recoiled, shadows dissipating under the song's ethereal power. The heartwood defiled snarled, its form trembling as the song threatened to unravel its dark influence. "Silence!" it roared, tendrils lashing out wildly in an attempt to disrupt their harmony. United, they held the melody steady, Lua's crystal pulsating brilliantly against the defiled's darkness. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina sang together, the cavern shook with ancient power, crystals around them resonating with the song's magic. The heartwood defiled shrieked in pain as its shadows receded, leaving it vulnerable before their united strength. As the last note echoed through the cavern, Lua's crystal blazed like a miniature sun, banishing the final shadows and leaving the heartwood defiled vulnerable. Eric drew his blade, its edge glowing with the song's residual power as he approached the writhing form. Seraphina stepped beside him, her staff crackling with energy. "Together," she whispered. As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina stood victorious amidst the remnants of the heartwood defiled, their hearts swelled with pride but also trepidation for what lay ahead. The once oppressive cavern now bathed in Lua's crystal light seemed to hum with renewed energy. "We've done it," Eric murmured, looking at his companions with gratitude and awe. Lua smiled softly, her crystal pulsing gently as she took in the scene. "But this is only the beginning," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Seraphina nodded solemnly, knowing that their journey had merely scratched the surface of the mysteries hidden within Whispering Woods. As they began to explore further, the cavern opened into a vast chamber, filled with glowing crystals pulsating in sync with Lua's heartbeats, revealing intricate patterns cast upon the walls that seemed to tell stories untold. The air was charged with an unseen force, resonating deeply within them as if welcoming their presence. As Eric's gaze swept across the intricate patterns on the cavern walls, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine, as if some ancient force was calling out to him. Lua's crystal pulsed softly in response, its light dancing over the carvings and revealing scenes that seemed eerily familiar yet shrouded in mystery. Seraphina moved closer, her eyes narrowing as she deciphered the runes. "These are not just stories, they're warnings." As Eric, Lua, and Seraphina delved deeper into the cavern's secrets, they discovered ancient murals depicting celestial battles between light and darkness. Eric's heart raced as he recognized scenes echoing their own journey, while Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with the artwork, revealing hidden inscriptions. "These are records of previous encounters," Seraphina whispered, her fingers tracing the runes. Eric's heart pounded as he studied a mural depicting a figure identical to himself, wielding a sword of pure light against a writhing darkness. Lua's crystal pulsed rhythmically, reflecting the scene and revealing a hidden inscription that read, "The Balance Keeper." Seraphina gasped. This could mean you're destined for greater purpose than we imagined." As Eric's heart raced with anticipation, he reached out to touch the mural, feeling an electric jolt as Lua's crystal resonated with the ancient art. Serafina stepped closer, her eyes scanning the runes below the image. This prophecy speaks of unity. When light and dark clash, balance keepers shall rise. Eric turned to Lua and Serafina, determination burning in his gaze. One must find these other balance keepers. As Eric, Lua, and Serafina stood united amidst the remnants of their triumph over the heartwood defiled, they knew this was only the beginning. The cavern stretched out before them, filled with glowing crystals pulsating in sync with Lua's heartbeats, revealing intricate patterns cast upon the walls that seemed to whisper tales untold. Their eyes scanned the cavernous expanse, hearts pounding with anticipation for what secrets lay hidden within. In the heart of Whispering Woods, Eric, Lua, and Serafina emerged from the cavern, blinking against the sudden brightness of day. The forest seemed different now, alive with renewed vigor, as if the land itself felt the absence of the heartwood defiled's dark influence. As they surveyed their surroundings, Lua's crystal pulsed softly in sync with the woodland creature's song, a symphony of life that had been silent before. As Eric, Lua, and Serafina took their first steps back into Whispering Woods, the air felt lighter, crisper, as if the very atmosphere had been cleansed. The forest welcomed them with a symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves, a stark contrast to the oppressive silence they'd left behind in the cavern. Lua's crystal hummed softly in response, its light dancing among the sunlight filtering through the canopy above. In the heart of Whispering Woods, Eric, Lua, and Serafina emerged from the cavern, their eyes adjusting to the soft dappled sunlight filtering through the dense canopy overhead. The forest around them buzzed with renewed life, as if the land itself had been awakened by their triumph over the heartwood defiled. As Eric, Lua, and Serafina ventured deeper into Whispering Woods, the once oppressive atmosphere gave way to one of serene tranquility. as if the very soul of the forest had been restored. Lua's crystal pulsed softly in sync with the woodland creature's song, their harmonious melody a testament to the land's renewed vitality. In the heart of this newly awakened forest, they discovered ancient ruins long hidden beneath tangled vines and overgrown foliage. The stones groaned under layers of moss and time, whispering tales of civilizations lost and forgotten. Eric reached out, his fingers tracing intricate carvings that seemed to resonate with Lua's crystal light. Oh. As Eric's fingers traced the ancient carvings, Lua's crystal hummed softly, casting intricate patterns upon the stones that seemed to dance before their eyes. Serafina leaned in, her brow furrowing as she deciphered the runes. These are not like any language I've ever seen. The air grew heavy with anticipation, each breath carrying the weight of forgotten history. As Lua's crystal pulsed softly against Eric's palm, he felt an inexplicable pull towards one particular carving depicting a bird with outstretched wings, its eyes seeming to follow him as he moved. Serafina watched them intently, her heart pounding with curiosity and excitement at the unknown knowledge they were about to unveil. "Look," Eric whispered, pointing at the carving. The intricate patterns cast by Lua's crystal shifted, focusing on the bird's eyes which suddenly glowed softly, revealing a hidden inscription, "Whispers of the Sky." As Lua's crystal resonated with these words, it pulsed brighter, casting beams of light towards the heavens as if beckoning them to follow. Oh. As Eric, Lua, and Serafina followed the beams of light into Whispering Wood's heart, they stumbled upon an ancient bird sanctuary long lost to time. Nestled between towering trees, stone statues of various birds stood sentinel around a serene lake reflecting the dappled sunlight. The air hummed with an unseen energy, resonating with Lua's crystal. As Eric, Lua, and Serafina approached the lake, they noticed subtle movements within its depths, shadowy forms darting just beyond their vision. The air grew colder, charged with an ancient power that resonated with Lua's crystal, causing it to pulsate rhythmically against her palm. Suddenly, a massive bird erupted from the water, its wings beating forcefully as it screamed a challenge towards the sky. Ah! As the colossal bird screamed defiance, Eric instinctively stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Stay back," he warned Lua and Serafina, feeling an inexplicable connection with this ancient creature. Its eyes, like pools of molten gold, seemed to bore into him, assessing his worthiness. Lua's crystal pulsed wildly in her grasp, its light flickering as if responding to the bird's challenge. "Eric," she whispered, "it recognizes you." Serafina watched them intently, her heart pounding with anticipation and a hint of fear. Eric's heart raced as he stepped closer to the colossal bird, its challenge echoing through Whispering Woods. Lua's crystal flickered wildly, casting patterns that seemed to dance upon the bird's feathers, mirroring Eric's emotions. "It's testing me," he murmured, his hand tightening on his sword. The bird screeched again, diving towards Eric with talons outstretched. Instinctively, he drew his blade, but instead of meeting the attack head-on, he deflected it, sending the creature spiraling back into the lake. Ripples spread outwards as the bird resurfaced, regarding him warily. As Eric stood ready, the colossal bird circling overhead, Lua's crystal pulsed steadily, mirroring his calm resolve. Serafina watched anxiously, her fingers tracing intricate patterns on her staff, preparing for any sudden threats. The air grew still, charged with tension, as if nature itself held its breath. "State your purpose here," Eric called out to the bird, his voice echoing across the tranquil lake. Its eyes flashed menacingly before it spoke in a language long forgotten yet oddly familiar. Prove yourself worthy, balance keeper. Ah. Eric's brow furrowed as he pondered the bird's riddle, Lua's crystal pulsating gently in sync with his heartbeat. Serafina approached cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. What does it mean, a balance keeper? The air shimmered around them, charged with ancient power and unspoken expectations. Eric's mind raced as he sought understanding from the bird's challenge. Serafina's question hung heavily in the air, Lua's crystal pulsating rhythmically between them. The colossal bird watched with keen eyes, its silence echoing like thunder. Eric's heart raced as he considered the bird's challenge. He felt an inexplicable connection to this ancient creature, as if their fates were intertwined. Serafina watched him anxiously, her fingers tracing intricate patterns on her staff, ready to support him in whatever came next. Eric's heart pounded with newfound resolve as he faced the colossal bird, its molten gold eyes scrutinizing him intensely. "I am Eric," he declared, his voice echoing through whispering woods. "Balance Keeper, you named me." Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, casting intricate patterns upon the bird and Eric. Serafina watched in awe, her staff glowing softly in anticipation. Eric's mind raced as he pondered the bird's riddle, Lua's crystal pulsating gently in sync with his heartbeat. "Balance Keeper," he murmured, testing the ancient title on his tongue. Serafina approached cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. "What does it mean to be a balance keeper?" The air shimmered around them, charged with ancient power and unspoken expectations. Eric's mind wrestled with the bird's riddle, as Lua's crystal pulsed softly in his grasp. Serafina watched anxiously, her staff glowing softly in anticipation. The colossal bird waited patiently, its molten gold eyes reflecting Eric's determination. To maintain balance, Eric began, his voice steady and confident. "One must understand both light and dark, embracing neither, but utilizing each when necessary." Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, casting intricate patterns upon the ancient ruins surrounding them. Serafina nodded approvingly, her staff's glow intensifying in response to Eric's wise words. Eric, bolstered by his newfound understanding, declared, "I accept your challenge, Balance Keeper." The bird's eyes flashed, and it swooped down, claws outstretched. Eric drew his sword, deflecting the attack with a swift, precise strike. Lua's crystal pulsed in harmony, casting a shield around them as Serafina stepped forward, staff glowing brightly. Eric's heart raced as he pondered the bird's challenge, Lua's crystal pulsating softly against his palm. Serafina watched anxiously, her staff glowing faintly as if echoing Lua's crystal. "To restore balance," Eric murmured, "one must understand both light and dark." The air around them seemed to shimmer in agreement. As Eric pondered the bird's challenge, Lua's crystal hummed softly against his palm, its light casting intricate patterns upon the ancient ruins surrounding them. Serafina approached cautiously, her staff glowing faintly as she whispered, "What does it mean to be a balance keeper?" The air crackled with anticipation, the colossal bird watching them intently. "One who maintains equilibrium," Eric responded, his voice steady and confident. Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, its ethereal glow illuminating their surroundings. Serafina nodded approvingly, her staff's light intensifying in sync with Lua's. Eric's heart pounded with newfound resolve as he faced the colossal bird, its molten gold eyes scrutinizing him intensely. "I am Eric," he declared, "Balance Keeper, you named me." Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, casting intricate patterns upon the bird and Eric. Seraphina watched in awe, her staff glowing softly in anticipation. The bird screeched, sweeping down towards them with claws extended. Eric drew his sword, deflecting its dive with a swift, precise strike. As their blades clashed, Lua's crystal resonated, casting a shimmering barrier around them. Seraphina stepped forward, staff aglow, ready to support Eric in their newfound roles. With newfound understanding, Eric accepted the bird's challenge, declaring, "I am Eric, Balance Keeper." The bird screeched, diving at them with talons outstretched. Eric drew his sword, deflecting its attack as Lua's crystal resonated, casting a protective barrier. Seraphina stepped forward, staff aglow, ready to support their cause. As Eric's blade deflected the bird's talons, Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, its barrier expanding protectively around them. Seraphina's staff began to hum, its light intensifying as she readied herself for another attack. Suddenly, the bird soared upward, issuing a deafening cry that echoed through whispering woods, causing birds in the canopy above to take flight. From the shadows of the trees, two figures emerged, clad in tattered robes adorned with symbols matching those on Lua's crystal. Their eyes glowed softly as they approached, one addressing Eric in the same ancient tongue. "We are the guardians of balance, here to test your worthiness." The colossal bird descended behind them, its molten gold gaze fixed on Eric. Eric braced himself, blade held steady as the colossal bird hovered menacingly behind the rubbed figures. Lua's crystal pulsed softly, its barrier extending protectively around the guardians too. "What trials do you propose?" Eric asked, his voice echoing through the sanctuary. The lead guardian spoke. "3 tasks lie ahead, a test of strength, wit, and heart." As he finished, the bird screeched, diving at them once more. This time, Eric sheathed his sword, catching it mid-air instead. The bird's eyes widened in surprise before settling onto Eric's arms, transforming into a gleaming, intricately designed gauntlet that fit perfectly. Eric donned the gauntlet, feeling its power resonate within him as Lua's crystal pulsed in harmony. The guardian continued, "Your first trial awaits deep within the treacherous mists of echoes." Seraphina stepped closer to Eric, her voice steady with determination. "We'll face this together." Eric, Lua, and Seraphina ventured into the mists of echoes, Lua's crystal casting intermittent beams through the dense fog as their footsteps echoed ominously. Suddenly, spectral apparitions materialized before them, mirroring their own forms but twisted with malevolence. Eric felt a chill run down his spine at the sight, Lua's grip on her staff tightening. The spectral apparitions advanced, their eyes burning with hatred as they mimicked Eric's movements, lunging with imaginary blades. Lua swiftly countered, her staff igniting with a blaze of light that drove them back temporarily. Seraphina watched intently, learning the creatures' patterns to aid in their defense. As Lua's staff sliced through another apparition, Eric noticed their numbers dwindling but new ones forming at the mist's edge. He called out, "We need to disrupt their source." Seraphina nodded, staff glowing brighter as she whispered ancient words, attempting to dispel the mist's hold. Eric's sword clashed against an apparition's illusory blade, its form wavering as Lua's crystal pulses grew stronger. Seraphina's dispelling spell began to take effect, the mists thinning enough for them to glimpse a hidden altar at their center. Eric approached the altar, its surface carved with symbols matching Lua's crystal. He felt an inexplicable pull towards it as Seraphina's dispelling spell finally dispersed the mists completely, revealing a hidden chamber beneath whispering woods. In the silence that followed, Eric heard a faint whisper echoing from within the chamber. The trial of wit awaits. Eric stepped towards the chamber entrance, Lua's crystal pulsating softly as it recognized the symbols etched into the ancient stone walls. Seraphina followed closely, staff at the ready, her eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of danger. As they ventured deeper, the whispers grew louder, echoing ominously off the cold stone floor. Eric felt an icy chill run down his spine, Lua's crystal casting eerie shadows that danced macabrely on the walls. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the darkness. "Answer my riddle, and you may proceed. Fail, and face eternal entrapment in this realm." Eric's mind raced as he considered the riddle's implications, Lua's crystal pulsing rhythmically at his side. Seraphina leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. "We'll face this together." The voice echoed once more. "What has roots that nobody sees, is taller than trees, up, up it goes, and yet never grows." Eric's eyes narrowed as he pondered the answer. Eric's mind flashed through countless possibilities before settling on an answer. He spoke clearly. "A mountain." The voice boomed again. "Correct. Proceed, but beware the trials ahead." As they ventured deeper, the ground trembled ominously. Eric reached the chasm's edge, peering into its abyssal depths where whispers of ancient power echoed. He turned to Lua. "Your crystal. Does it respond?" She nodded, feeling its pulse quicken as she stepped beside him. Seraphina gasped. "It's a rift. We must seal it," Eric agreed. "But first, we cross Oz." Eric stepped back from the chasm's edge, his eyes scanning for any means across. "We'll need to find a way around," he murmured. Lua's crystal pulsed softly, guiding her towards a hidden ledge barely visible in the darkness. "Here," she called out, Seraphina quickly joining her side. Eric hesitated, then leapt onto the narrow path, his heart pounding with each careful step. Eric's heart pounded as he traversed the narrow path, Lua's crystal guiding their steps, while Seraphina's eyes scanned the chasm for any sign of movement below. Suddenly, Lua's crystal pulsed urgently, revealing a hidden bridge partially submerged in shadow. "We must hurry," Eric urged, quickening his pace. As they reached the bridge, its surface seemed to shift beneath them, testing their balance and resolve. Seraphina stumbled, but Eric caught her, steadying them both as Lua's crystal lit up like a beacon, illuminating their way across. As they crossed the bridge, Eric felt the ground stabilize beneath his feet, signaling their success. Looking back, he saw Lua and Seraphina safely behind him, relief washing over their faces. "We've passed the test of strength," Eric murmured, turning towards the darkness ahead. A dim glow appeared in the distance, revealing a labyrinthine passage that seemed to twist and turn upon itself. The air grew colder, damp with an ancient, musty scent. Lua's crystal pulsated softly, its light barely piercing the gloom. Eric led them into the labyrinth, Lua's crystal casting eerie patterns on the twisting walls as they delved deeper. Suddenly, Seraphina paused, her eyes widening at an inscription only she could see. "This is ancient elven runes," she whispered, tracing the symbols with her fingers. Eric studied Seraphina's face as she deciphered the runes, his heart pounding with anticipation. Lua's crystal pulsated softly, its light illuminating her focused gaze. "It speaks of a test of wit," Seraphina murmured, looking up at them. "We must choose wisely." "Ah." Eric's gaze followed Seraphina's fingertips as they traced the runes, his mind racing with possibilities. Lua's crystal pulsed rhythmically, its light flickering like anxious flames. "Which path do we choose?" he asked, turning to face them. Seraphina's eyes scanned the inscriptions, her brow furrowed in concentration. "One path leads to wisdom, another to folly," she warned. Eric's hand tightened around his sword hilt, Lua's crystal pulsing faster. "We'll take our chances with wisdom," he declared. Eric stepped confidently onto the path of wisdom, Lua's crystal pulsing in harmony with his resolve. Seraphina followed close behind, her eyes scanning the gloom for any sign of danger. The labyrinth walls seemed to hum softly as they ventured deeper, their runes glowing faintly under Lua's light. "Ah." As Eric navigated the narrowing passage, Lua's crystal cast eerie shadows on the ancient runes etched into the walls, their patterns shifting subtly as if whispering secrets only he could hear. Seraphina paused, her fingers tracing one such rune, murmuring, "These are not mere markings, they're a map." Eric turned back, his eyes meeting hers, and she smiled softly. "We'll find our way together." "Ah." Eric's footsteps echoed through the labyrinth as Lua's crystal pulsed rhythmically, its light revealing ever-changing runes on the walls. Seraphina deciphered their patterns, guiding them confidently towards the heart of the trial. Suddenly, she gasped, "This path, it leads to a confrontation." "Ah." Eric's heart quickened as Seraphina's words echoed ominously through the labyrinth. He glanced at Lua, her crystal casting worried shadows on her face. "What manner of confrontation?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Seraphina pointed a rune that pulsed darker than the rest. "This one. It speaks of a test against an embodiment of darkness." "Ah." Eric's grip tightened on his sword as Seraphina finished her translation, the weight of their impending trial settling heavily upon them. Lua stepped closer to him, her crystal pulsating softly. Together, she whispered, her voice echoing in the dimly lit passageway. Ahead, the labyrinth opened into a vast chamber, where a dark figure awaited, its form shifting ominously. Eric stepped forward, blade gleaming in Lua's crystal light, as the shadowy figure coalesced into a tangible form. It was an umbral reflection of himself, sword raised menacingly. Seraphina gasped, "This is your trial of heart, Eric." The reflection smirked, "Prove yourself worthy, or fall to darkness." Eric's reflection charged, its blade a blur of darkness. Eric stood his ground, Lua's crystal pulsing urgently. As their swords clashed, a wave of cold energy surged through him. Eric parried his reflection's next strike, their blades singing as they met. The cold energy surging through him now felt familiar, like the power within Lua's crystal. Seraphina's voice echoed in the chamber. "You must not fall to its darkness, Eric." Her words steeled his resolve, and he stepped forward, counterattacking with renewed vigor. As Eric's reflection pressed its assault, he noticed flickers of Lua's crystal light within its eyes. He realized this was not just darkness, but a test of his own resolve. "I will not falter," he growled, redoubling his efforts. Seraphina, seeing an opening in the reflection's offense, chanted a spell under her breath. A soft glow enveloped Eric, bolstering his strength and speed. The reflection snarled, sensing its advantage slipping away. Eric's blade sang as it met his reflections once more, their eyes locked in intense duel. Seraphina's empowerment spell waned, her breath ragged with exertion. The reflection smirked cruelly, sensing Eric's growing fatigue. Eric's reflection lunged, its blade aimed at his heart. He dodged just in time, Lua's crystal pulsating urgently as it deflected the attack. Seraphina stumbled back, her empowerment spell spent. Eric's reflection paused, studying its prey intently before charging again. This time, Eric caught its blade between his own and Lua's crystal, holding it at bay. Seraphina, regaining her strength, whispered an incantation, her hands glowing softly as she prepared another empowerment spell. Eric's reflection sneered, "You cannot win, for I am you." Eric gritted his teeth, pushing Lua's crystal forward as Seraphina's renewed spell surged through him. With newfound strength, he thrust his blade into the umbral reflection, shattering it into motes of darkness. Behind them, a portal hummed to life, revealing an exit from the trials. As Eric stepped through the portal, Lua and Seraphina close behind, they emerged into an ethereal realm where reality seemed fluid and ever-changing. The air was filled with whispers of ancient power, and iridescent motes danced around them like fireflies. Before them stood a grand tree, its trunk twisted with age, and its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. A figure perched on one gnarled root, cloaked in shadows, it spoke. "Greetings, warriors of the trials. I am Elderbark, keeper of this realm's secrets." Its eyes glowed softly as they settled upon each of them. Eric approached cautiously, hand resting on his pommel. "What secrets do you hold, Elderbark?" he asked, feeling a strange resonance from Lua's crystal at the tree's presence. The ancient being leaned forward, leaves rustling around it like dry whispers. "The secret of your lineage, Eric," it rasped, "on the destiny that awaits you." Seraphina gasped, her eyes widening in realization. "You mean, he's..." She glanced at Lua, who nodded solemnly. Eric frowned, confusion etched on his face. "What are you talking about? What lineage?" Elderbark's gnarled roots creaked as it shifted closer, its voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Your bloodline traces back to the first dragons, Eric. You possess an ancient power, dormant until now." Eric staggered back, Lua's crystal pulsing wildly at the revelation. Seraphina steadied him, her eyes filled with concern and newfound understanding. "Ah." Eric struggled to grasp Elderbark's revelation, his mind racing with questions about his lineage. Lua stepped forward, her voice steady as she asked, "How can we awaken this power within him?" Seraphina watched Eric closely, concern etched on her face. Elderbark's eyes glowed brighter as it continued. "To awaken your power, seek the heart of the dragon, a gem imbued with ancient draconic might." Eric felt a pang of longing, his hand instinctively reaching for Lua's crystal. Seraphina stepped closer to Lua, whispering, "We'll find this heart together." Lua nodded, her eyes reflecting determination. As Eric grappled with Elderbark's revelation, Lua placed her hand on his shoulder, her touch grounding him. "We'll face this together," she said, her voice steady. Seraphina nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting newfound determination. Behind them, the portal they'd emerged from shimmered and closed, leaving no visible path back. Eric grappled with the revelation of his draconic lineage, Lua's crystal pulsating softly in response to his turmoil. Seraphina watched him with newfound understanding, her voice gentle as she asked, "What does this mean for you, Eric?" Elderbark leaned back, its roots creaking like ancient joints. "It means your destiny is intertwined with the fate of dragons and dragonkind." Behind them, a new path materialized, leading deeper into the ethereal realm. Eric's mind echoed with Elderbark's revelation as they ventured deeper into the ethereal realm. The air grew colder, and whispers of ancient power resonated more intensely around them. Seraphina huddled closer to Lua, her voice barely above a whisper. "What kind of world are we stepping into?" As if in answer, the path before them opened into a vast cavern adorned with glittering crystals that seemed to hum softly in harmony. As Eric's eyes adjusted to the cavern's brilliance, he noticed intricate carvings on the crystalline walls depicting dragons and dragonkin battling alongside humans. Lua gasped, recognizing symbols similar to those on her crystal. Seraphina traced the carvings, murmuring, "These depict a time when our races fought together." "Ah." As Eric's gaze traced the carvings, he realized the battles weren't just depictions, but echoes of memories stirring within him. Lua's crystal hummed softly, resonating with these ancient images, as Serafina whispered, "Our histories are intertwined in ways we've yet to understand." A sudden tremor shook the cavern, crystals shattering and revealing a hidden tunnel leading deeper into the earth. Eric's hand tightened on his sword, Lua readied her staff, and Serafina's eyes glowed with determination. As Eric led them into the darkness of the hidden tunnel, Lua's crystal cast an ethereal glow, illuminating ancient footprints, etched into the stone floor. Serafina noticed their depth and size, musing aloud, "These belong to creatures far larger than us." The air grew colder, carrying whispers of forgotten battles fought by giants long past. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber filled with slumbering crystal formations that pulsed with an otherworldly energy. At its center lay a massive, dormant dragon, its scales reflecting Lua's light like stars against midnight. Eric felt an inexplicable pull towards it, his heart pounding in sync with the rhythmic pulsations. Eric approached the dormant dragon, its vast form stirring ancient memories within him. Lua's crystal pulsed brighter as she sensed the creature's immense power, while Serafina whispered a reverent spell, honoring this slumbering titan. As Eric reached out tentatively, the dragon's eyes snapped open, revealing swirling galaxies that seemed to gaze directly into his soul. As the dragon's gaze bore into him, Eric felt an ancient language stir within his mind, urging him to speak. "We mean no harm," he whispered, Lua's crystal pulsating softly as if translating his words into a rhythm understood only by the beast. Serafina stepped closer, her voice echoing through the chamber. "We seek knowledge of our shared past." Ba! The dragon blinked, its cosmic eyes narrowing as it regarded the Menu. It spoke in a voice like thunderous waters, rumbling deep within their very souls. "You bear the blood of my kin, young one." Its gaze flicked to Lua and Serafina. "And you, daughters of magic, have been led here by fate itself." Eric's heart pounded as the dragon's voice echoed within him, revealing his lineage. Lua gasped, her crystal pulsing in sync with the dragon's words, while Serafina whispered ancient incantations of reverence. The dragon turned its gaze to the shattered crystals around them. "These fragments hold echoes of our shared history. Gather them, and I shall reveal what fate has in store for you." Eric reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing against the dragon's scales, feeling an electric current run through him. Lua gasped as her crystal hummed louder, resonating with the ancient beast's power. Serafina stepped closer, her voice steady yet awestruck. "What do we seek here, Great One?" "Ah." As Eric's hands closed around the first crystal shard, memories surged, visions of ancient wars fought by dragonkin alongside humans flooded his mind. Lua steadied him, her crystal pulsing with each recalled image, while Serafina watched in fascination. The dragon's voice rumbled. "These are your ancestors' battles, young one." It gestured towards another shard. "Gather them all, and you shall see the truth of our peoples." "Ah." Eric's hands trembled as he collected more shards, each one revealing starker truths about his lineage. Lua's crystal pulsed frantically, mirroring his growing unis. Serafina noticed the change and stepped closer, her voice steady. "We're almost done, Eric." The dragon loomed behind them, its cosmic gaze fixed on the gathering crystals. "Ah." Eric's hands closed around the final shard, his mind exploding with visions of dragons soaring alongside human armies, their combined might unstoppable. Lua steadied him, her crystal now pulsing in sync with the dragon's own rhythmic breathing. Seraphina watched in awe as the shattered crystals began to reform, merging back into a single, flawless gem resting in Eric's palm. As Eric held the reconstructed crystal, its facets reflecting his ancestors' glory, Lua's crystal pulsed with newfound energy, resonating with their shared lineage. Seraphina marveled at this display of power, her eyes gleaming with scholarly curiosity and excitement. The colossal dragon leaned closer, its voice a rumble of distant thunder. "Now, young ones, it is time for you to understand your true destiny. Eric's breath hitched as the dragon's gaze intensified, the reconstructed crystal throbbing in sync with his racing heart. Lua reached out, her fingers intertwining with Eric's, her own crystal pulsating in harmony. Seraphina stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "We're ready." The dragon inhaled deeply, its breath stirring ancient winds that whispered secrets long forgotten. As Eric's heart pounded, echoes of ancient battles resonated within him. Lua's crystal hummed softly, mirroring his turmoil as she squeezed his hand reassuringly. Seraphina leaned in, whispering, "Stay strong, we're in this together." The dragon inhaled, its breath stirring winds that whispered secrets in a language only Eric seemed to understand. As the winds whispered ancient secrets to Eric, Lua's crystal pulsated faster, mirroring his racing thoughts. Seraphina watched their shared turmoil, her scholarly curiosity piqued by these hidden histories. The dragon exhaled, its breath solidifying into a swirling vortex of light that enveloped them, drawing them into the heart of a long-forgotten age. As the vortex enveloped them, Eric felt Lua's grip tighten, her crystal now pulsating with urgent intensity. Seraphina gasped as visions of ancient cities rising from the sea filled their minds, the dragon's voice echoing, "Behold, the birth of your peoples." The scene shifted to vast battlefields where dragons soared alongside human armies, their combined might shaking mountains and splitting seas. Eric's mind raced as he witnessed his ancestors' triumphs and tragedies, Lua's crystal pulsating wildly with each revelation. Seraphina marveled at the ancient scenes unfolding before them, her voice echoing through the vortex. "This is our shared history, Eric." The dragon rumbled. "And now, you must understand why it matters." As the vortex subsided, Eric, Lua, and Seraphina stood amidst the ruins of a long-forgotten battle, the air thick with remnants of ancient magic. The colossal dragon loomed behind them, its cosmic eyes reflecting the destruction that once was. "This is where it all ended," the dragon rumbled. "Where our people's alliance shattered like these broken walls." Eric's grip tightened on the reconstructed crystal. Lua's crystal pulsating with newfound gravity. Seraphina stepped towards the crumbling remnants of a once great statue, her fingers tracing the eroded features of a Dragonkin warrior. As Eric's grip tightened on the crystal, Lua's hand squeezed as reassuringly, their eyes meeting amidst the ruins. Seraphina turned from the statue, her expression solemn as she asked, "What caused this? What broke our alliance?" The dragon's gaze darkened. "A betrayal, a theft. The heart of the dragon gem, stolen by one of your own da." Eric's heart pounded as he grappled with this revelation, Lua's crystal echoing his shock. Seraphina's eyes narrowed, her mind racing with academic curiosity and outrage at such betrayal. The dragon continued, "This gem, now restored, holds the key to rebuilding our alliance." A sudden rumble shook the ruins, hinting at unseen forces awakening. Eric's mind raced with questions as he clutched the gem tightly, Lua's crystal pulsating in sync with his turmoil. Seraphina's gaze scanned the ruins, her scholarly instincts drawn towards unraveling this mystery. The dragon's voice echoed once more. "The thief was one of your ancient blade wardens." Its cosmic eyes flickered, revealing a hidden figure emerging from the shadows. As the figure stepped closer, Eric recognized the ancient Blade Warden insignia etched onto its tattered cloak. Lua's crystal pulsed warily while Seraphina squinted, trying to discern details amidst the dust. The dragon rumbled, "Behold, the traitor who brought ruin upon our peoples." Eric's grip tightened on Lua's hand as the figure stepped into the light, its features slowly becoming clearer. Lua's crystal pulsed faster, reacting to an unknown presence while Seraphina whispered ancient incantations under her breath, attempting to discern if this was friend or foe. The figure raised a hand in greeting, revealing a gloved fist wrapped around a familiar gem, the heart of the dragon. As the figure stepped closer, Eric noticed the insignia's worn edges hinting at an ancient origin. Lua's crystal pulsated uncertainly, while Seraphina murmured, "Its cloak bears the mark of a long-lost order." The dragon rumbled, "Indeed, this was once one of our kin, The figure stepped closer, revealing a face etched with ancient wisdom and sorrow. Eric felt an inexplicable connection, Lua's crystal resonating softly while Seraphina gasped at the sight of this apparition from their shared past. "Who are you?" Eric asked, his voice echoing through the ruins. The figure's eyes met Eric's, echoing the gold hue of his own gaze. As it spoke, "I am what remains of your ancestors' betrayal." Lua's crystal pulsed nervously, while Serafina whispered ancient incantations to dispel any illusions. As Eric's voice echoed off the desolate ruins, the figure nodded solemnly. "I have been waiting for you, descendant," it said, its grip tightening around the heart of the dragon. Lua's crystal pulsed warily, sensing the truth behind its words. Serafina stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the gem in its hand. The figure extended its hand, offering the gem towards Eric. "This was meant for you," it said, voice echoing with ancient resonance. Lua's crystal pulsed insistently, urging caution as Serafina watched intently. Eric hesitated, memories of betrayal stirring within him as Lua's crystal pulsed warnings. Serafina reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing against the gem, whispering ancient enchantments to discern its true intent. "Za." Serafina's eyes widened as her spell revealed the gem's ancient power pulsating with Eric's bloodline. The figure nodded solemnly. "Wes, it resonates with your lineage." Eric reached out slowly, Lua's crystal pulsing softly in sync with his heartbeat. Eric's fingers closed around the heart of the dragon gem, its warmth spreading through him like sunlight after a storm. Lua gasped as her crystal pulsed brighter, mirroring Eric's sudden surge of power. The elderly figure smiled softly. "Now, we must return this to where it belongs." Eric felt an inexplicable surge of power from the gem, its ancient magic resonating within him as Lua's crystal hummed in harmony. Serafina watched in awe, her scholarly curiosity piqued by this display of lineage-driven sorcery. The elderly figure stepped back, revealing a hidden path leading deeper into the ruins. "Follow me," it beckoned. "There is much to show you before we return the heart." As they ventured forth, Lua's crystal pulsed softly, guiding them through the shadows cast by towering statues of forgotten heroes. Eric felt an inexplicable connection to these ancient warriors as they passed beneath their watchful gaze, Lua's crystal casting eerie shadows on their stern faces. The elderly figure paused before a statue of a dragonkin, its features eerily familiar. "Your ancestor, Eric," it said, turning to gauge his reaction. Serafina leaned in, her curiosity piqued by the family resemblance. Eric approached the statue, tracing its features with reverent fingers, feeling an echo of ancient power resonating from within. Lua stepped closer, her crystal pulsating softly as if acknowledging their shared lineage. The elderly figure nodded solemnly. "Your ancestor was one of the greatest warriors of his time." A sudden gust of wind whipped through the ruins, extinguishing Lua's crystal light momentarily before it flickered back to life, revealing a hidden entrance behind the statue. "Duh." As Eric's fingers traced his ancestor's stone features, Lua noticed the statue's eyes seemed to follow their movements, a subtle glow igniting within them. The elderly figure nodded towards the now visible entrance. "This was once your family's sanctuary." As they stepped inside, Lua's crystal illuminated intricate murals depicting dragonkin warriors battling alongside humans, their shared history echoing around them. Eric, Lua, and Serafina entered a vast chamber adorned with colossal tapestries depicting dragonkin warriors soaring alongside human armies, their shared history unfolding like a grand epic. The elderly figure gestured towards the tapestries. "These are your people's triumphs, Eric." As they moved deeper into the room, Lua's crystal illuminated a pedestal bearing an ancient tome, its cover inscribed with symbols matching those on her staff. Eric approached the ancient tome, Lua's crystal pulsating softly as if acknowledging its significance. As he reached out to touch it, the room trembled subtly, revealing hidden engravings on the walls that seemed to resonate with his presence. Serafina stepped closer, her eyes widening at the intricate carvings depicting dragonkin and humans united against a common foe. As Eric's fingers traced the ancient text, the engravings on the walls seemed to animate, showing dragonkin warriors transforming into dragons mid-flight, their human allies riding atop them into battle. Lua gasped, her crystal pulsing faster, as if mirroring the scene's intensity. Serafina stepped back, awestruck by this display of ancient magic. As Eric delved into the ancient tome, its pages revealing secrets of his lineage's forgotten magic, Lua's crystal began to hum louder, resonating with the text. Serafina leaned over his shoulder, her eyes scanning the intricate illustrations depicting dragonkin harnessing elemental forces alongside humans. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing Lua's light momentarily before it reignited, illuminating an archway hidden behind a tapestry. Eric hesitated before the hidden archway, feeling an inexplicable trepidation. Lua's crystal pulsed reassuringly as she reached out, placing her hand over his. "We face this together," she whispered. Serafina nodded solemnly, her gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the arch. As they stepped through, Lua's crystal illuminated a vast, empty throne room, its walls adorned with more tapestries depicting dragonkin royalty. As they approached the throne, Lua's crystal pulsated wildly, reflecting Eric's growing unease. Suddenly, the throne trembled, its surface shifting to reveal an ancient inscription. "Blood of my blood, awaken." Eric's heart pounded as he reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold stone, feeling an electric jolt run through him. The chamber rumbled ominously, the throne groaning as it began to rise, unveiling a hidden compartment beneath. Eric reached into the revealed compartment, his fingers brushing against an ornate amulet, pulsating with ancient power. As he lifted it, Lua's crystal resonated strongly, its light intensifying dramatically. Seraphina gasped at the sudden brilliance, shielding her eyes briefly. Us. Eric's grip tightened around the amulet as Lua's crystal hummed louder, its light casting dramatic shadows on the ancient stone walls. Seraphina stepped closer, her eyes wide with wonder and concern for Eric, whose body seemed to resonate with the artifact's power. "What does this mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure in the shadows stirred, stepping forward into the light. It was an elderly human, his once proud Blade Warden armor now tarnished and worn. "It means," he rasped, "that you have awakened something far older than our current war." Ah. Eric's heart pounded as he examined the amulet, its pulsating energy resonating within him like a long, lost memory. Seraphina's hand rested on his arm, her touch grounding him amidst the artifact's power. The elderly Blade Warden approached, his eyes fixed on Eric with an intensity that spoke of ancient secrets about to unfold. The elderly Blade Warden extended a trembling hand towards Eric. "I am Ellen, last of the Dragon's vanguard. That amulet, it bears the mark of our ancient alliance." His voice wavered with emotion and age. Seraphina's eyes narrowed as she studied him, sensing his sincerity yet cautious of his sudden appearance. Eric hesitated before passing the amulet to Olin, who closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if drawing strength from it. "This artifact holds the memories of our shared history, Eric. It can help us rebuild what was lost." As Elin spoke, the throne room's tapestries swayed without wind, their ancient threads weaving anew to depict united human, Dragonkin armies marching towards a looming shadow. Eric's mind raced with questions as Elin handed back the amulet, its pulsating energy now familiar yet still enigmatic. Seraphina stepped closer to Eric, her voice barely above a whisper. "What does he mean? Rebuild what was lost?" Meanwhile, unseen forces stirred beyond the throne room's grand doors. Eric's grip tightened on the amulet as Ellen's words echoed through the chamber. Seraphina's eyes darted between Eric and the elderly Blade Warden, her mind racing with questions about their shared past and the looming shadow on the tapestries. Unbeknownst to them, the grand doors trembled under the weight of an unseen force seeking entry. Ilan turned towards the grand doors as they groaned ominously under an unseen pressure. "The shadow approaches," he said gravely, "and it seeks the power you've awakened." Eric's grip tightened on the amulet, its pulsating energy now feeling like a warning. Seraphina drew her weapon, her eyes reflecting determination mixed with concern for Eric. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice steady despite the gathering tension. As Ellen's words hung heavy in the air, the grand doors burst open with a deafening crash, revealing a swirling vortex of darkness that seemed to devour the very light from the chamber. Eric instinctively shielded Lua and Seraphina as tendrils of shadow snaked towards them, hissing menacingly. "We must flee," Ellen urged. "This place is no longer safe." Eric shielded Lua and Seraphina, pushing them towards Olin as they navigated the chaotic throne room. The ancient tapestries caught fire, their depictions of united armies burning away as shadows consumed all. "Stay close," Eric yelled over the cacophony, his grip firm on the amulet that now pulsed with urgency. Ellen led them through labyrinthine corridors, his knowledge of the sanctuary's layout guiding them amidst crumbling walls and collapsing ceilings. "We must reach the surface before it's too late," he gasped, his aged body straining against time. Behind them, the shadow creature's tendrils lashed out, devouring anything they touched, its malevolent presence growing ever stronger. Seraphina turned, losing an arrow into the darkness, her face set in grim determination. "We won't make it if we keep running," she called back, her voice steady despite their dire circumstances. Eric's heart pounded like a drum as he considered Seraphina's words, their path illuminated by Lua's glowing crystal. Ellen paused, leaning heavily on his sword. "You're right," he conceded, "but fighting here is suicide." Suddenly, the walls trembled ominously. As the walls groaned ominously around them, Eric's mind raced with strategies. He turned to Olin. "Can you create an opening upstairs? We'll hold it off here." Seraphina nodded grimly, readying her bow beside him. Ellen's eyes flashed with renewed vigor as he grasped Eric's plan. "I'll hold it open," he vowed, his voice echoing through the chamber like thunder. Seraphina's grip tightened on her bowstring, her heart pounding in sync with the collapsing walls. As Ilan rushed upstairs, Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, its light cutting through the encroaching darkness. Eric's amulet blazed as he turned to Lua. "One, I say no. Use your crystal to amplify my power." His voice boomed over the collapsing ruins. Seraphina readied her bow, eyes scanning the encroaching darkness. As Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, its light cutting through the swirling darkness, Eric felt an ancient power surge within him, resonating with the gem Ulan had given him. "Now!" he cried, and Lua pressed her crystal to his amulet, amplifying its power as a blinding beam of light shot forth, temporarily halting the encroaching shadows. Seraphina loosed arrow after arrow into the retreating darkness, her keen eyes tracking unseen enemies. "We've bought some time," she grunted, "but this isn't over yet." Zuh. With the shadows temporarily abated, Eric turned to Lua. "We need to find Ilan." His voice was steady but laced with concern for their elderly ally. Seraphina nodded, her gaze scanning the rubble-strewn chamber before they cautiously followed him upstairs. The upper level was a stark contrast, untouched by the destruction below. It bore witness to ancient artifacts and faded tapestries depicting united Dragonkin human armies. Yet, an eerie silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by their measured footsteps echoing through the grand halls. Ilan was nowhere in sight. Instead, they found a solitary figure standing before a colossal statue of a dragon, its eyes two immense rubies gleaming ominously. The stranger turned as they approached, revealing features eerily similar to Eric's, another descendant of the ancient Dragonkin lineage. Eric's heart pounded as he recognized the stranger's lineage reflected in his own features. The figure turned, revealing a stern gaze that seemed to pierce through Eric's very soul. "You've awakened it," the stranger growled, gesturing towards the now silent darkness below. Seraphina stepped protectively beside Eric, her hand resting on her bow. "Where is Ulan?" she demanded, breaking the tense silence. Lua's crystal flickered nervously as they stood before the imposing statue and its enigmatic guardian, unaware of the storm brewing above their ancient sanctuary. "Saul." The stranger's gaze shifted from Eric to Lua's crystal, his eyes widening briefly before he addressed them sternly. "I am Kale, warden of this sanctuary." Ulan led the shadow away, but it'll return. As if on cue, distant rumblings echoed through the halls, signaling their pursuer's approach. Seraphina's grip tightened on her bow. "We need to leave," she urged, casting a worried glance at Cal. Cal nodded grimly. "There's a secret passage behind the statue. Follow me." He turned towards the dragon sculpture, revealing a hidden mechanism that groaned open, revealing a narrow path into darkness. Eric paused, his amulet pulsing in rhythm with the growing chaos outside. "Lua, your light," he whispered. As Lua's light illuminated the passage, Kale led them swiftly through winding tunnels, his earlier sternness replaced by urgency. The rumblings outside grew louder, echoing like thunder as the shadow force drew closer. Seraphina glanced back, her heart pounding. "How much time do we have?" she asked breathlessly. Cal's voice echoed off the stone walls. "Not enough." He pointed ahead. "That door leads to safety. I'll hold them off here." Eric paused, his amulet pulsing in sync with the growing threat outside. "We're not leaving you behind," he declared firmly. Eric's determination solidified as he faced Kale. "We stand together," he asserted, his amulet blazing defiantly. Seraphina nodded, her bow at the ready, while Lua's crystal cast an anxious glow, illuminating their united front against the encroaching darkness. Cal's eyes softened briefly at Eric's resolve before stealing over once more. "Very well," he conceded, leading them deeper into the tunnel. The rumblings grew louder, echoing like a monstrous heartbeat in pursuit. Eric's amulet pulsed in sync with it, its light flickering ominously. Cal paused before an ancient stone door, its surface etched with runes glimmering under Lua's light. "This leads outside," he said, turning the heavy iron handle. Eric glanced back, the rumblings now a deafening roar, their pursuer almost upon them. "Ah!" The stone door groaned open, revealing a moonlit glade as Kale led them into the night. Eric's amulet pulsed urgently, mirroring Lua's crystal that cast eerie shadows dancing on the ancient walls. Seraphina's breath hitched, her senses heightened by the looming danger and the scent of pine from the surrounding forest. As Cal led them deeper into the forest, Eric's amulet began to glow brighter, its light cutting through the dense canopy above. Lua reached out tentatively to touch the crystal at her neck, feeling its pulsating warmth echoing her own racing heart. Seraphina, with an arrow nocked on her bowstring, scanned the surrounding woods warily. "How much further?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. As Kale guided them through the whispering woods, Eric's amulet cast eerie patterns on the forest floor, illuminating their path. Lua's crystal pulsed synchronously with his, their rhythms echoing an ancient harmony. Seraphina, her senses haunted by the encroaching danger, caught a faint whiff of something other than pine, a metallic tang that sent shivers down her spine. Eric's amulet pulsed with increased urgency as they ventured deeper into the woods, its light revealing ancient runes etched into hidden stones around them. Lua's crystal hummed softly, resonating with the pulsating energy, her eyes reflecting awe and apprehension. Seraphina loosed an arrow into the shadows, a low growl echoing as her projectile found its mark. As Seraphina's arrow found its mark, a massive, hulking figure emerged from the shadows, an orc. Unlike any they'd seen before, its eyes ablaze with an eerie, otherworldly glow. Kale stepped forward, his voice echoing with authority. "Stand down, creature of darkness. We mean no harm." The orc's growl rumbled through the forest as it lunged at them. "Ah." Cal's warning echoed through the clearing as he deftly sidestepped the orc's swipe, his sword singing from its sheath. Eric stepped forward, amulet blazing, while Lua's crystal cast a shimmering barrier around them. Seraphina loosed another arrow, striking the creature's shoulder. The orc roared, unfazed, its eyes locked onto Eric. Eric's amulet blazed like a miniature sun as he faced the orcs, its heat resonating with Lua's crystal barrier that shimmered around them like liquid starlight. Kale, his sword a silver blur, danced around the creature, each strike drawing another snarl from its lips. Seraphina, her arrows finding their marks again and again, whispered ancient elven curses under her breath, her eyes never leaving her targets. Eric's amulet blazed brighter as he held his ground against the orc, Lua's barrier shimmering around them like a shield of pure starlight. The creature snarled, its eyes locked onto Eric, unaware that it was drawn not by malice, but by an ancient power that echoed within him. Seraphina's arrows found their marks with unerring precision, her heart pounding in time with the rhythm of battle. Yet, despite their combined assault, the orc seemed undaunted, its relentless onslaught pushing them back further into the woods. As they fought, Cal's sword became a whirlwind, his movements fueled by determination and desperation. "We can't keep this up," he grunted between strikes. "It's as if we're fighting an endless shadow." "Ah." Eric's amulet pulsed with renewed vigor as he willed it to intensify its light, Lua's barrier flickering in response. Seraphina's brow furrowed in concentration, her arrows now imbued with a faint glow, each one sapping more strength from the relentless ore. Kale, breathing heavily, acknowledged their efforts, but knew they needed a new strategy. "This creature, it's fueled by darkness, we need to counter that." Eric's amulet pulsed with renewed vigor as he willed it to intensify its light, Lua's barrier flickering in response. Seraphina's brow furrowed in concentration, her arrows now imbued with a faint glow, each one sapping more strength from the relentless orca. Kale, breathing heavily, acknowledged their efforts but knew they needed a new strategy. "This creature, it's fueled by darkness, we need to counter that." Eric's mind raced as he searched for an answer, his gaze flickering between Lua's straining barrier and Cal's grim determination. Seraphina's arrows faltered, her strength waning against the unyielding foe. Suddenly, Eric's amulet pulsed in sync with Lua's crystal, a memory surfacing, Alan's words echoing. The light of Dragonkin can pierce das darkness. Eric's eyes widened as he grasped Ellen's words, his amulet blazing brighter at his command. Lua gasped, her barrier strengthening with newfound resolve, its edges now searing the encroaching shadows. Seraphina's arrows shifted trajectory, striking the orc where light and darkness clashed, drawing agonized roars from its gaping maw. As the orcs stumbled back under their relentless assault, Cal's eyes narrowed, spotting an opening. Now, he barked, lunging forward with a swift, powerful strike. Eric, Lua, and Seraphina followed suit, their combined attack finally breaking through the creature's defenses. With a deafening roar, it dissolved into shadows, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Panting heavily, they looked around warily, expecting more foes to emerge from the darkness. Instead, they found themselves in a clearing, untouched by time or decay, bathed in soft moonlight. In its center stood an ancient stone pedestal, upon which rested a large, intricately carved gem, another heart of the dragon. Eric approached the pedestal cautiously, his hand outstretched towards the pulsating gem. As his fingers brushed against its cool surface, a vision flooded his mind. Human and dragonkin warriors united once more, their combined might holding back the encroaching darkness. Kale watched in awe as Eric's amulet and Lua's crystal began to resonate with the new heart, their eyes glinting with determination. Lua turned to Seraphina, who had been silent since their victory over the orc. "We need you too," she said softly, extending a hand towards her friend. Seraphina hesitated before grasping Lua's hand, feeling an unfamiliar warmth spread through her. "Ah." Eric's eyes flashed with understanding as he clutched the new heart, feeling its power surge through him. "We must find the other hearts," he declared, turning to his companions. Cal nodded grimly. "I know where one lies, but it's guarded by ancient wards." As they set off deeper into Whispering Woods, Lua noticed Seraphina lagging behind, her expression troubled. She fell back beside her friend, concerned. "What's wrong, Seraphina?" she asked softly. Seraphina hesitated before confessing. "I felt something when Lua touched me, a power I've never known." Lua's eyes widened in surprise, her grip tightening on Seraphina's hand as she shared. "I felt it too, like our energies merged." Eric and Cal turned, noticing their entwined hands, the air crackling with unspoken tension. Eric considered Cal's words, his grip tightening on the heart. "Ancient wards mean ancient power. We'll need help," he said, turning to Lua and Seraphina. Lua nodded, her gaze distant as she thought of allies from their past adventures. Meanwhile, Seraphina looked at Eric, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. "Ah." Eric's mind raced with memories of ancient battles as they ventured deeper into Whispering Woods, Lua and Seraphina's bond glowing brighter with each step. Suddenly, a hidden path revealed itself, leading them towards an ominous, towering spire that seemed to pierce the very heart of the forest. "Ah." As they approached the ominous spire, Eric felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if the very structure whispered his name. Lua's crystal pulsed in sync with the heart he held, its rhythm echoing through her veins like a forgotten song. Seraphina, however, felt unease prickling her skin, the air growing colder and heavier with each step closer to the tower. Eric hesitated before the spire's entrance, sensing ancient magic pulsating within. Lua stepped forward, her crystal glowing brighter as she traced runes above the door, whispering incantations learned long ago from her people's lore. Seraphina watched nervously, an arrow notched on her bow, ready for any unexpected threats that might emerge. As Lua's incantations reached their crescendo, the runes on the door ignited with an otherworldly light, revealing a hidden lock. Eric turned to Kale. "We'll need strength for what lies ahead." Kale nodded grimly, flexing his muscles as if anticipating the trials to come. Seraphina's eyes widened as she saw the lock, a dragon's claw, identical to their amulets and crystals. She whispered, "This is no ordinary place." "Ah." Eric's hand hovered over the dragon's claw, feeling its pulse resonate with his amulet. He glanced at Lua, her crystal now dimmed, beads of sweat on her brow from the exertion. Seraphina stepped closer to Lua, offering silent support as Clail stood ready, his gaze scanning the shadows. Suddenly, the lock clicked open, revealing a dark abyss within. A cold wind howled from inside, carrying whispers of ancient battles and long-forgotten names. Eric took a deep breath. "We've come this far together." His voice trailed off as he looked at each of them, determination in his eyes. Eric stepped into the abyss, his amulet casting eerie shadows on the smooth walls. Lua followed close behind, her crystal now pulsating with renewed vigor as it recognized this ancient place. Seraphina and Cal exchanged a glance before entering, sealing themselves off from the world above. The air grew colder as they ventured deeper, Eric's amulet casting flickering shadows on the unyielding stone walls. Lua's crystal pulsated rhythmically, echoing ancient whispers that only she seemed to hear. Seraphina and Cal shared an uneasy glance, their breaths misting in the frigid air. As Lua's crystal cast spectral patterns on the walls, Eric noticed intricate carvings depicting dragonkin transforming into dragons, fueling his hope for their destiny. Seraphina's eyes widened at the sight, her resolve strengthened by the ancient art. Cal paused, his gaze lingering on a mural showing united armies, reminding him of his duty to stand against the encroaching darkness. The air grew heavier as they descended further, Eric's amulet now casting an unsettling crimson glow on their faces. Lua's crystal pulsated anxiously, its rhythm echoing the urgency in her voice as she whispered, "We're nearing something powerful, Ba." Seraphina notched another arrow, her eyes scanning the darkness ahead for any signs of threat. As Lua's crystal pulsated wildly, casting chaotic patterns on the walls, Eric paused, sensing an immense power source ahead. Cal stepped forward, his voice a low growl. "We should proceed with caution." Seraphina's eyes met Eric's, her expression a mix of determination and apprehension. Eric's hand trembled as he reached for the pulsating light ahead, Lua's anxious whispers echoing in his mind. Seraphina's arrow was poised, her eyes reflecting the crimson glow as she scanned the shadows. Kale's grip tightened on his weapon, his breath visible in the frigid air. "Stay close," he murmured. As Eric's fingers brushed against the pulsating light, it surged into his amulet like a living thing, revealing a vast chamber filled with ancient artifacts. Lua gasped, her crystal matching the rhythm of the newfound power, while Seraphina's eyes widened at the sight of untold treasure. Kale stepped into the chamber, his voice echoing as he warned, "This feels like a trap." The air grew colder still, and shadows danced menacingly around them. Eric's amulet glowed brilliantly, illuminating a path through the labyrinthine chamber. Lua marveled at the artifacts surrounding them, whispering tales of their origins as Seraphina kept watch, her eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Kale, however, remained steadfastly focused on the exit, sensing an unseen force pushing them deeper into the trap. Eric's amulet flickered ominously as they traversed the chamber, its crimson glow painting eerie patterns on the ancient artifacts. Lua's crystal pulsated anxiously, matching the rhythm of Eric's amulet, while Seraphina's breaths misted in the frigid air, her heart pounding with each silent step deeper into the abyss. Suddenly, Kale froze, sensing an unseen presence. "We're not alone," he whispered, his eyes scanning the darkness. Lua's incantation revealed faint footprints leading towards a hidden exit, their pursuers having anticipated their path through the labyrinth. "Ah!" Eric's heart pounded as Lua whispered an incantation, revealing a hidden entrance behind a towering statue of a roaring dragon. Kale nodded grimly. "This way leads out, but something tells me it's not as simple as it seems." Seraphina's arrow remained taut on her bowstring, her eyes reflecting the dancing shadows. Eric's hand hesitated on the cold stone entrance as Lua's crystal pulsated urgently. Seraphina's breath hitched, her eyes wide with fear but resolute. Kale stepped forward. "We've come this far, let's finish what we started." The air grew colder still as they ventured into the unknown. Eric's hand trembled slightly as he pushed open the heavy stone door, revealing a narrow staircase descending into inky blackness. Lua's crystal cast an eerie glow on the ancient stone walls, their surfaces etched with more dragonkin transformations and elemental symbols. Seraphina gasped at the intricate carvings, her heart pounding with anticipation and fear. "These stairs, they seem to go down forever," Kale murmured, his voice echoing ominously in the confined space. Eric nodded grimly, leading them deeper into the earth as Lua's crystal pulsated anxiously, its light casting grotesque shadows on their faces. As they descended, Eric's amulet flickered wildly, resonating with the ancient magic embedded within the staircase walls. Lua reached out, her fingers brushing against the pulsating crystal, feeling its urgency. "This power, it's alive," she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder and trepidation. Seraphina paused mid-step, her arrow trained on a sudden scuttling noise echoing through the darkness ahead. Cal's hand went to his sword, his stance ready as he scanned the shadows for any sign of movement. The air grew thick with tension as Eric, Lua, Seraphina, and Kale pressed on, their breaths misting in the frigid darkness. Suddenly, Lua's crystal pulsed urgently, its light revealing faint, glowing footprints descending alongside them. "Someone, or something, has been here recently," she whispered, her heart pounding in her chest. Eric paused, his amulet flickering ominously, as if echoing Lua's words. He looked back at the others, determination etched onto his face despite the growing unease. "We can't turn back now. We must reach the heart before they do." As they continued their descent, Eric's amulet grew so hot it felt like it would burn his skin. Lua noticed sweat trickling down his temple, and reached out, her cool fingers brushing against the amulet briefly before she pulled away, her eyes wide with concern. "Eric, perhaps we should rest a moment," she suggested softly. Seraphina, who had been quietly following behind, now spoke up. "We can't afford to stop now. Not when we're so close." Her voice echoed defiantly off the ancient stone walls, startling them all. Kale nodded in agreement, his stern gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. "She's right. We must press on." Eric's resolve hardened as he led them on, Lua's crystal pulsating urgently like a heartbeat, echoing his determination. Seraphina's words had struck a chord within him. They were close now, too close to turn back. Kale, ever vigilant, scanned the shadows ahead for any sign of movement, his senses heightened by their unseen pursuers. The air grew heavier with each step, and Lua's crystal cast eerie patterns on the ancient walls, revealing more intricate carvings of dragonkin transformations and elemental symbols. As they reached a fork in the path, Eric hesitated, unsure which way to go. Eric's amulet pulsed erratically as he examined both paths, their identical appearances offering no hint which way to go. Lua stepped closer, her crystal pulsating softly against his arm. "Let your heart guide you, Eric." Meanwhile, Kale and Seraphina shared a concerned glance, sensing the growing tension. Eric's breath misted as he took a deep breath, his hand hovering over one path, then the other. Lua's crystal pulsed gently, harmonizing with his amulet, guiding him intuitively towards the left passage. Kale nodded approvingly at Eric's decision, while Seraphina seemed lost in thought. As they ventured down the chosen path, the air grew colder still, and Lua's crystal cast an eerie glow on more intricate carvings depicting dragonkin, wielding elemental magic alongside humans. Eric's heart swelled with hope, his resolve strengthened by these ancient depictions of unity. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the darkness ahead, sending shivers down their spines. Kale drew his sword, Lua readied an incantation, and Seraphina nocked another arrow, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. A shadowy form materialized from the darkness, revealing a snarling orc unlike any they'd faced before, its eyes burning with an unnatural intensity. Eric's grip tightened on his amulet as Lua's crystal pulsed urgently, warning them against complacency. Seraphina loosed her arrow, but it passed harmlessly through the creature, dissipating into motes of light. Kale charged, sword raised, only for his blade to meet empty air as the orcs teleported, reappearing behind him with a bone-chilling growl. "Magic," Lua whispered, already weaving a counterspell, her hands glowing brightly against the encroaching darkness. Eric stepped forward, amulet held high, channeling its power into a blinding beam of light that struck the orc squarely, causing it to roar in pain and fury. As Lua's spell took effect, the orc's form flickered, revealing glimpses of a twisted, shadowy figure beneath its illusory guise. Eric pressed his advantage, amulet blazing like a miniature sun, driving the creature back step by step. Seraphina and Cal flanked it, their weapons striking true as the orca's defenses crumbled. Suddenly, Lua gasped, her crystal pulsing wildly as an unseen force pulled at it. she cried, clutching her chest. Eric glanced back, seeing a shadowy tendril snaking towards them from deeper within the chamber. He redoubled his efforts, desperate to reach the source of this new threat. Oh! The shadowy tendril lunged, wrapping around Lua's crystal, siphoning its power. Eric, with a burst of speed, intercepted it, amulet blazing like a shield between them. The orc, now weakened, crumpled to the ground as Seraphina and Cal finished their strike. Eric's heart pounded as he reached out with his amulet, drawing the last remnants of dark energy from the vanquished orc. Feeling its power surge within him, Lua sagged against Kale, her crystal now dimmed, leaving them in near darkness save for Eric's amulet and Seraphina's glowing eyes. "We need to find that heart," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Cal helped Lua stand straight, his gaze lingering on her crystal. The tendril. It was after this, wasn't it? He asked, concern etched on his face. Eric nodded grimly, scanning the chamber for any sign of what they sought. "And it won't stop until it has it," he added, determination stealing his resolve. Eric's eyes narrowed as he spotted an unassuming pedestal at the chamber's far end, its surface free of dust, unlike the rest of the room. Lua, regaining her composure, joined him, her crystal weakly pulsating once more. "That's it," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Seraphina and Kale exchanged a worried look, feeling the oppressive silence that settled over them like a shroud. Eric stepped towards the pedestal, his amulet casting eerie patterns on the walls, revealing depictions of dragonkin facing their darkest fears. "Ah!" Eric reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing against the cool stone of the pedestal. A sudden jolt shot through him, as the heart of the dragon pulsed with life, resonating with his amulet and Lua's crystal. Behind them, Seraphina gasped, her eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected connection. "Be careful," Kale warned, his grip tightening on his sword as the chamber began to tremble ominously around them. Shadows danced menacingly on the walls, whispering echoes of ancient battles long forgotten. As Eric's fingers gripped the heart, visions of united dragonkin and human armies surged through his mind, strengthening his resolve. Lua steadied herself against him, her crystal pulsating in harmony with the heart, its light driving back the encroaching shadows momentarily. Cal and Seraphina shared a determined nod, their weapons raised as the tremors intensified, signaling an unseen force's awakening. "Ah!" Eric's mind raced with visions as he grasped the heart, Lua's crystal humming in harmony, its light pushing back the shadows. Seraphina's eyes glowed brighter, her voice echoing as she recited an ancient incantation to steady their footing amidst the chamber's convulsions. Cal's gaze swept the room, his grip tightening on his sword as he anticipated the inevitable confrontation. As Eric's grip tightened on the heart, Lua's crystal surged with newfound power, its light banishing shadows and revealing an ominous portal opening before them. Seraphina's incantation faltered as she caught sight of the writhing abyss, while Kale's eyes narrowed, his resolve unwavering. "Whatever lies ahead," he said, voice steady, "you face it together." Eric's breath hitched as he looked into the swirling abyss, Lua's crystal pulsating wildly in his other hand. Seraphina stepped forward, her voice steady despite the unease etched on her face. "We've come this far together, let's not falter now." Kale nodded grimly, his gaze locked onto Eric's, silently communicating their shared resolve. As Eric reached out to grasp the heart, Lua's crystal pulsed brighter, its light revealing intricate carvings on the chamber walls, depicting ancient battles between dragonkin and shadow creatures. Serafina gasped. Those are the same creatures from our visions. Meanwhile, Cal's gaze sharpened as he noticed a subtle tremor in the ground, signaling their unseen pursuer was closing in. Eric's hand trembled as he reached for the heart, feeling its pulsating energy resonate with his amulet. Lua's crystal mirrored this rhythm, casting eerie shadows that danced on their faces, reflecting determination and apprehension in equal measure. Serafina's eyes widened. It's like it knows we're here. Meanwhile, Cal's grip tightened around his sword, hearing faint echoes of approaching footsteps. As Eric's fingers closed around the heart, Lua's crystal exploded into radiant light, banishing shadows and revealing a towering figure materializing at the chamber entrance, Yulin, his eyes ablaze with ancient power and betrayal. "You should not have come here," he growled, as darkness surged forth from him like a tidal wave. Serafina stumbled back, shocked by Yulin's transformation, while Cal stepped protectively in front of her, sword raised against the encroaching shadows. Eric hesitated, torn between loyalty to his lineage and the friends who'd shared this journey. The heart pulsed in his hand, echoing Yulin's ominous words. "The alliance is shattered for a reason, boy." Aw. Eric's resolve faltered as he faced Ellen, the heart of the dragon pulsating wildly in his grasp like a beating heart. Serafina reached out to him, her eyes reflecting concern and trust. "We've come this far together. Let's not lose hope now." Cal stood stoic, his gaze fixed on Yulin, silently calculating their next move. Yulin's voice echoed ominously. "Your very presence here has awakened it." A chill ran down Lua's spine as she realized the true purpose behind the chamber's defenses. Cal glanced at Eric, seeing his resolve waver, and whispered, "We're in this together, remember." Eric's heart raced as he clutched the pulsating heart, its power surging through him like liquid fire. Serafina's hand found his, lending him strength as they faced Ellen's wrath. Cal charged forward, sword raised. "We won't let you consume our friend." Shadows roared, engulfing them. Ellen's shadows crashed against Cal's blade, but the warrior stood firm, his stance an unyielding shield for those behind him. Serafina's eyes glowed brighter, her power surging to counter Ellen's dark incursion as Lua's crystal resonated with the heart in Eric's grasp. "We need to combine our strengths," Lua urged, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of clashing forces. Eric's fingers tightened around the heart as Ellen's shadows threatened to consume them. Serafina's voice rang clear above the chaos. "We need to strike together." Cal, still deflecting Ellen's onslaught, grunted in agreement. Lua's crystal pulsed urgently, its light sensing with the heart. Eric, Lua, Cal, and Serafina stood united, their combined powers pushing back Ellen's shadows as the heart pulsed in Eric's grasp like a heartbeat echoing their resolve. Ellen snarled, his form shifting ominously as he drew upon deeper reserves of darkness. The chamber walls trembled, ancient carvings crumbling under the strain of their clash. As Ellen's form warped grotesquely, Eric felt the heart's power surge, mirroring his growing anger at their mentor's betrayal. Seraphina's grip on his arm tightened, her voice steady despite the chaos. "We've faced darkness before, we can overcome this," Kale, still deflecting shadows, called out. "Together!" Olin's shadows swirled menacingly as he unleashed a devastating assault, forcing Cal back. Lua's crystal flickered, its light dimming under the onslaught. Eric's grip tightened around the heart, feeling its power throb in sync with his racing heart. "We need to strike at Olin directly," he urged, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of their battle. Seraphina nodded, her eyes glowing brighter as she prepared a powerful healing spell, while Kale regrouped, sword poised for a counterattack. Lua's crystal pulsed stronger, its light cutting through the darkness to reveal Olin's form. As one, they surged forward, each focusing their unique powers towards Olin. Olin's assault faltered as their combined powers struck him, shadows recoiling from Lua's radiant crystal and Cal's slicing blade. Eric felt the heart pulse stronger, resonating with his allies' determination. "We found our unity," he whispered, eyes locked onto Olin. Seraphina's spell enveloped them, mending their wounds as they pressed onwards, unity forging an unbreakable bond. Olin roared, his form warping further under their relentless onslaught. "Oh!" As Olin's form contorted in agony under their combined assault, Lua's crystal flared brilliantly, casting stark shadows that danced menacingly on the chamber walls. Eric felt the heart pulse stronger, resonating with his allies' unity and fueling his resolve to end Olin's betrayal. Seraphina's voice rang out, "We're breaking through." Meanwhile, Cal's sword sang as it sliced through the retreating shadows. Olin's form flickered, shadows recoiling as their combined assault found its mark. Eric felt the heart pulse strongly, resonating with his allies' unity, empowering him to shout, "Now!" Their powers surged, Lua's crystal casting brilliant light, while Cal's blade danced in synchronization. Seraphina's eyes widened as she witnessed Eric channel the heart's power, tendrils of pure energy reaching towards Olin. "Eric. He's becoming one with it," she gasped, clutching Lua's arm. Olin's form shimmered as he absorbed their combined assault, shadows recoiling like snakes stung by light. Eric felt the heart pulsating wildly, its power coursing through him like a storm at sea. "He's adapting," Lua warned, her crystal flickering ominously. Olin's shadows surged, adapting to their assault like a tide against rocks. Eric felt the heart's power waver, its rhythm faltering as it struggled to maintain unity with his allies' energies. Seraphina steadied herself, her grip on Lua's arm tightening. "We need to adjust our strategy." Eric's resolve faltered as Olin's shadows surged once more, the heart's pulsations syncopating like a dying heartbeat. Seraphina reached out, her fingers brushing Eric's amulet. We need to synchronize our rhythms, find harmony again. Meanwhile, Kale lunged forward, sword deflecting another shadow tendril. We won't let you consume us, Ellen, he roared. Eric's brow furrowed as he struggled to maintain control over the heart, its pulsations growing chaotic. Seraphina's words echoed in his mind, urging unity, but the rhythm eluded him. Cal grunted, deflecting yet another tendril. We need to break through now. Meanwhile, Lua's crystal flickered wildly, mirroring Eric's inner turmoil. Eric's desperation mounted as Ellen's shadows pressed closer, his grip on the heart faltering like sand through fingers. Seraphina's voice cut through the tiaos. Remember, Eric, our unity is our strength. Meanwhile, Cal's blade sang defiantly, each strike echoing her words. With renewed resolve, Eric reached out to Lua, their hands clasping as her crystal pulsed in sync with the heart. Their connection surged, tendrils of light piercing the darkness, revealing Ellen's twisted form contorting in pain. Ellen's form distorted grotesquely as he absorbed their combined assault, shadows writhing like serpents around him. Eric felt the heart's power surge, mirroring his growing anger at their mentor's betrayal. Seraphina clutched Eric's arm, her voice steady despite the chaos. We've faced darkness before. We can overcome this, Kale, still deflecting shadows, called out. Together. As Ellen's shadows recoiled from Lua's crystal, Eric felt a surge of confidence. We're breaking through his defenses, he said, his grip on the heart tightening. Seraphina nodded, her eyes reflecting the pulsating light. But we need to end this quickly before he adapts again. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek echoed through the chamber, and a new shadow tendril burst forth from Olin, striking Lua's crystal with alarming force. It shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments, its light flickering out like a snuffed candle. Lua! Eric cried, catching her as she stumbled back, clutching her now darkened hand. Olin's laughter echoed through the chamber, his shadows retreating like waves at Lua's crystal's destruction. You've lost your edge, children, he sneered. Seraphina clutched Eric tighter, her voice barely audible. We need another plan. Za. Eric's mind raced as he clutched Lua, her crystal's absence leaving them vulnerable. Kale stepped back, his grip on his sword tightening. We need another strategy. Seraphina, tears in her eyes but resolve unwavering, whispered, we must combine our powers differently. Ah. Eric's mind flashed back to their first encounter with Lua, her crystal guiding them through darkness. He whispered, we still have light within us. Seraphina nodded, beginning an incantation as Kale stepped forward, blade raised. Ellen snarled, you cannot stop destiny. Ah. Eric gently laid Lua down, her crystal's absence leaving them exposed as Elend's shadows surged anew. Kale stepped between them and the looming figure, his blade a thin line of defiance. Seraphina's eyes glowed softly, her voice steady despite their setback. "We've faced darkness before. We can overcome this." Eric nodded grimly, reaching into his pouch for Lua's shard, its faint pulsating light flickering hopefully. "Ah!" Eric clutched Lua's crystal shard tightly, its faint pulsations echoing his racing heart. He glanced at Seraphina, her eyes reflecting the dim light, understanding passing between them. Kel, stance unwavering, called out, "On my mark, we strike together, Ga." As Elend's shadows surged, Kale raised his sword. "Now." Eric's heart pounded as he watched Lua struggle against unconsciousness, her crystal shard pulsating weakly in his grasp. Seraphina's spell enveloped them, her light pushing back Elend's shadows briefly before they surged again, testing their unity. "We need to synchronize our attacks," Eric urged, clenching the shard tightly. Elend's shadows recoiled as Seraphina's spell found its mark, her eyes glimmering like twin moons in the darkness. Kal's blade sang through the air, slicing tendrils with precision honed by years of training. Eric clutched Lua's crystal shard, its faint pulsations mirroring his racing thoughts. "We need to end this now," he murmured. Eric's heart pounded in sync with Lua's faint crystal pulsations as they braced against Elend's next assault. Seraphina's voice rose, her spell weaving intricate patterns in the air as Kal charged, sword raised. "Together," Eric cried, clenching Lua's shard, its light flaring briefly. Elend's form contorted grotesquely as he absorbed their combined assault, shadows writhing like serpents around him. Eric felt the heart's power surge, mirroring his growing anger at their mentor's betrayal. Seraphina clutched Eric's arm, her voice steady despite the chaos. "We've faced darkness before. We can overcome this," Kel, still deflecting shadows, called out. "Together." Elend's shadows coalesced, forming an enormous, twisted appendage that crashed down towards them. Eric threw up Lua's crystal shard, its faint light slicing through the dark tendril like a blade. "We need more power," Seraphina cried, her spell faltering under the relentless assault. "Combine your spells," Kale grunted, parrying another shadow strike. "Use my sword as a focus." Eric nodded, pressing Lua's crystal shard against Kale's blade, which hummed with energy as their powers merged. Elend's shadows recoiled as Eric's empowered crystal shard slashed through them, Kal's blade humming with their combined might. Seraphina's spell surged, her eyes gleaming like twin moons as she poured more energy into their union. "We're breaking through," she cried, hope igniting in her voice. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek echoed through the chamber, and a new shadow tendril burst forth from Olin, striking Lua's crystal shard with alarming force. It shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments, its light flickering out like a snuffed candle. "Lu!" Eric cried, clutching her as she collapsed, unconscious. Kale grimaced, his blade faltering under the renewed assault of Olin's shadows. Seraphina stumbled back, her spell dissipating, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. Elin laughed maniacally, shadows surging around him like a tide. "You've lost your edge, children," he sneered. Eric's mind raced as he clutched Lua, her crystal's absence leaving them vulnerable. Kale stepped back, his grip on his sword tightening. "We need another strategy." Seraphina, tears in her eyes but resolve unwavering, whispered, "We must combine our powers differently." Ah. Eric's mind flashed back to Lua's initial guidance, her crystal illuminating their path through darkness. He reached into his pouch, pulling out the remaining shard from their first encounter. It glimmered weakly in his palm as he whispered, "We still have light within us." Seraphina nodded, beginning a new incantation, her eyes reflecting determination amidst their dire situation. Kale, though battered and wary, stood firm, his blade raised against the encroaching shadows. "On my mark," he grunted. "We strike together again." As Ellen's form contorted grotesquely, tendrils of darkness lashing out wildly, Eric clutched Lua's shard tightly, feeling its faint pulsations resonate with his ally's resolve. Ah! Eric closed his eyes, focusing on the faint pulsations of Lua's crystal shard, feeling it sync with Seraphina's spell as she wove her incantation around them. Kale took a deep breath, steeling himself for another charge against Olin's relentless shadows. "Together," he whispered, his voice echoing through the chamber. Elin snarled, sensing their renewed resolve, shadows writhing like snakes preparing to strike. The ancient wards on the chamber walls glowed brighter, resonating with Lua's shard and Eric's amulet, hinting at secrets yet to be revealed. Eric's eyes snapped open, the heart of the dragon pulsating in rhythm with Lua's crystal shard as Seraphina's spell enveloped them once more. Cal charged, sword raised, his voice echoing through the chamber like thunder, for unity. Ellen's shadows recoiled from their combined might, tendrils writhing wildly before surging back with renewed ferocity. As Eric, Lua, Kyle, and Seraphina stood united against Olin's encroaching shadows, they felt an unseen force resonating with their combined power. The ancient wards on the chamber walls pulsated in sync with their hearts, revealing intricate carvings that seemed to move under Olin's assault. Eric clutched Lua's crystal shard tightly, feeling its pulsations grow stronger as it absorbed the energy from the heart of the dragon and Seraphina's spell. Ellen snarled, his form contorting grotesquely as he tried to counter their unity. Shadows lashed out wildly, striking Cal and sending him sprawling. Eric rushed forward, Lua's shard slicing through the tendrils like a blade as Seraphina's spell enveloped her fallen ally, mending his wounds. Ellen's shadows surged again, testing their unity as Eric, Luel, Kai and Seraphina stood resolute. The heart of the dragon pulsed strongly, its rhythm echoing through the chamber like a drumbeat, resonating with ancient wards that began to shimmer along the walls. "We're disrupting his power," Eric whispered, clutching Lua's crystal shard tightly. Seraphina nodded, her spell intensifying as she drew strength from their combined might. Cal, back on his feet, gripped his sword firmly. "Let's push him back." As they advanced, Olin's form contorted, shadows writhing wildly in response to their assault. Elend's shadows recoiled as Eric's empowered sword slashed through them, Cal's blade humming with their combined might. Seraphina's spell surged, her eyes gleaming like twin suns as she poured more energy into their union. "We're breaking through," she cried, hope igniting in her voice. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek echoed through the chamber, and a new shadow tendril burst forth from Olin, striking Eric's sword with alarming force. It shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments, its light flickering out like a snuffed candle. "Eric!" Lua cried, clutching her head in pain. Cal grimaced, his blade faltering under the renewed assault of Olin's shadows. Seraphina stumbled back, her spell dissipating, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. Elend laughed maniacally, shadows surging around him like a tide. "You cannot stop destiny," he sneered. Eric's heart pounded as he watched Lua collapse, her crystal shards scattering across the cold stone floor. Cal rushed to her side, pressing his hand against her neck, relief washing over him. "She's alive," he said, helping her sit up. Meanwhile, Elend's shadows surged again, tendrils lashing out like whips. Seraphina quickly began weaving a new spell, her eyes reflecting determination amidst their dire situation. As Seraphina's spell enveloped them once more, Eric reached for the heart of the dragon in his pouch, its pulsations echoing through the chamber ominously. He felt Lua's presence beside him, her hand grasping his tightly as if she could sense his turmoil. Together, they stood firm against Olin's relentless onslaught, united by their shared destiny. Eric's grip tightened around Lua's shard as Seraphina's spell enveloped them like a protective aura. Cal stepped forward, sword raised, his form outlined by the pulsating wards on the chamber walls. "We end this now," he declared, steel in his voice. Elend snarled, shadows writhing ominously as he sensed their resolve. The heart of the dragon pulsed in Eric's hand, resonating with Lua's shard, and Seraphina's spell, its pulsations echoing like a battle cry. Eric's mind raced as he clutched Lua's shard, feeling its faint pulsations sync with Seraphina's spell, while Cal's grip tightened on his sword, ready for another charge against Olin's shadows. The chamber walls trembled ominously, ancient wards glowing brighter in response to their unity. Seraphina's voice rose, her incantation echoing through the chamber like a battle cry as she channeled her power into Eric and Lua. Cal stepped forward, his form outlined by the pulsating wards on the walls, steel in his voice. Now, as one, they surged towards Elend, their combined powers pushing back his shadows, tendrils recoiling from their relentless assault. The heart of the dragon pulsed strongly in Eric's hand, resonating with their unity and fueling his resolve. Elend's form contorted violently as their combined powers struck him, shadows writhing like tormented souls. Seraphina's eyes glowed brighter, her voice rising in harmony with Eric and Lua's pulsating artifacts, weaving an unbreakable barrier against the encroaching darkness. Cal charged, blade slashing through tendrils of shadow, his form a whirlwind of steel and determination. As he struck Olin, the chamber shook, ancient wards flaring like comets, revealing hidden runes that hummed with sudden power. As Elend's form twisted in agony under their relentless onslaught, Lua's eyes flickered with sudden insight. "The shadows aren't him," she gasped. "They're just his manifestation." Meanwhile, Cal's blade sang as it sliced through the retreating shadows, each strike weakening Olin's grip on reality. Eric's heart pounded as Lua's insight sparked hope amidst their relentless battle against Olin. Kale paused mid-strike, considering her words. If we sever his connection to the shadows. Meanwhile, Seraphina adjusted her spell, focusing on disrupting Elend's grasp rather than repelling his shadows. Eric's resolve faltered as Lua's words echoed through his mind. These shadows aren't him. Elend's form contorted, tendrils writhing like serpents, sensing their newfound understanding. Seraphina adjusted her spell, tendrils of light seeking Elend's hidden essence amidst the churning darkness. Eric's resolve hardened as Lua's insight clicked into place. He reached out with his newfound understanding, sensing Elend's true form amidst the shadows. Seraphina's spell shifted, her light tendrils now seeking and finding Olin, pulling him from the abyss. Eric's resolve faltered as Lua's words echoed through his mind. These shadows aren't him. Elend's form contorted, tendrils writhing like serpents, sensing their newfound understanding. Seraphina adjusted her spell, tendrils of light seeking Elend's hidden essence amidst the churning darkness. As Seraphina's light tendrils pulled Elend from the shadows, his form began to solidify, revealing an ancient, gaunt man with haunted eyes. Eric stepped forward, Lua's shard pulsating in sync with his amulet as he reached out towards Olin. "We can still save you." Behind him, Kyle and Seraphina exchanged worried glances, knowing that the battle was far from over. Elend's eyes widened as he looked upon Eric's outstretched hand, a flicker of recognition passing through his gaze before darkness surged again. "You cannot save me," he rasped, shadows writhing anew. "I am already lost." Behind him, the heart of the dragon pulsated ominously on its pedestal, resonating with Eric's amulet and Lua's shard. Elend's eyes darted between Eric's hand holding Lua's shard and the pulsating heart behind him. "What have you done?" he hissed, shadows recoiling briefly before surging forth again. Seraphina whispered an incantation, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air as she attempted to counter Olend's darkness. As Eric's grip tightened around Lua's shard, he felt its energy pulsating stronger, resonating with Seraphina's spell as it began to push back against Olend's shadows. "Kale," sensing the shift in power, lowered his sword slightly, hope flickering in his eyes. Ellen, however, seemed unfazed by their newfound unity, his form contorting grotesquely as he laughed maniacally. Olin's laughter echoed through the chamber as shadows whipped around him like a dark storm, seemingly unperturbed by their united strength. Eric's brow furrowed, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in his hand, its energy barely contained within its tiny form. Seraphina's spell faltered, her breath hitching as she struggled to maintain its intensity against Olin's relentless onslaught. Eric's resolve faltered as Ellen's shadows seemed undeterred by their unity. Behind them, the heart pulsed erratically, its light flickering like a dying candle. Seraphina's breath hitched, her spell wavering under the relentless assault. As Eric's resolve wavered, Lua's shard dimmed, casting long, dancing shadows across their faces. Cal, sensing the shift, stepped forward protectively, his sword raised once more. "We cannot lose hope," he growled, steel glinting in his determined gaze. In that instant, a tremble shook the chamber, ancient wards flaring briefly before crumbling into dust. The heart of the dragon pulsed wildly, its light flickering like a stormy sea. Olin's laughter echoed through the chaos. "You cannot save me, but you can still stop this." Alan's laughter ceased as suddenly as it had begun, his eyes narrowing as he watched the chamber crumble around them. "Fools!" he spat, shadows writhing like snakes at his command. "You think you can stop this with unity alone? This darkness has consumed me for centuries." Behind him, the heart pulsed wildly, its light flickering dangerously. Eric's resolve hardened, Lua's shard flaring briefly in his grasp as he stepped forward. "Then help us end it," he demanded, voice steady despite the chaos around them. Seraphina's spell faltered, her breath hitching as she tried to keep pace with Eric's sudden surge of determination. "Ozan." Alan's eyes flashed with an ancient power as he regarded Eric's outstretched hand, clutching Lua's crystal shard. "The heart calls to you," he rasped, shadows ebbing briefly. Behind him, the heart of the dragon throbbed in sync with Eric's amulet. Seraphina gasped, her eyes reflecting the pulsating light from both artifacts. "It's like they're communicating." Her incantation wavered as she struggled to comprehend this new revelation. Kale watched intently, sword poised mid-air, ready for any sudden moves from Olin. "What does it mean?" he asked, his gaze flicking between Eric and the heart. Olin's eyes widened as he regarded Eric, realization dawning on his face. "You're not just here for the heart," he rasped, shadows recoiling briefly. Behind them, the heart pulsed ominously, its light flickering in sync with Lua's shard clutched tightly in Eric's hand. Seraphina gasped, her spell faltering as she saw the connection between Olin and the pulsating artifact. "He knows something," she whispered, fear and awe warring within her gaze. Kale tensed, sword poised midair, ready for any sudden moves from Olin, his eyes narrowing as he watched their enemy. Eric, emboldened by Lua's shard pulsating in sync with the heart, stepped closer to Olin. "What does it mean that they communicate?" he demanded, his voice echoing through the crumbling chamber. Seraphina's eyes followed Eric, concern etched on her face as she struggled to maintain her spell amidst the chaos. Cal watched their exchange warily, sword at the ready. Ellen's gaze locked onto Eric, shadows around him undulating like waves. "You seek unity," he hissed, "but I have lost mine." The heart pulsed violently behind him, Lua's shard mirroring its rhythm in Eric's grasp. Seraphina faltered, her spell flickering under Olin's intensity. as Kale shifted protectively closer to her. "We can help you find it again," Eric insisted, stepping even nearer, undeterred by the looming darkness. "Us." Ellen's eyes widened as Eric stepped closer, shadows recoiling slightly from his unwavering resolve. Seraphina's breath hitched, her spell faltering under Ellen's intense gaze. But Kale's steady presence beside her helped maintain their unity. "Together," he whispered, strengthening her determination. Eric raised Lua's shard higher, its pulsations mirroring the heart's rhythm, and offered it towards Olin. "Take this," he said, voice firm yet compassionate. "Let it guide you back to us." The chamber trembled, ancient wards flaring briefly before crumbling into dust around them. Elin hesitated, shadows roiling like a stormy sea as the heart's pulsations echoed through him. "You would trust me with this?" he asked, voice barely audible over the cacophony of their clash. Ellen's hand trembled as it reached for Lua's shard, shadows around him ebbing briefly, revealing a hint of the man he once was. Eric's grip on the crystal tightened, feeling its pulsations sync with his heartbeat. Seraphina's spell surged anew, bolstered by Olin's momentary retreat. Olin's fingers brushed against Lua's shard, shadows recoiling as if stung by its light. Eric felt their pulsations sink, a warm glow spreading through him like sunrise after stormy night. Seraphina's spell strengthened, her voice echoing confidently off the crumbling walls. Ellen's eyes widened as he grasped Lua's shard, shadows recoiling further, revealing more of his true form. I feel it," he stammered, voice filled with wonder and pain. Eric nodded, hope surging within him. "Now let us banish this darkness together." The heart pulsed in harmony, resonating with their unity. Seraphina's spell solidified, her eyes burning brighter as she channeled her full power. Kale lowered his blade, ready to strike if Elin betrayed them again, but hope flickered in his gaze. "We are with you," he declared, voice echoing through the chamber. Elin's gaze flickered between Eric's outstretched hand and Seraphina's blazing spell, shadows around him writhing uncertainly. "You would trust me after all I've done," he rasped, Lua's shard pulsating in sync with the heart, mirroring their unity. Seraphina stepped forward, her voice steady despite the crumbling chamber. "We believe in second chances, Elin. But we must act now, together." Kale nodded, his grip tightening on his sword, eyes locked onto Olin's shifting form. Ellen's grasp on Lua's shard tightened, shadows recoiling further as he absorbed its light, revealing a man torn between despair and hope. Eric felt their unity solidify, the heart's pulsations echoing like a beacon calling them together. Seraphina's spell surged brighter, her voice resonating with newfound conviction. "Our power grows, Elin, jaw." Olin hesitated, Lua's shard pulsating in his hand, shadows around him wavering like a mirage. Eric, sensing the shift, stepped closer. This is our chance to heal you, Olin. Seraphina's spell surged, her voice echoing off the crumbling walls. Or unity gives us strength. Ah. Olin's grasp on Lua's shard faltered as shadows surged around him once more, his inner turmoil manifesting visibly. Eric reached out, steadying Olin's hand with his own. We're here for you, Olin. Seraphina's spell flickered ominously, her brow furrowed in concentration. Olin's eyes widened as Eric's hand closed over his, Lua's shard pulsating between them like a heartbeat. Seraphina's spell surged, her voice echoing through the chamber. Together we can overcome this darkness. Kale stepped closer, blade held at the ready, hope shining in his gaze. Olin's eyes met Eric's, shadows around him wavering like a stormy sea as he grappled with Lua's shard. Seraphina's spell flickered anxiously, her voice faltering under the strain of Olin's inner turmoil. Kale shifted protectively beside her, blade held ready, hope warring with caution in his gaze. Olin's hand reached out tentatively towards Lua's shard, shadows around him ebbing slightly at Eric's gesture of trust. Seraphina found renewed determination, her spell surging as she felt their unity strengthen. Kale nodded grimly, sword lowering as he sensed a shift in Olin's darkness. Ah! Elend's fingers brushed against Lua's shard, its pulsations echoing through him like distant thunder, momentarily calming his stormy shadows. Eric held his breath, hope warring with fear as he waited for Elend's reaction. Seraphina's spell faltered briefly before surging back to life, her voice steady. Once more. Elend's eyes widened as Eric stepped closer, shadows recoiling slightly from his unwavering resolve. Seraphina's breath hitched, her spell faltering under Elend's intense gaze. But Kale's steady presence beside her helped maintain their unity. Together, he whispered, strengthening her determination. Eric raised Lua's shard higher, its pulsations mirroring the heart's rhythm, and offered it towards Elend. "Take this," he said, voice firm yet compassionate. "Let it guide you back to us." The chamber trembled, ancient wards flaring briefly before crumbling into dust around them. Elend hesitated, shadows roiling like a stormy sea as the heart's pulsations echoed through him. "You would trust me with this?" he asked, voice barely audible over the cacophony of their clash. Elend's eyes searched Eric's, uncertainty flickering within them as his hand trembled near Lua's shard. Seraphina's spell wavered under the strain of Elend's inner turmoil, her voice echoing softly in the vast chamber. Cal's grip tightened around his sword, hope battling fear as he readied himself for any outcome. Elend's fingers closed around Lua's shard, his shadows recoiling further, as if soothed by its touch. Eric held his breath, hope surging within him at this sign of progress. Seraphina's spell steadied, reflecting their renewed unity. Elend's eyes widened as he felt Lua's shard resonating with his darkness, shadows around him stuttering like a dying flame. Eric's heart pounded, hope warring with fear at Elend's unpredictable reaction. Seraphina's spell flickered anxiously, mirroring the tension that filled the chamber. Elend's fingers tightened around Lua's shard, shadows recoiling further as if calmed by its touch. Eric exhaled softly, hope surging within him at this sign of Elend's struggle against the darkness. Seraphina's spell steadied, reflecting their renewed unity amidst the crumbling ancient wards. Elend's eyes searched Eric's, uncertainty flickering within them as his hand trembled near Lua's shard. "What do you seek?" he rasped, shadows around him wavering like a stormy sea. Seraphina's spell wavered, under the strain of Elend's inner turmoil, her voice echoing softly through the vast chamber. "We seek unity," she whispered, "not destruction." Kale shifted protectively beside her, blade held ready, hope battling fear as he readied himself for any outcome. Elend's fingers closed around Lua's shard, shadows receding like a tide at his touch. Eric held his breath, hope surging within him as Elend's eyes met his, uncertainty flickering in their depths. Seraphina's spell steadied, mirroring their renewed unity amidst the crumbling ancient wards. Elend's gaze flicked between Eric's outstretched hand and the pulsating heart behind him, shadows within him churning like storm clouds. "What makes you think I deserve this?" he growled, pain lacing his voice. Seraphina stepped forward, her spell flaring brighter as she met Olin's gaze. "Because we believe in unity, not destruction," she said firmly, echoing her previous words but filled with renewed conviction. Cal nodded grimly, lowering his sword slightly. "We've come this far together, let us stand united against the darkness one last time." Ah. Ellen's hand closed around Lua's shard, his shadows momentarily stilled as its pulsations echoed within him. Eric held his breath, hope warring with fear as he awaited Ellen's response. "What if I cannot control it?" Ellen asked, voice barely audible over the chamber's rumble. Seraphina stepped closer to Olin, her eyes reflecting empathy and understanding. "We'll face it together," she assured him, her spell flickering like a gentle flame. Pushing back against the encroaching darkness, Cal nodded solemnly, blade pointed downwards in a sign of truce. "Our unity gives us strength. Let's harness that power to overcome this." Ah. Olin's eyes softened briefly as he examined Lua's shard, then hardened again as shadows within him surged. "Very well," he grunted, clutching the shard tightly. The heart pulsed in sync with the shard, its light growing brighter. Seraphina and Cal shared a determined nod, ready to face whatever came next. Eric took a deep breath, stepping closer to Olin. "Together," he said, offering his hand. Behind them, the chamber rumbled ominously as ancient wards crumbled, revealing hidden passages leading deeper into the earth. Olin hesitated before grasping Eric's hand, their unity resonating with Lua's shard and the heart, banishing shadows momentarily. As they stepped into the revealed passage, the chamber collapsed behind them, sealing off their past. Before them loomed an immense cavern, filled with slumbering dragon skeletons, ancient power pulsating from deep within. Eric's heart pounded as he led their united group deeper into the cavern, the pulsating power from the slumbering dragon skeletons palpable. Seraphina gasped at the sight, her spell flickering like a candle flame against the vast darkness. "What is this place?" she whispered, voice echoing softly. Ellen's grip tightened around Lua's shard, shadows within him roiling briefly before subsiding. "A sanctum of ancient dragonkin," he rumbled, his voice resonating with echoes of long, forgotten power. "But it's been sealed for centuries. Until now." Eric approached a colossal dragon skeleton, its eyes two glowing heart of the dragon orbs, sensing ancient power resonating with their unity. Seraphina's spell flickered brighter, reflecting her growing connection to this forgotten sanctum. Ellen's gaze darted between Eric and the pulsating dragon eyes, shadows within him stirring uneasily. Eric reached out tentatively towards the dragon's glowing eyes, feeling an electric current resonate through him as Lua's shard pulsed in sync. Seraphina gasped behind him, her spell surging like a wave against unseen barriers. Olin stepped back warily, shadows within him recoiling from this raw display of ancient power. As Eric's fingers brushed against the dragon eye, it flared brighter, casting eerie shadows across their faces. Seraphina steadied herself on Kale's arm, her spell flickering wildly under the sudden influx of power. Olin's shadows surged in response, Lua's shard pulsating erratically in his hand. "Be cautious, Eric," he warned, voice barely audible over the resonating energy. Eric's touch on the dragon eye triggered a resonating hum, vibrations shaking the cavern as hidden mechanisms groaned to life. Seraphina braced herself, her spell flickering defensively while Kale stood guard, eyes scanning the darkness for any threats. Olin clutched Lua's shard tighter, shadows within him roiling like a stormy sea, uncertainty etched on his face. As hidden mechanisms groaned louder, the cavern trembled ominously around them. Eric's breath hitched as he witnessed colossal dragon skeletons stirring from their ancient slumber, eyes glowing brighter with each passing moment. Seraphina's spell flickered uncertainly, reflecting her sudden realization of the immense power they had awakened. Olin's gaze flicked between Eric's outstretched hand and the pulsating heart behind him, shadows within him churning like storm clouds. "What makes you think I deserve this?" he growled, pain lacing his voice. Seraphina stepped forward, her spell flaring brighter as she met Olin's gaze. "Because we believe in unity, not destruction," she said firmly, echoing her previous words but filled with renewed conviction. Kale nodded grimly, lowering his sword slightly. "We've come this far together, let us stand united against the darkness one last time." Ellen's fingers trembled as he reached for Lua's shard, shadows within him roiling like a stormy sea. As his skin touched the crystal, it pulsed brighter, casting eerie light upon his conflicted expression. Eric held his breath, hope warring with fear in his heart. Seraphina stepped closer to Olin, her spell flickering gently around them, reflecting her empathy and understanding. "Together," she whispered, echoing the sentiment that had brought them thus far. Kale lowered his blade completely, extending a hand towards Olin in a gesture of trust. "We've faced darkness before. Let us face it together one last time." Olin's grip on Lua's shard tightened as shadows within him seemed to calm, resonating with the crystal's pulsations. Eric exhaled slowly, hope warring with fear in his heart as Ellen's fingers closed around the shard. Seraphina stepped back, her spell flickering softly, leaving room for whatever decision Ellen made. As Lua's shard pulsed brighter in Olin's grasp, shadows receded from his eyes, revealing a glimmer of ancient power and understanding. "I have been blind to unity," he admitted gruffly, clenching the crystal tightly. "But now, I see our path." Ah. Olin's transformation was striking. Shadows retreated as Lua's shard pulsed with ancient power, his eyes reflecting newfound resolve. Eric nodded solemnly. "Together then," he vowed, their bond strengthened by Olin's redemption. Seraphina smiled softly, her spell enveloping them in warmth, mirroring their unity. As Elin's transformation solidified, he turned to face their united group with newfound resolve. "Lead me," he said to Eric, Lua's shard glowing brightly in his grasp. Behind them, the chamber rumbled ominously as ancient wards crumbled, revealing hidden passages leading deeper into the earth. Eric nodded solemnly, accepting Elin's decision and the responsibility that came with it. "We must find the source of this power," he declared, turning towards the darkest passage. Seraphina stepped close to Eric, her spell flickering softly around them as she whispered, "On, bring light into darkness." Ah. As Eric led their united group through the dark passage, Lua's shard pulsating with ancient power in Ilin's grasp, the air grew colder and heavier. Seraphina's spell flickered nervously, reflecting her unease at the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, Cal stopped, his keen senses detecting a faint scent on the breeze, something familiar yet alarming. Ah. Eric paused, sensing Cal's unease. "What do you smell?" he asked, turning back towards their wary companion. Seraphina's spell flickered brighter, her eyes reflecting concern as she awaited Cal's response. Cal's gaze met theirs, his voice grave. "The stench of decay and old magic, like something long forgotten and best left undisturbed." Ah. Eric's heart pounded as he weighed Cal's ominous warning against their urgent need to continue. Seraphina's grip on his arm tightened, her spell casting worried shadows upon them both. "We cannot turn back now," she whispered, echoing Eric's determination despite the growing unease. Ellen stepped forward, Lua's shard pulsating in sync with his heartbeat, ancient power coursing through him. "Whatever lies ahead, we face it together," he declared, resolve etched on his face. The passage grew narrower, colder, and darker, their unity a beacon amidst encroaching shadows. As they ventured deeper, Lua's shard pulsated rhythmically like a heartbeat, guiding their footsteps through the labyrinthine passageways. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and ancient magic, tingling against their skin as if whispering secrets long forgotten. Eric's grip tightened around his amulet, feeling its warmth resonate with Lua's crystal, signaling that they were on the right path. Suddenly, Lua stumbled, her hand slipping from Kale's grasp. "Lua!" Seraphina cried out, reaching for their fallen comrade as her spell flickered wildly. Ellen's eyes widened, shadows within him steering briefly before receding under his control. Eric dropped to Lua's side, his heart pounding as he checked her pulse, finding it steady but faint. Eric scooped Lua into his arms, her limp form stirring worry within him as Seraphina's spell enveloped them in a protective barrier. Yulin and Kyle exchanged grim looks, knowing they must press onwards despite the danger posed by Lua's sudden weakness. The passageway narrowed further, forcing them to proceed single file, shadows dancing ominously around them. Eric's heart pounded as he carried Lua deeper into the earthen passage, her weakness gnawing at him like a relentless shadow. Seraphina's spell flickered anxiously around them, casting eerie shadows on the damp walls that seemed to close in with each step. Elin and Cal followed closely, their breaths echoing ominously through the narrow tunnel as they pressed onwards, Lua's shard pulsating softly like a distant heartbeat. Eric's grip tightened around Lua, as she stirred weakly against his chest, her breath barely audible amidst the oppressive silence. Seraphina's spell faltered briefly before surging back to life, its flickering light revealing glistening moisture on the uneven stone floor. Elin paused suddenly, raising a hand to signal their stop, Lua's shard pulsating ominously in his grasp. Eric's breath hitched as Lua's shard pulsated more urgently, its rhythm echoing an unseen danger ahead. Ellen's eyes narrowed, sensing the shift in ancient power that seemed to warn them off. "Stay close," he murmured, his voice barely audible amidst the oppressive silence. As they pressed onwards, the passage opened into a vast cavern adorned with intricate carvings depicting dragonkin and their ancient allies. Seraphina gasped at the sight, her spell flickering brighter as she beheld the forgotten history etched into the stone walls. Eric's breath caught as he took in the vast expanse of the cavern, its walls adorned with ancient tales, etched deep into the stone. Seraphina approached the carvings reverently, her fingers tracing their contours while Owlin and Cal remained vigilant, Lua's shard pulsating softly like a second heartbeat. Eric's heart pounded as he carried Lua deeper into the earthen passage, her weakness gnawing at him like a relentless shadow. The air grew colder and heavier with each step, Seraphina's spell flickering anxiously around them, casting eerie shadows on the damp walls that seemed to close in with each step. Yulin and Kale followed closely, their breaths echoing ominously through the narrow tunnel as they pressed onwards, Lua's shard pulsating softly like a distant heartbeat. Eric's grip tightened around Lua as she stirred weakly against his chest, her breath barely audible amidst the oppressive silence. Elin paused suddenly, raising a hand to signal their stop, Lua's shard pulsating ominously in his grasp like a heartbeat echoing danger ahead. Cal's gaze locked onto shadows dancing at the tunnel's edge, his grip tightening around his sword as he stepped protectively before Seraphina. Eric's breath caught as Cal's words hung heavy in the air, the scent of decay unmistakable now. Seraphina's spell flickered nervously, reflecting her growing unease. Ellen's grip tightened around Lua's shard, shadows within him stirring restlessly. Eric hesitated, his grip tightening around Lua as Cal's warning echoed through the tunnel. Seraphina's spell flickered nervously, her eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. Elin stepped forward cautiously, Lua's shard pulsating ominously in his grasp. Eric's heart raced as he weighed Cal's warning against Lua's shard pulsating insistently onward. Seraphina's spell wavered, her voice barely audible as she whispered, "We should turn back." Ilan's gaze met theirs, shadows within him surging briefly before subsiding under his control. "Our path lies ahead," he growled determinedly. Eric's resolve hardened as he looked at La's pale face, her life force ebbing away with each passing moment. He tightened his grip on her, determination burning in his eyes. "We cannot turn back now," he declared, stepping forward decisively. Cal and Seraphina exchanged a concerned glance but nodded, falling into step behind him as Elin led them deeper into the sanctum, Lua's shard pulsating like a beacon guiding their path. Eric's grip tightened around Lua as they ventured deeper into the sanctum, her shard pulsating urgently like a heart racing towards an unseen finish line. Seraphina's spell flickered nervously, casting anxious shadows on their faces as they navigated treacherous tunnels filled with ancient whispers and echoes of long-forgotten battles. Suddenly, Ellen stopped, Lua's shard casting eerie light, a light upon intricate carvings adorning the tunnel walls, depictions of dragonkin transformations that seemed to dance menacingly in the pulsating glow. He reached out tentatively, tracing one such carving depicting a shadowy figure consuming another whole. "This is not right," he murmured ominously. "Ah." Olen's breath misted in the frigid air as he leaned closer to examine the carvings, Lua's shard casting an eerie glow upon his troubled expression. Eric stepped beside him, eyes scanning the images, a chill running down his spine that had nothing to do with the cold. "These depictions, they're of our kind," he murmured, voice barely audible over the distant rumble echoing through the tunnels. Seraphina's spell flickered nervously as she moved closer, her gaze following Ellen's finger tracing the ominous figures consuming others whole. "What does it mean?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper in the oppressive silence. Cale remained steadfast at their rear, sword drawn, eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. As they stood there, Lua's shard pulsated wildly, its rhythm erratic and unsettling, like a heartbeat racing towards an unknown end. The tunnel seemed to close in around them, the ancient whispers growing louder, more insistent, urging them onward with sinister intent. Eric's grip tightened around Lua as Ellen hesitated, his gaze locked onto an ominous carving depicting a figure consumed by darkness. Seraphina's spell flickered anxiously, casting eerie light upon the worried expressions etched onto their faces. Kale stepped closer, sensing their knees. "What do you see?" he asked gruffly. Alan's eyes narrowed as he detected the faint scent of decay amidst the ancient earthen tunnels, his heart pounding like Lua's shard in his grasp. Eric looked at him questioningly. "What is it, Alan?" His voice echoed through the passage, triggering an ominous rumble from deep within. Kale's grip tightened on his sword, turning towards the sound as Seraphina's spell flickered defensively around them. "We're not alone," he growled, eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. Behind them, Lu's shard pulsated urgently, casting an eerie glow upon their tense faces. As Ellen's nose wrinkled at the full scent, Cal's eyes narrowed. "That's decay." Eric's grip tightened on Lua, her shard pulsating wildly like a distress signal. Seraphina's spell flickered defensively as they braced themselves against unseen foes. Alan's steps slowed as he detected something amiss, Lua's shard pulsating more urgently in his grasp like an alarm. "The heart. It's calling out," he murmured, concern etched onto his face. Eric looked at him questioningly. "What do you mean?" Meanwhile, Seraphina's spell flickered nervously, her eyes reflecting unease. "Ah." Alan's fingers traced the ominous carving, Lua's shard pulsating wildly as if echoing his unease. Eric stepped closer. "What does this mean?" he asked, worry etched onto his face. Seraphina's spell flickered nervously around them, illuminating ancient whispers etched into the walls. Eric's gaze followed Olin's finger, his heart pounding as he realized what the carving depicted. These are Dragonkin consumed by darkness," he whispered, horror etched onto his face. Seraphina gasped, her spell flickering wildly at the revelation. Elin's jaw tightened, Lua's shard pulsating ominously in his grasp. "The heart is warning us of what lies ahead," he said grimly, turning towards the unknown with renewed determination. Eric's nostrils flared as he caught the faintest whiff of decay, his grip tightening around Lua's hand, her shard pulsating urgently like a heartbeat racing against time. Alan's eyes narrowed, tracing the ominous carving. "This is not the path we sought." Seraphina's spell flickered nervously, her voice barely audible. "What do we do now?" Ellen's grip tightened around Lua's shard as it pulsed faster, guiding them deeper into the sanctum. Eric exchanged a worried glance with Seraphina, their breaths misting in the frigid air. Kale's footsteps echoed ominously, his senses heightened against unseen threats lurking in the darkness. Eric's heart pounded as Lua's shard pulsed rapidly, guiding them deeper into the sanctum. The air grew colder, heavier, charged with an unseen energy that set his teeth on edge. Behind him, Seraphina's spell flickered anxiously, her voice barely audible over the distant rumble of ancient power awakening. Suddenly, Lua stumbled, her shard pulsating wildly before extinguishing abruptly. Eric caught her. Concern etched onto his face as he looked up to find their path blocked by an enormous stone door, intricately carved with more ominous depictions of dragonkin consumed by darkness. "What does this mean?" Seraphina whispered, her spell casting eerie shadows upon the carvings that seemed to move in the dim light. Cal's brow furrowed as he leaned closer to the stone door, tracing the carvings with his fingers. "These depictions, they're like echoes of our battle against Olin," he murmured, unease flickering across his face. Eric nodded grimly, Lua's shard lying dormant in his palm, its pulsations silenced as if awaiting a command. "Can you sense anything, Seraphina?" Eric asked softly, turning towards her. She stepped closer, her eyes scanning the carvings intently before closing them, delving into her magic to discern any hidden secrets within the stone. Her spell flickered briefly before stabilizing, revealing faint runes etched into the door's surface. Ilin's grip tightened around Lua's shard as they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine passageways, shadows within him roiling ominously despite their newfound unity. The air grew colder still, charged with an unseen energy that seemed to whisper ancient secrets on the wind. Suddenly, Cal froze, his keen senses detecting a faint scent, not of danger, but something familiar, something he couldn't quite place. "What is it?" Eric asked softly, concern etched onto his face as he looked back at their wary companion. "Ah." Cal's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his sword as he focused on the elusive scent. "It's like old blood," he whispered, Eric exchanged a worried glance with Serafina before turning back to Cal. Can you tell where it's coming from? Ullen leaned in, Lua's shard pulsing faintly at their shared unease. Cal's eyes flicked open, resolve hardening his gaze as he pointed towards a narrow corridor leading further into the sanctum. It's coming from down there, he declared, stepping forward with Eric and Serafina close behind. Ullen hesitated briefly before following, Lua's shard pulsating ominously in his grasp. Cal's unease grew palpable as the scent intensified, guiding them towards an ominous chamber deep within the sanctum. Eric placed a comforting hand on Lua's shoulder, feeling her tremble slightly at their surroundings. Ullen hesitated at the entrance, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in his grasp. Cal's steps slowed as he approached the source of the scent, his heart pounding in his chest like a drumbeat warning of impending danger. Eric followed suit. Lua clutched tightly against him, her eyes wide with fear and curiosity. Ullen paused behind them, Lua's shard pulsating ominously, as if sensing the darkness lurking ahead. Cal's grip tightened on his sword as they entered the chamber, the scent of old blood overwhelming. Eric's heart raced, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in Ullen's grasp, its light casting eerie shadows upon the decaying corpses scattered throughout the room. What manner of place is this? Serafina whispered, her spell flickering nervously. Cal's breath hitched as he recognized among the corpses and orcs they'd fought earlier, its form now twisted into something grotesque. Eric's gaze followed Cal's, horror etched onto his face as Lua burrowed closer to him, whispering, "What could do this? Ah." Eric's grip tightened around Lua, as she pressed herself against him, both shuddering at the sight before them. Cal stepped forward cautiously, his keen eyes scanning the room for any sign of life amidst the carnage. "We should leave," Serafina urged, her spell flickering anxiously. Cal's sense of unease deepened as he recognized more twisted corpses among the decaying remains, their faces contorted in agony. They're like our allies from before," he murmured, revulsion etched onto his face. Eric's grip tightened around Lua, her shudders echoing his own horror at the grim display of power unleashed within this chamber. R. As Kale's words hung heavy in the air, Eric's grasp on Lua tightened, her shivers mirroring his revulsion at the chilling display before them. Ellen's form shifted ominously, shadows within him stirring as if echoing their unease. The heart of the dragon pulsed warily behind Eric, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. Cal's unease grew palpable as he recognized more twisted corpses among the decaying remains, their faces contorted in agony. They're like our allies from before, he murmured, revulsion etched onto his face. Eric's grip tightened around Lua, her shudders echoing his own horror at the grim display of power unleashed within this chamber. As Kale's sense of unease deepened, he noticed a faint glimmer amidst the carnage, a familiar amulet around one of the twisted corpses' necks. He reached out hesitantly, lifting it from the decaying flesh as Eric and Lua looked on in horror. This was one of our allies, Kale murmured, gripping the amulet tightly. Elend stepped closer, shadows receding from his eyes as he examined the grim scene with newfound intensity. The heart pulsed wearily behind Eric, its light flickering like a stormy sea reflecting Elend's somber expression. What dark force could do this? Serafina whispered, her spell flickering nervously around them. As Kale's words echoed through the chamber, Eric felt Lua tremble against him, her eyes wide with horror as they took in the grim sight before them. Elend's form shimmered ominously, shadows writhing within him like snakes as he stepped closer to examine the twisted remains. This power. It's unlike anything I've seen, he muttered darkly. Serafina's spell flickered nervously around her, casting eerie shadows on the decaying corpses that seemed to writhe under her gaze. She stepped back uneasily, her voice barely above a whisper. What could do this? Eric's resolve wavered as he surveyed the carnage, Lua's trembling form pulling him from his stupor. We must find who or what did this, he said grimly, turning to Elend. The last Dragonkin's expression was unreadable, shadows within him churning like a stormy sea. Cal approached Elend, holding out the retrieved amulet. This belonged to our ally. If there's any trace left. His voice trailed off, hope warring with dread in his eyes. Elend reached out, taking the amulet from Kale. His eyes glowed briefly as he examined it, shadows within him subsiding momentarily. This is not the work of mere shadow creatures, he murmured grimly. Eric's grip tightened around Lua, her shudders echoing his growing unease at Elend's ominous words. The heart pulsed wearily behind them, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. Elend's gaze swept over the twisted remains, his voice barely above a whisper. They're not just our allies, but also our past. Kale nodded solemnly, understanding Elend's implication. Their shared history lay here, mutilated and defiled. Eric, clutching Lua closer, asked, "What do we do now?" As if in answer, the heart of the dragon pulsed brighter, casting eerie shadows on their faces. Elend's eyes narrowed as he scanned the chamber, shadows within him stirring ominously. This is the work of someone, or something, seeking power, he growled. Lua shuddered against Eric, her voice barely audible. We need to find out who, before it's too late. Serafina stepped forward, her spell flickering defiantly around her as she nodded in agreement. Eric's resolve hardened as he looked at Lua, her eyes reflecting his own determination. We'll find out who did this, he vowed, clutching the heart of the dragon tightly. Elend nodded gravely, shadows within him subsiding briefly. But first, we must leave this place. As they turned to exit, a low growl echoed through the chamber, followed by the clanking of heavy footsteps. Eric's grip tightened around Lua as heavy footsteps echoed through the chamber, their origin obscured by shadows. Ellen turned sharply, his form shifting ominously, shadows within him churning like a stormy sea. "We're not alone," he growled, drawing Kale and Seraphina's attention towards the darkness. "Ah!" Eric's grip tightened around Lua as heavy footsteps echoed through the chamber, their origin obscured by shadows. Ellen turned sharply, his form shifting ominously, shadows within him churning like a stormy sea. "We're not alone," he growled, drawing Kale and Seraphina's attention towards the darkness. Kale's nose twitched, pinpointing the source of the scent. It was unmistakable, the acrid smell of dark magic. "It's like the shadows we've been fighting," he muttered, drawing worried glances from Eric and Lua. Ellen's grip tightened on Lua's shard, shadows within him stirring uneasily at Kale's revelation. "Can you track it?" Eric asked, tension coiling in his gut as Seraphina's spell flickered nervously around them, casting eerie patterns on the damp walls that seemed to close in with each breath they took. Olin nodded grimly, Lua's shard pulsating like a heartbeat in his grasp, guiding their steps deeper into the sanctum. Cal's eyes narrowed as he pinpointed the source. "It's coming from ahead," his voice barely above a whisper. Eric nodded determinedly, Lua's shard pulsating faster in Olin's grasp, guiding them relentlessly towards the dark magic's origin. Seraphina's spell flickered nervously, her gaze locked onto the shadows dancing ominously on the walls. Eric's grip tightened on his sword as they rounded a corner, revealing a vast, cavernous chamber, filled with writhing shadows that seemed to devour the meager light from Lua's shard and Seraphina's spell. Cal's breath hitched in his throat at the sight. "By the ancestors, what is this place?" Olin's form shifted ominously, shadows churning within him as he stepped protectively in front of their group, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in his grasp. Eric's heart pounded as he followed Kale's lead into the darkness. Lua's hand clutched tightly in his own. The air grew heavier with each step, the scent of dark magic intensifying like a malevolent perfume. Olin paused, shadows within him writhing ominously, sensing something amiss. "Wait," he whispered, Lua's shard pulsating erratically, casting eerie patterns on the damp walls that seemed to close in around them. This is wrong. His form shifted uneasily as a cold chill ran down their spines, an unseen force pressing against their very souls. Ellen's grip tightened around Lua's shard as they ventured deeper into the cavernous chamber, shadows writhing menacingly around them like a living entity. Eric felt an icy chill run down his spine, sensing an ancient power stirring within the darkness, its malevolence palpable. Cal's eyes narrowed, his keen senses detecting movement amidst the shadows. "We're not alone in here," he muttered grimly. Ellen's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the shadows, Lua's shard pulsating like a heartbeat in his hand. Eric felt a pang of unease, wondering what horrors lay hidden within the darkness. Cal's grip tightened on his sword, ready to face whatever emerged from the writhing abyss. Suddenly, a figure coalesced from the shadows, an ancient orcs, its eyes burning with unnatural intensity. It snarled, revealing rows of sharpened teeth, and charged. Olin stepped forward, Lua's shard blazing brightly as he prepared to confront this new threat. Ellen's blade met the ancient orc's charge with a resounding clash, sparks flying as Lua's shard blazed like a tiny sun at their side. Eric and Cal moved in tandem, their weapons singing through the air in a deadly dance designed to overwhelm their foe. The creature snarled, undeterred by their assault, its eyes locked onto Olin with unnerving intensities as the ancient orc roared, swatting Ellen's blade aside with a massive club, sending him crashing into the cold stone wall. Eric lunged forward, his sword slashing through shadows and striking the creature's leg, drawing dark blood that sizzled like acid on the chamber floor. Serafina cast a spell at its eyes, forcing it to recoil momentarily as Cal charged, aiming for its vulnerable throat. As Ellen crashed against the wall, Lua's shard flickered wildly, its light casting eerie shadows on his prone form. Eric's heart pounded as he lunged towards the ancient orc, sword slashing through darkness, while Serafina's spell forced their foe to recoil momentarily. Cal charged fearlessly, blade glinting in the dim light, determined to strike a deadly blow. The ancient orc howled, swatting Cal's blade aside with its massive club, sending him sprawling across the chamber. Eric leaped forward, Lua's shard casting an ethereal glow as he grabbed Olin and dragged him to safety, while Seraphina's spell enveloped them, healing their wounds amidst the cacophony of battle. The ancient orc snarled, turning its wrath towards Seraphina, who stood defiant, her spell weaving an intricate barrier around their group. Ulan groaned, pushing himself up, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in his grasp as he prepared to rejoin the fight. Eric's eyes narrowed as he watched their foe, formulating a plan amidst the chaos. As Eric watched their foe, he noticed patterns in its attacks, a brief opening after each swing. He whispered his plan to Cal and Ulan, who nodded grimly, Lua's shard pulsating with anticipation. Seraphina maintained her barrier, sweat beading on her brow. Eric signaled his plan, Lua's shard pulsating brighter, as they prepared for their coordinated strike against the ancient orc. Seraphina gritted her teeth, maintaining her protective barrier, while Cal and Olin exchanged a nod of determination. As the ancient orc lunged at Seraphina's barrier, Eric shouted, "Now!" Ellen and Cal struck simultaneously, their blades slashing through shadows and finding flesh. Lua's shard blazed brilliantly, illuminating their triumphant assault. As their blades found purchase, the ancient orc roared, shadows recoiling from Lua's shard as it blazed like a tiny sun. Ellen, invigorated by its light, pushed forward, determined to end this battle. As Ilan's blade bit deep, the ancient orc staggered back, shadows wavering around it. Eric reached for Lua's shard, now pulsing rhythmically with renewed power, as they prepared to deliver the final blow. Together, he whispered, unity solidifying their resolve. With a final roar, the ancient orc fell, shadows dissipating like mist under Lua's shard's radiant glow. Eric turned to Ulan, extending his hand. "We make a formidable team." Ulan grasped it firmly, Lua's shard pulsating in rhythm with their unified strength. Ah! As the ancient orc's shadows dissolved, Eric noticed a faint inscription on its club, matching patterns carved into the chamber walls. Cal wiped his blade clean, eyeing the symbols warily. "These are no ordinary runes," he murmured. Ulan stepped closer, Lua's shard pulsating in his grasp as he examined them more closely. "Sue." As Ulan deciphered the runes, his brow furrowed deeply, Lua's shard pulsating ominously, in sync with his growing unease. Eric watched him intently, sensing that whatever Ulan was reading would change their course dramatically. The orcs. They were not always our enemies. Ellen murmured, tracing the intricate patterns etched into the club. These runes speak of ancient alliances shattered by darkness. Like ours. Ah. Ellen's eyes widened as he decoded more runes, Lewis' shard pulsating with urgency. The orcs were once our allies, he revealed. And there's a way to reunite our shattered alliance. Meanwhile, distant rumblings echoed through the sanctum, signaling their pursuer's relentless approach. Eric stepped closer, determination etched on his face. Can we use this knowledge against the shadows? He asked, as Seraphina's spell flickered nervously around them. Kel nodded grimly, sword raised. Let's hope so. In the labyrinthine depths, Cal's senses heightened. It's orc, he growled, recalling battles past. Eric's heart pounded. But you said, allies. Elin nodded grimly, Lewis' shard pulsing in his grasp, a test of our unity. Ah. As Cal's warning hung heavy in the air, Eric felt his resolve strengthen, Seraphina's hand clasping his as they prepared for whatever lay ahead. Elin's eyes narrowed, shadows within him roiling like stormy seas as he readied Lewis' shard, its pulsations echoing their united determination. From the depths of the passage, an enormous figure emerged, towering over them, an orc unlike any they'd faced before. Its eyes burning with unnatural intensity. It snarled, revealing rows of jagged teeth. As it charged towards them, the ground trembling under each thundering footfall. As the titanic orc bore down upon them, Eric's resolve crystallized. He stepped forward, hand outstretched. I mean you no harm. We seek unity, not combat. Olin tensed beside him, Lewis' shard pulsating wearily in his grasp. The beast skidded to a halt, nostrils flaring as it regarded them with ancient, worry eyes. The orc's eyes flickered with curiosity as it took in Eric's outstretched hand, its snarl softening slightly. You speak of unity. It rumbled, voice like thunder. Wet, I smell darkness on you. Behind them, shadows stirred menacingly, echoing the beast's unease. Olin stepped forward, Lewis' shard pulsating ominously in his grasp. We've encountered much darkness, he admitted, but we seek to vanquish it, not wield it. Eric's heart pounded as he stood before the colossal orcs, its fiery gaze burning into him. The air grew thick with tension, each second stretching like taffy as they awaited the beast's response. Seraphina's grip on his hand tightened, her power surging gently in support. The orcs tilted its head, nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air, seeming to consider their words and intentions. "You speak of unity," it rumbled again, voice echoing through the passage. "Wet you reek of shadows." Its eyes flicked towards Olin, who stood tall, Lua's shard pulsing ominously in his grasp. The orc's gaze shifted from Olin to Eric, its expression softening slightly, as it seemed to sense their sincerity. "You wish to unite," it rumbled thoughtfully, "against the darkness that has consumed our kin." Its eyes flicked towards Lua's shard, now pulsing rhythmically in Olin's grasp. Behind them, the shadows stirred once more, but this time they seemed less threatening, as if echoing the orc's words. Eric felt a glimmer of hope, his grip tightening on Seraphina's hand. "Yes," he said firmly, "we want to end this war and restore balance." Ah. The orc's gaze softened as understanding dawned within its ancient eyes. "I am Grimgr," it rumbled, "guardian of the lost sanctum." With that, the shadows behind them receded, revealing an ornate archway leading deeper into the sanctum. Eric nodded gratefully. "Together, we can end this darkness." As they followed Grimgr through the archway, Lua's shard pulsated rhythmically in Olin's grasp, guiding their steps through the now lit corridors. The air grew colder and heavier as they ventured further into the heart of the sanctum. As Grimgr led them deeper into the sanctum, Lua's shard pulsated faster, its light casting stark shadows on the ancient carvings adorning the walls. Eric noticed that these depictions showed orcs and dragonkin fighting side by side, not as enemies but as allies. He shared a hopeful glance with Seraphina, their fingers entwined tightly. Meanwhile, Ellen's grip on Lua's shard tightened, his expression inscrutable as shadows continued to recede around them. As they ventured deeper, Lua's shard began to hum softly, its pulsations echoing through the passageways like a heartbeat. Grimgr paused before an enormous door, its surface adorned with more intricate carvings of united orcs and dragonkin, now accompanied by humans. "This is where our fates diverged," he rumbled. Eric approached, hand outstretched towards the door's ancient lock, a massive, claw-like protrusion. "And this is where we reunite," he declared. As Eric's fingers brushed against the ancient lock, Lua's shard pulsed brighter, its hum resonating with the door's magic. Gringor nodded approvingly at their united cause, shadows receding further, as if sensing the Sanctum's acceptance. Behind them, Seraphina and Kale shared a determined nod, ready to face whatever lay beyond. As Eric's hand closed around the ancient lock, Lua's shard blazed like a star, its pulsations resonating through the sanctum with such force that dust shook from the ceiling. Gringor stepped back, awe etched on his features as the door groaned open, revealing a chamber bathed in an ethereal glow. Inside, a massive crystal pulsed rhythmically, mirroring Lua's shard, and at its heart stood another heart of the dragon, pulsating with raw power. As Eric stepped into the ethereal chamber, Lua's shard flickered in Olin's grasp, mirroring the colossal crystal at the room's heart. Grimgor followed, his gaze fixed on the pulsating heart of the dragon within. Kale and Seraphina exchanged a worried glance, the air felt charged with ancient power, threatening to overwhelm their senses. As Eric approached the heart of the dragon, it pulsed erratically, as if sensing his presence. Lua's shard flickered wildly, its rhythm syncing with the immense crystal at the chamber's heart. Gringor growled softly, shadows stirring uneasily around him, despite his newfound unity. As Eric reached out to touch the heart, Lua's shard blazed like a supernova, its pulsations resonating with such intensity that everyone staggered back, ears ringing. The immense crystal at the chamber's heart shattered into thousands of tiny fragments, each one pulsing with raw magical energy. As Eric's hand closed around the heart, the chamber trembled violently, ancient wards shattering like glass. Gringor roared, "The sanctum awakes!" Meanwhile, Olin's grip on Lua's shard tightened, shadows surging once more at this sudden upheaval. Zoo. As Eric clutched the heart, Lua's shard flickered ominously, its pulsations syncopating with his own heartbeat, warning him of impending danger. Gringor's eyes narrowed. The sanctum awakens, but to what? Meanwhile, Seraphina and Kale braced themselves, sensing unseen forces stirring in the shattered chamber. As Eric's grip on the heart tightened, the chamber shook violently, ancient stone grinding ominously around them. Elend's shadows surged, Lua's shard pulsating wildly as if mirroring his inner turmoil. The sanctum awakens, Gringor rumbled. But to what purpose? As Eric clutched the heart tighter, the chamber's trembling subsided, ancient wards reforming with a hum of approval. Gringor relaxed slightly, his shadows receding as Lua's shard pulsed steadily once more. "The sanctum accepts you, young dragonkin," he rumbled. In the newly calmed chamber, Eric felt a surge of power from the heart, its pulsations resonating with his own heartbeat. He turned to face his companions, their expressions reflecting relief and renewed determination. As Eric's grip on the heart tightened, its pulsations resonated through him, filling him with ancient power. He felt a sudden urge to protect his companions at any cost, their lives now intertwined with this artifact. Seraphina approached, her eyes reflecting concern and admiration for his newfound strength. "Oh. As Kale's warning hung heavy in the air, Ellen leaned into the wind, his draconic senses amplifying as he, too, caught the faint scent. It was unmistakable, the stench of decaying magic. Eric's grip on Lua's shard tightened, pulsations quickening like a heart beating faster in anticipation of danger. Seraphina's spell flickered nervously around them, her voice barely above a whisper as she asked, "What is it?" "Ah." In the dense gloom of the passage, Eric's grip on Lua's shard faltered as the pulsations grew erratic, mirroring his racing heart. He exchanged worried glances with Seraphina, her eyes reflecting his unease before they turned to Olin, his form rigid with anticipation. "What is it you sense?" Eric asked, voice barely a whisper. Alan's eyes narrowed as he turned towards them, shadows dancing menacingly around him. "The scent. It's like nothing I've ever encountered," he admitted, his voice a low growl. Eric felt Lua shiver beside him, her grip on his arm tightening. Seraphina took a deep breath, her spell flickering more anxiously as she stepped forward to stand beside Olin. "Whatever it is, we face it together," Seraphina declared, determination burning in her eyes. Kale nodded silently, his blade held at the ready, while Lua clutched Eric's hand tightly, her shard pulsating wildly now, reflecting their shared anticipation of the unknown danger lurking ahead. The air grew colder as they ventured deeper, the pulsations from Lua's shard echoing ominously down the narrow passageway. Eric felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to rush ahead, but Olin's firm hand on his shoulder held him back. "Patience, boy," he growled, eyes scanning the darkness for hidden traps or enemies. Seraphina's spell illuminated their path, revealing ancient carvings that seemed to dance under her light. Eric's heart pounded in sync with Lua's erratic shard as they approached an intersection, its pulsations urging them left, while Ellen's senses hinted danger straight ahead. Seraphina's spell wavered, reflecting her inner turmoil, trust Eric's intuition, or heed Olin's caution. Eric's grip on Lua's shard tightened as its pulsations grew urgent, pushing them left while Olin's growl held them back, his draconic senses detecting hidden danger straight ahead. Seraphina's spell wavered, her gaze darting between Eric and Ilan, torn by their opposing instincts. Eric took a deep breath, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in his hand as he whispered, "This way." Leading them left despite Ellen's caution. The passage opened into a vast chamber, filled with ancient artifacts and treasure, glinting ominously under Seraphina's spell. Cal's blade gleamed menacingly, reflecting the sudden chill that permeated the air. Eric's heart raced as he stepped deeper into the treasure-filled chamber, Lua's shard pulsating wildly like a heartbeat echoing through the vast space. Yolan growled lowly behind him, "This is a trap," his draconic senses detecting hidden dangers amidst the glinting treasures. Seraphina's spell flickered anxiously around her, illuminating ancient runes etched into the chamber walls that seemed to hum with an ominous energy. As Eric led them further into the chamber, Lua's shard pulsated wildly, its light reflecting off ancient artifacts, scattered haphazardly around them, like a macabre puzzle. Seraphina gasped, her spell revealing skeletal remains hidden among the treasures, their empty eye sockets seeming to watch their every move. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, fear etched on her face as Alan's growl echoed ominously through the chamber. Eric's grip tightened on Lua's shard as it pulsed wildly, guiding them deeper into the chamber filled with ancient treasures and ominous silence. Seraphina's spell illuminated more skeletal remains, their arrangement forming intricate patterns that seemed to shift subtly beneath their gaze. Ellen's growl echoed through the chamber as shadows stirred around him, reacting to the sinister magic permeating the air. Cal's nose twitched again as he recognized the scent, decay and old magic, reminiscent of the creatures they'd fought earlier. "The shadows," he muttered, "they're here." Eric's grip tightened on Lua's shard, its pulsations quickening like a racing heart. Seraphina's spell flickered erratically, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance menacingly in response. In the oppressive darkness of the ancient sanctum, our heroes stand united but on edge, their senses heightened as Cal detects an ominous presence. Eric clutches Lua's shard tightly, its pulsations echoing his mounting concern, while Seraphina's spell flickers nervously around her, reflecting their shared unease. The damp walls close in, the air heavy with anticipation as they await Cal's confirmation of this new threat. Ah! Cal's eyes narrowed as he identified the scent, decay mixed with an ancient magic they'd come across before. The shadow creatures, he whispered, drawing his sword slowly, its blade gleaming ominously in the dim light. Eric nodded grimly, Lua's shard pulsing urgently against his palm, guiding them towards an impending confrontation. Seraphina took a deep breath, her spell shifting subtly to create a protective barrier around their group. Her eyes reflecting the growing darkness ahead. Whatever comes, she said firmly, we face it together. Eric's grip tightened on Lua's shard as it pulsated wildly, guiding them deeper into the chamber filled with ancient treasures and ominous silence. Seraphina's spell illuminated more skeletal remains, their arrangement forming intricate patterns that seemed to shift subtly beneath their gaze. Olin's growl echoed through the chamber as shadows stirred around him, reacting to the sinister magic permeating the air. The scent grew stronger, a putrid mix of decay and ancient magic that turned their stomachs. Cal's grip tightened on his sword as he whispered, "They're close." Eric nodded grimly, Lua's shard pulsing urgently in his hand like a heartbeat counting down to battle. Seraphina's spell shifted, tendrils of light weaving intricate patterns around them, creating a barrier against the encroaching darkness. Her voice steady, she said, "Whatever they are, we stand together." Cal's eyes narrowed as he pinpointed the scent, decay mingling with an ancient, familiar magic. "The shadow creatures," he hissed, drawing his sword, its blade reflecting Lua's shard pulsating ominously in Eric's grasp. Seraphina's breath hitched, her spell shifting to form a barrier around them as she nodded resolutely, "We're ready." Eric's grip tightened on Lua's shard as it throbbed wildly, guiding them deeper into the labyrinthine sanctum. Cal's eyes scanned the shadows warily, his senses heightened by the encroaching danger lurking ahead. Seraphina's spell flickered nervously around her, casting anxious glances at their surroundings before focusing on maintaining their protective barrier. Eric's grip tightened on Lua's shard as it throbbed urgently, guiding them deeper into the sanctum's heart. Cal's eyes narrowed, focusing on the faint scuttling sounds echoing through the darkness ahead. Seraphina's spell flickered nervously, her voice barely above a whisper. They're close." Eric's heart pounded in sync with Lua's shard as they pressed deeper into the sanctum, shadows dancing menacingly around them. Seraphina's spell flickered anxiously, her eyes reflecting Cal's tense expression. "We need to find the source," he urged, sword raised against the encroaching darkness. Eric's breath hitched as Lua's shard guided them into an expansive chamber, its walls adorned with ancient murals depicting Dragonkin wielding the very artifact now pulsating in his grasp. Cal's nose wrinkled at the overpowering stench of decay, his eyes darting towards a mound of writhing shadows at the chamber's far end. Seraphina gasped. "That's impossible," her spell flickering uncertainly as she took in the sheer number of shadow creatures amassing before them. "Ah." Eric's grip tightened on Lua's shard as it pulsated wildly, guiding them into an expansive chamber, filled with an oppressive silence that seemed to crush the very air from their lungs. Cal's keen senses detected the faintest whisper of movement within the shadows, his heart pounding in anticipation of the unseen threat lurking point just beyond sight. Serafina's spell flickered nervously around her, illuminating ancient runes carved into the chamber walls that seemed to hum with a sinister energy. The oppressive silence shattered as shadows lunged from the darkness, revealing twisted forms reminiscent of their past encounters. Eric reacted instincts. Lua's shard flaring brightly in his hand, its light slicing through the nearest creature like a blade. Serafina gasped, her spell faltering briefly before surging back to life, encasing them in a protective barrier as more shadows pressed in. As Eric's radiant slash felled one creature, another emerged from its crumbling form, multiplying their foes. Cal grunted, redoubling his efforts, but each swing seemed to create more shadows than it banished. Serafina's breath hitched as she poured more power into her barrier, trying desperately to protect them against the relentless onslaught. Retreat. Aelin shouted over the cacophony of clashing steel and sizzling magic. We cannot fight them all here. Eric nodded grimly, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in his grasp as he sought a path through the swarming shadows. The chamber trembled ominously, ancient wards crumbling under the strain of their desperate battle. As Eric sliced through another creature with Lua's shard, he noticed the runes on the walls pulsing in sync, fueling their foes. He urged, "We need to disrupt the runes." Ellen nodded, shadows receding from his form as he reached within, drawing upon ancient dragonkin magic. Serafina gasped, her spell flickering as she felt Ellen's power resonating with hers. With newfound purpose, Eric charged towards the pulsating runes, Lua's shard slicing through shadows as it sought their source. Aelin followed suit, his dragonkin magic surging, tendrils of dark energy recoiling from his touch. Serafina and Cal formed a defensive line, her barrier deflecting creatures while he struck down any that breached their defenses. Eric's blade danced with Lua's shard, carving a path through the shadow creatures as he approached the pulsating runes. Aelin's dragonkin magic surged, tendrils of dark energy recoiling like waves before his onslaught. Serafina's spell flickered anxiously, her gaze darting between Eric and Kale, worry etched deep in her eyes. Eric Eric's blade flashed as he neared the pulsating runes, Lua's shard slicing through shadows that seemed to grow more substantial with each step. Elan's magic surged behind him, tendrils of dark energy writhing like serpents under his onslaught. As Eric reached out to strike the first rune, a massive shadow creature materialized before him, its eyes burning like twin furnaces. Eric's heart pounded as he faced the colossal shadow creature, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in his grasp, its light flickering nervously against the beast's oppressive darkness. Together, Eric cried, trusting that his allies would follow him into this desperate gambit. Ulan roared, shadows recoiling from his form as he surged forward, dragonkin magic exploding forth like a storm. Eric's blade sliced through the colossal shadow creature as Ulan's dragonkin magic surged, momentarily banishing the darkness that had enveloped them. The runes on the wall flickered ominously in response, their pulsating rhythm growing more frantic. Hurry, Serafina urged, her spell faltering under the strain of their combined assault and the relentless press of foes. Eric's blade sang as it struck the first rune, Lua's shard flaring like a star against the darkness. Ulan roared, his dragonkin magic surging, tendrils of dark energy recoiling from their united assault. The chamber trembled violently, ancient wards crumbling under their relentless onslaught. Ah! As Eric's blade struck the final rune, Lua's shard flared brilliantly, illuminating the chamber like daylight. The pulsating rhythm of the runes ceased abruptly, their magic dissipating into the air as if it had never been. Kale let out a whoop of relief, his sword slicing through the last remaining shadow creature with ease. With the last rune shattered, an eerie silence descended upon the chamber. Eric's heart pounded as he looked around, Lua's shard now pulsating softly like a heartbeat in his hand. Ulan approached him, his expression grave yet filled with newfound respect. "Well done, Eric," he acknowledged. "You've proven yourself worthy of your lineage." Serafina moved to Eric's side, her hand brushing against his as she offered a small smile. "We make quite the team," she whispered, their eyes meeting briefly before turning towards the dark corridor ahead. Cal sheathed his sword, wiping sweat from his brow. "Now what?" he asked, gazing into the yawning darkness that seemed to stretch out before them indefinitely. Eric hesitated before taking Ellen's hand, feeling an electric pulse at their touch, Lua's shard responding to the dragonkin lineage within them both. Serafina watched, her gaze thoughtful as she considered this newfound connection between Eric and his ancestor. Beyond this point, Olin warned, releasing Eric's hand. The sanctum's protections grow stronger. We must stay united. His eyes flicked towards Seraphina, acknowledging her presence for the first time since their encounter. Eric nodded solemnly at Olin's words, Louis' shard now pulsating in sync with his heartbeat, as if echoing their united purpose. Seraphina stepped forward, her voice steady yet laced with determination. We've come this far together, we won't falter now. Meanwhile, Cal adjusted his grip on his sword, the metal humming softly against the encroaching darkness. As they ventured deeper into the sanctum, the air grew colder and heavier, each breath echoing ominously in their ears. The walls seemed to close in around them, adorned with carvings that depicted ancient battles between dragonkin and shadow creatures, their grim faces seeming to watch warily as the group passed. As they rounded a bend, an immense stone door loomed before them, etched with more dragonkin runes pulsating ominously. Eric's heart raced as Louis' shard resonated with the door, its light casting eerie shadows across Olin's stern face. This is it, he murmured, placing his hand on the cool stone, feeling ancient power coursing beneath. Eric pressed his hand against the door, Louis' shard pulsating like a heartbeat as it recognized the ancient lock. Olin nodded approvingly. Your lineage is strong, Eric. Seraphina stepped closer, her fingers brushing Eric's, lending him her support. As their combined power surged into the door, the runes flared brilliantly before fading, revealing a vast chamber beyond. With bated breath, they crossed the threshold, entering an opulent treasure trove filled with glittering artifacts and ancient relics. As Eric's group delved deeper into the treasure chamber, the air grew heavy with ancient magic, resonating ominously with Louis' shard. Seraphina felt her heart race as she noticed peculiar artifacts, their eerie glow hinting at dark powers long forgotten. Meanwhile, Cal's eyes widened in awe, recognizing priceless relics that whispered tales of old among his people. Olin approached an intricate pedestal at the chamber's center, its surface adorned with pulsating runes matching those on Eric's amulet. As he reached out, shadows stirred around them ominously. This is what we've come for, he murmured, his fingers brushing against a pulsating stone, another heart of the dragon. Eric felt Louis' shard resonate with it, their hearts pounding in sync. Seraphina gasped, feeling an icy tendril wrap around her ankle, yanking her towards the darkness. Cal lunged, slicing through the shadowy appendage, freeing her as they backed away from the encroaching shadows. We need to hurry, Eric urged, Louis' shard flaring brighter in response to his urgency. Olin carefully lifted the pulsating heart from its pedestal as shadows recoiled, their dark tendrils writhing like snakes disturbed from their nest. Eric's amulet blazed brightly in response, Louis' crystal shard pulsating wildly in his grasp. We must go, Olin urged, turning towards a hidden doorway that had just appeared. As Olin led them through the hidden doorway, Eric felt a chill run down his spine. They were being watched. Seraphina glanced back warily, sensing unseen eyes boring into her back. Cal gripped his sword tighter. Something's following us, he whispered. Olin paused, his grip tightening on the heart as Louis' shard flickered anxiously. We're nearing the sanctum's core, he warned, leading them towards an ominous portal that hummed with dark energy. Eric felt a pang of unease, but Seraphina's steady gaze bolstered his resolve. Kale readied his sword, stepping closer to protect their flank. Olin took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting the swirling abyss before them as he stepped through the portal, the others following suit. The air grew colder, heavier, resonating with an ancient malevolence that seemed to seep into their very bones. As they emerged, they found themselves in a vast, circular chamber, supported by towering stone pillars carved with writhing shadows, the sanctum's core. As Yulin stepped onto the central platform, he felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. The heart pulsed violently, resonating with the darkness below. Eric's amulet flickered, mirroring Lua's crystal shard as they too responded to the abyss. Seraphina gasped, her eyes widening at the colossal form steering beneath them, its scales glinting like obsidian under the crimson light. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the ominous hum. Kale gripped his sword tighter, his knuckles turning white as he watched the monstrous shape shift, tendrils of darkness wreathing around it like smoke. "I've never seen anything like it," he admitted grimly. Olin raised the heart towards the darkness, Lua's shard pulsating wildly as shadows recoiled from its light. Eric felt an ancient power surging through him, his amulet blazing brighter in response. Suddenly, the monstrous form below roared, tendrils of darkness lashing out at them. As shadows lashed out around them, Olin barked, "Stand together." United, their lights flared brighter, repelling the dark tendrils. Seraphina's eyes met Eric's, a silent understanding passing between them as they braced for impact. As shadows lashed around them, Eric's amulet surged with newfound power, its light intersecting with Lua's crystal, creating a barrier that protected their group from the onslaught. Kale watched in awe as Olin manipulated the heart, its pulsations matching his own heartbeat, revealing intricate patterns etched onto the chamber floor, remnants of ancient dragonkin magic. As Olin manipulated the heart's pulsations, matching them with intricate patterns on the floor, Eric felt an ancient power coursing through him, resonating with Lua's crystal shard and his amulet. Seraphina watched in awe as Kale's eyes widened at the raw power they were wielding. The monstrous form below roared again, shadows wreathing in response to their united strength. "Ah!" As shadows recoiled from their united light, Eric felt a sudden surge of power coursing through him. Lua's shard resonating with the ancient magic pulsating beneath their feet. Seraphina reached out, her hand clasping Eric's as she felt his newfound strength, their bond deepening amidst the chaos. Elin manipulated the heart's pulsations expertly, unlocking hidden wards and revealing a vast network of runes etched into the chamber walls. The monstrous form below writhed in agony as ancient Dragonkin magic sealed it away, its tendrils of darkness dissipating under Olin's relentless onslaught. As shadows receded, Eric felt an overwhelming sense of triumph mixed with newfound responsibility. Seraphina's hand squeezed his, her eyes reflecting shared relief and determination. Olin turned towards them, his gaze solemn yet filled with pride. "We've sealed the darkness," he said, "but its power is not destroyed." Cal sheathed his sword, looking around warily as if expecting another attack. Eric approached Ellen, Lua's shard still pulsing with ancient power. "What now?" he asked, his voice steady despite the remnants of darkness lingering within him. Seraphina stepped closer, her hand brushing against Eric's in silent support. Ellen gazed at the pulsating heart, shadows flickering ominously around its edges. "This is but a reprieve," he warned. "The darkness will return, stronger than before." Cale's grip tightened on his sword, eyes narrowing as he considered their next move. As Elend's words hung heavy in the air, Eric felt determination surge within him. "Then, we must prepare," he declared, clenching Lua's shard tightly. Seraphina nodded resolutely, her eyes reflecting shared resolve as they turned towards Cale. "Our peoples have much to learn from each other if we're to stand against this darkness again," Eric said, extending a hand to Cale. After a moment of hesitation, Cale grasped it firmly, acknowledging their newfound alliance. Alan's gaze turned towards the sealed chamber, shadows flickering ominously behind the runic barrier. "We must ensure this power does not fall into the wrong hands," he said grimly. Eric nodded, Lua's shard still pulsating with residual energy as he considered their next move. Seraphina approached Olin, her eyes reflecting curiosity. "What of the other hearts?" she asked. "Were they guarded as well?" Alan's eyes darkened with memories as he replied. "The other hearts are indeed sealed, but their guardians were not so fortunate." He paused, his gaze sweeping over them. "What we must now seek allies among the remaining Dragonkin lineages to stand against the encroaching shadows." As if on cue, a low rumble echoed through the chamber, shaking the very foundations. Eric's grip tightened on Lua's shard, its pulsations quickening in response to the unseen force. Seraphina gasped, her eyes reflecting sudden comprehension. The ceiling. It's weakening. Cal's eyes widened as he gripped his sword tighter, sensing an unseen force pressing against them. We need to reinforce these seals, he urged, looking towards Olin for guidance. Eric nodded grimly, Lua's shard pulsating ominously in response to the growing pressure. Elin closed his eyes, focusing on the heart in his grasp as shadows rolled around him like a storm. He began chanting ancient words, his voice echoing through the chamber, each syllable resonating with power. Seraphina watched in awe, feeling the air grow colder and heavier as Olin's magic surged. As Olin's chant reached its crescendo, the chamber trembled violently, ancient runes flaring brightly before fading. Eric felt Lua's shard grow cold, its pulsations slowing as if mirroring his own heartbeat. Seraphina gasped. It's working, relief washing over her features. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the sanctum, shaking the very foundations. Ellen's eyes snapped open, his gaze fixed on the sealed chamber. We must retreat, he urged. The darkness has found another way out. Shadows began to seep from the cracks in the runic barrier, tendrils of malevolence reaching towards them. Eric's heart pounded as he gripped Lua's shard, its fading light casting eerie shadows on their determined faces. We cannot let it escape again, he declared, his resolve unwavering despite the ominous rumble echoing around them. Seraphina nodded, her eyes reflecting shared urgency as she turned towards Olin. What can we do to help? Olin gestured urgently. We must lead it away from the sanctum's heart. Eric nodded, Lua's shard flickering weakly as he stepped forward, his resolve unwavering. Seraphina and Cal followed suit, weapons drawn, ready to face the encroaching darkness. The runic barrier groaned ominously, shadows surging through widening cracks. As shadows surged through the crumbling barrier, Eric's amulet flickered ominously, resonating with the ancient power that threatened to consume them all. Seraphina's eyes glowed brighter, her protective magic pulsating in response to the encroaching darkness. We need a plan, she urged, turning towards Ellen, who nodded grimly. Eric's amulet flickered wildly as he stepped forward, Lua's shard pulsating weakly against his palm. We must lead it away from here, he declared, determination burning in his eyes. Seraphina and Cal exchanged worried glances before nodding, their resolve solidifying. Eric, Seraphina, and Cal charged towards the surging shadows, Ellen bringing up the rear with the pulsating heart of the dragon. As they moved deeper into the sanctum, ancient corridors twisted and turned, leading them further from the chamber's core. The air grew colder, heavier, resonating with an ominous power that seemed to seep into their very bones. Suddenly, Eric skidded to a halt, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in his grasp. Wet, he urged, his eyes fixed on an intricate carving etched into the wall, a symbol matching those on Olin's heart and Eric's amulet. This is it, Eric whispered, his heart pounding as he recognized the ancient dragonkin rune, for, oh. As Eric reached out to trace the ancient rune, Lua's shard resonated strongly, its light casting intricate shadows around them. Elin approached, his eyes reflecting recognition as he placed his hand over Eric's. This marks the sanctum's heart, he whispered, the source of its power. Shadows seemed to recoil at their touch, giving them a brief respite. As Yulin spoke, Lua's shard blazed brighter, casting long shadows across their determined faces. Eric felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, resonating with the ancient rune beneath his fingertips. Seraphina gasped. It's like the sanctum itself is acknowledging us, her eyes reflecting awe and wonder. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the corridor, shaking the very foundations. Shadows surged forth once more, tendrils of darkness writhing around them ominously. Cal gripped his sword tighter. That wasn't an echo, he warned grimly. Something's coming, Zell. Ulan's eyes widened as he recognized the approaching roar. That's not possible, he muttered, drawing his sword with trembling hands. Eric felt Lua's shard grow cold, its pulsations slowing as if mirroring Ulan's growing dread. Seraphina stepped protectively in front of Kale, her protective barrier flaring around them. As the roar grew louder, Eric's heart pounded with anticipation rather than fear. He gripped Lua's shard tightly, feeling its pulsations synchronize with his own heartbeat. Resonating with the ancient power within him, Seraphina glanced at him, surprise flickering across her face before determination steeled her gaze once more. As Eric's resolve solidified, he stepped forward, Lua's shard blazing brightly in his hand. We stand our ground here, he declared, his voice echoing through the corridor with newfound authority. Seraphina nodded, her barrier expanding to encompass them, all as Kale and Ulan readied their weapons. The ancient rune on the wall pulsated in sync with Lua's shard, casting intricate shadows that seemed to dance in anticipation. As the roar echoed closer, Eric felt an inexplicable connection to it, like a long-lost memory stirring within him. Ulan's grip tightened on his sword. That's not just any shadow creature, he warned. It's one of the original dark dragons. Seraphina gasped, her eyes widening as she looked towards Eric, uncertainty flickering across her face. Eric's heart raced as he stared into the darkness, the ancient rune pulsating behind him, like a beacon calling forth his destiny. Seraphina's hand brushed against his, her voice barely above a whisper. Eric, are you sure about this? As the monstrous roar echoed closer, Eric turned to face her, Lua's shard reflecting in his determined eyes. We've come this far together, he said. We won't turn back now. As Eric's words echoed through the corridor, Seraphina nodded, her resolve strengthening alongside his. Cal watched them, admiration flickering across his face before he turned back towards the looming darkness. Ulan's grip tightened on his sword. We fight together, he growled, determination burning in his eyes. Suddenly, a massive form emerged from the shadows, scales glistening like obsidian under Lua's shard light. A monstrous dragon of pure darkness. Its eyes burned like embers as it lunged towards them, jaws snapping with ancient fury. Eric's instincts took over as he stepped forward, Lua's shard pulsating in sync with his racing heart. Ulan, Cal, he commanded, keep it at bay while Seraphina and I target its core. The ancient rune behind him blazed brighter, casting intricate shadows that seemed to mimic Eric's movements. Ulan and Cal charged, steel clashing against scales as they attempted to distract the beast. Eric turned to Seraphina. Ready. She nodded, her eyes reflecting Lua's shard light. As Eric and Seraphina charged towards the dark dragon's core, Lua's shard blazed brighter, its pulsations echoing like thunder. The ancient rune on the wall resonated with it, casting intricate shadows that seemed to dance around them, guiding their steps. Meanwhile, Ulin and Cal fought valiantly against the beast, their weapons glinting under the eerie light. As Eric's fingers brushed against the pulsating rune on the door, he felt an electric shock course through him. Lua's shard resonating with newfound intensity. Serafina gasped beside him, her eyes reflecting the sudden burst of light that seemed to fill the corridor. Behind them, Ilan and Cal paused their battle, sensing the shift in power. "Hurry," Ellen urged, his voice strained as he deflected another tendril lashing towards them. "We cannot hold it back much longer." Eric's hand trembled as he pressed against the pulsating rune, Lua's shard pulsating in sync with it like a second heartbeat. The door groaned ominously, ancient stone grating against stone as it began to slide open, revealing a vast chamber beyond. Serafina gripped Eric's arm tightly, her eyes wide with anticipation and fear. "What lies ahead?" she whispered, her breath barely audible over the rumbling echo of the opening door. "Only one way to find out," Ilan replied grimly, turning his attention back to the battle as the dark dragon lunged at them once more. Kale stepped forward, sword raised, ready to defend their rear while Eric and Serafina ventured into the unknown chamber. Lo! As Eric stepped through the door, Lua's shard pulsated wildly, casting eerie shadows that seemed to mirror his trepidation. Serafina followed closely behind, her hand still gripping his arm, as she surveyed their new surroundings, a vast chamber filled with ancient artifacts and treasure. The air was thick with dust and old magic, resonating ominously around them. Eric's gaze fell upon a pedestal at the chamber's heart, atop which rested another pulsating heart of the dragon, identical to Ellen's. As he approached, Lua's shard blazed brighter, its light illuminating intricate carvings on the surrounding walls depicting dragonkin warriors wielding ancient power against encroaching darkness. Ah! As Eric reached out to grasp the heart atop the pedestal, Lua's shard pulsed urgently, casting stark shadows across their faces. Serafina gasped, "Be careful." Her warning echoed through the chamber as an unseen force surged forth from the darkness, tendrils lashing at them menacingly. Ulan and Kale burst into the chamber, weapons raised, just as Eric's fingers closed around the pulsating heart. Shadows recoiled briefly before force surging back with renewed intensity, their forms twisting into monstrous creatures that lunged at the group. Ah! As Eric's fingers closed around the pulsating heart, Lua's shard blazed with newfound intensity, its light illuminating ancient carvings that seemed to dance across the chamber walls. Serafina gasped, "Eric, look!" She pointed towards intricate depictions of dragonkin warriors wielding colossal weapons against shadowy foes, their faces etched with determination. Meanwhile, Alan and Cal fought valiantly at the chamber's entrance, their weapons clashing against unseen forces surging forth from the darkness. The air hummed with ancient power, resonating ominously around them as Eric hesitated, torn between the allure of the heart's pulsating energy and the desperate need to aid his allies. Ah! As Eric struggled with the heart's pulsating energy, Serafina stepped closer, her voice steady as she urged, "We must work together." Their eyes met, understanding passing between them as they turned towards Olin and Cal, ready to face whatever surged from the darkness. The chamber trembled ominously, ancient wards crumbling under the strain of their desperate battle. Together, Eric agreed, gripping Lua's shard tightly as he prepared to unleash its power alongside Serafina's magic. With newfound resolve, Eric and Serafina turned towards Olin and Kale, Lua's shard pulsating brightly as they prepared to unleash its power alongside Serafina's magic. The chamber trembled ominously, shadows surging forth from the darkness like a tidal wave. "Together," Eric urged, their eyes meeting in shared determination as they faced the impending storm. As Eric and Serafina stepped forward, their hands clasped around the pulsating heart of the dragon, Lua's shard blazed brighter, casting long shadows across the chamber. Alan and Kale stood resolute at their sides, weapons raised as they prepared to face the colossal shadow, surge threatening to engulf them. The air crackled with ancient power, resonating ominously around them as Eric murmured, "For the realms," his voice steady despite the overwhelming darkness. As Eric and Seraphina charged towards the dark dragon's core, Lua's shard blazed brighter, its pulsations echoing like thunder. The ancient rune on the wall resonated with it, casting intricate shadows that seemed to dance around them, guiding their steps. Meanwhile, Ellen and Kale fought valiantly against the beast, their weapons glinting under the eerie light. As Eric and Seraphina charged towards the dark dragon's core, Lua's shard blazed brighter, its pulsations echoing like thunder. The ancient rune on the wall resonated with it, casting intricate shadows that seemed to dance around them, guiding their steps. Meanwhile, Alan and Cal fought valiantly against the beast, their weapons glinting under the eerie light. Suddenly, Seraphina stumbled, her grip tightening on Eric's hand as she gasped in pain. "Seraphina!" Eric cried out, concern etched onto his face as he turned to face her. Eric's heart pounded as he watched Seraphina struggle against some unseen force, his grip tightening on Lua's shard which now flickered ominously. "What's happening?" he cried out, desperate for answers amidst the cacophony of battle. Meanwhile, Alan and Cal redoubled their efforts, their weapons clashing against the dark dragon's scales with renewed vigor. Seraphina's lips moved silently, her eyes wide with fear as she seemed to be locked in a private struggle. Eric felt a sudden chill run down his spine, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in his hand as if mirroring Seraphina's turmoil. Eric's heart pounded as he watched Seraphina struggle against some unseen force, his grip tightening on Lua's shard, which now flickered ominously. "What's happening?" he cried out, desperate for answers amidst the cacophony of battle. Meanwhile, Alan and Cal redoubled their efforts, their weapons clashing against the dark dragon's scales with renewed vigor. Seraphina's lips moved silently, her eyes wide with fear as she seemed to be locked in a private struggle. Eric felt a sudden chill run down his spine, Lua's shard pulsating wildly in his hand as if mirroring Seraphina's turmoil. Eric's mind raced as he watched Seraphina convulse, her eyes rolling back as if she was trapped in a nightmare. Alan and Kel fought on, their grunts of exertion echoing through the chamber, oblivious to the silent battle raging within Seraphina. Lua's shard blazed brighter, pulsating in time with Seraphina's labored breaths. "Seraphina!" Eric cried out again, his voice barely audible over the din of combat. "How do I help you?" He felt helpless, clutching the shard tightly as if it held the answers to her sudden distress. Seraphina's convulsions subsided as suddenly as they had begun, leaving her gasping for breath on the cold stone floor. Eric helped her sit up, concern etched deep into his features. "What just happened?" he asked softly, Lua's shard still pulsating in his hand like a restless heart. Serafina looked at him, her eyes filled with unshed tears and uncertainty. I'm not," she admitted, shaking her head slowly. "It felt like something was trying to pull me away from here, from you." She reached out tentatively, touching Lua's shard, which seemed to calm at her touch. Serafina's breath hitched as she clutched Eric's hand tighter, her eyes flickering with pain. "Eric," she whispered urgently, I think it's trying to separate us." Meanwhile, Elin and Cal continued their relentless assault on the dark dragon, oblivious to the silent struggle unfolding between their allies. Eric's heart hammered in his chest as Lua's shard blazed brighter, its pulsations echoing through Serafina's grip like a desperate call for help. "How do we fight this?" he asked, desperation creeping into his voice as he searched her face for answers. Serafina's breath hitched, her eyes widening as she realized what was happening. "It's trying to control me," she gasped, gripping Eric's hand tighter. Elin and Kale, sensing the shift, paused their battle, turning towards them with concern. Lua's shard pulsated wildly, mirroring Serafina's distress. "Eric," Elin called out, "we must combine our powers." Kale nodded in agreement, sheathing his sword as he stepped forward, ready to lend his strength. Eric looked at Serafina, her eyes filled with fear and uncertainty, then back at the dragonkin lineage before him. Taking a deep breath, he reached out, joining hands with Elin, Kale, and Serafina. As Eric's hand closed around Elin's, Lua's shard resonated with newfound intensity, its light casting intricate patterns on the chamber walls. Serafina gasped, her fingers tightening around Cal's as she felt an electric pulse course through them all. "Together," she whispered, her eyes reflecting their united power. The sanctum trembled ominously in response to their combined might, shadows recoiling from the radiant light that seemed to fill every corner of the vast chamber. Eric looked around, determination burning in his eyes as he prepared for whatever lay ahead. "It's time," he declared, Lua's shard pulsating like a beacon in his hand. With newfound resolve, Eric led their united front towards the dark dragon's core, Lua's shard blazing like a star in his grasp. Serafina, her hand clasped tightly in Eric's, felt a surge of power coursing through her veins as they approached the beast. Elin and Cal followed closely, weapons drawn, their expressions determined. As they ventured deeper into the sanctum, the air grew colder and heavier, each breath echoing ominously in their ears. The walls seemed to close in around them, adorned with carvings that depicted ancient battles between dragonkin and shadow creatures, their grim faces seeming to watch warily as the group passed. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the chamber, resonating with the dark dragon's sinister presence. Eric's heart pounded as he tightened his grip on Lua's shard, its pulsations quickening like a racing heart. "Stay close," he whispered, feeling Serafina's fingers entwine further with his own. The dark dragon lunged suddenly, its massive maw agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Eric thrust Lua's shard forward, unleashing a blinding beam that struck the beast squarely on its snout, forcing it to recoil momentarily. Serafina, her eyes glowing with newfound power, cast a protective barrier around them as Elin and Cal charged in, their weapons gleaming under the sanctum's dim light. Eric's heart pounded as he charged towards the dark dragon's core, Lua's shard blazing brighter with each step, its pulsations echoing like thunder through the ancient sanctum. Serafina kept pace beside him, her eyes reflecting the intense light cast by their united power, while Elin and Cal brought up the rear, their weapons at the ready. As they approached the beast, Eric noticed intricate patterns etched into the chamber walls, depicting ancient dragonkin warriors battling shadow creatures. The air grew colder, heavy with anticipation as the dark dragon turned to face them, its eyes burning like embers in the darkness. As Arek's radiant slash cut through another shadow creature, he felt Lua's shard grow warmer in his grasp, pulsating like a heart seeking to break free from its cage. Seraphina faltered beside him, her breath ragged as she struggled to maintain their protective barrier against the relentless onslaught. "We can't keep this up," she panted, fear creeping into her voice. Ellen, noticing their predicament, stepped forward and joined Arek in the fray, his sword clashing against the dark creature's shadows with renewed vigor. "There's a rhythm to them," he grunted, parrying another attack. "If we can disrupt it." Meanwhile, Kale watched their backs, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of further reinforcements. Oh. As Arek's slash connected with another shadow creature, Lua's shard blazed fiercely, its pulsations resonating with an ancient rhythm. Seraphina's breath hitched as she felt the barrier weaken under the relentless assault. Ellen and Kale fought valiantly beside them, their weapons clashing against the dark forces. In the sanctum's heart, a deep rumble echoed, signaling an unseen power awakening. As Arek's radiant blade struck down another shadow creature, Lua's shard pulsed with newfound intensity, its ancient power resonating through him like a second heartbeat. Seraphina, feeling the sudden surge, gasped, "Arek, your amulet." Meanwhile, Ellen and Cal exchanged worried glances, sensing the sanctum's wards beginning to crumble under their combined onslaught. As Arek's sword arced through another shadow creature, Lua's shard blazed brighter, casting eerie shadows on the ancient walls. Seraphina stumbled, her breath ragged as she struggled to maintain their defensive barrier. "Arek, I can't." Meanwhile, Ellen and Kale fought back to back, their weapons gleaming under the pulsating light, Ellen's voice grimly resolute. "You must push on, there's no turning back now." Arek hesitated before plunging Lua's shard into the dark dragon's snout, its light piercing through shadows like a beacon in the night. Seraphina's barrier flickered around them, straining against the beast's relentless assault. Ellen and Kale redoubled their efforts, weapons clashing against scales that seemed to absorb their strikes. As Lua's shard blazed brighter, illuminating intricate carvings on the chamber walls depicting dragonkin victories, Arek felt an ancient power coursing through him. resonating with the sanctum itself. Seraphina, sensing this newfound strength, mustered her wanting magic to reinforce their barrier, her eyes reflecting Lua's pulsating light. Meanwhile, Ellen and Kale exchanged a nod of understanding, their weapons clashing in sync against the dark dragon's relentless assault. As Eric's blade bit deep into the dark dragon's snout, Lua's shard blazed like a miniature sun, casting stark shadows that danced menacingly across the chamber walls. Seraphina gasped, her protective barrier wavering under the sudden influx of power. Elin and Kale, sensing their opportunity, surged forward, weapons singing through the air as they struck with renewed vigor. As Eric's blade pierced deeper, Lua's shard blazed like a supernova, its light piercing through shadows and illuminating every recess of the sanctum. Seraphina, blinded by the sudden radiance, faltered in her concentration, allowing tendrils of darkness to infiltrate their barrier. "Seraphina!" Eric cried out, his heart pounding as he witnessed her struggle against unseen forces assailing her mind. Elin and Kale, sensing the shift, redoubled their efforts, weapons clashing furiously against the dark dragon's scales that seemed to absorb their strikes like a black hole. As Eric's blade met resistance, Lua's shard flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows on their faces. Seraphina's gasp echoed through the sanctum as she felt an unseen force tugging at her consciousness, threatening to drag her into darkness. "Seraphina!" Elin cried out, concern etched onto his features, pausing mid-strike against the dragon's scales. Kale glanced back, his brow furrowed in worry. "What's happening?" Eric's heart raced as he watched Seraphina struggle against unseen forces, Lua's shard flickering wildly in his grasp, reflecting her inner turmoil. Elin and Kale, sensing the shift, moved protectively towards her, their weapons raised against the encroaching darkness. "Seraphina," Eric whispered, his voice barely audible over the sanctum's ominous rumblings. "We're here with you." He reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing against hers, feeling a spark of resistance before she gripped his hand tightly. Seraphina's breath hitched as she felt Eric's gentle touch, her eyes fluttering open to meet his concerned gaze. Behind them, Ellen and Kale stood watchful, their weapons glinting menacingly in the pulsating light of Lua's shard. "What's happening, Seraphina?" Eric asked softly, his thumb tracing soothing circles on the back of her hand. "We're here for you." Seraphina's grasp tightened on Eric's hand as she confessed, "I feel something, pulling me away from here, from you." Her eyes darted nervously towards the dark dragon looming ominously behind them. Elin and Cal exchanged worried glances, their weapons trembling slightly in the sanctum's pulsating light. Eric's heart ached for her, his resolve strengthening as he vowed, "We won't let that happen, Seraphina. Together, we'll face whatever lies ahead." As if answering his call, Lua's shard pulsed brighter, casting intricate shadows on the chamber walls that seemed to dance in harmony with their united front. As Eric's hand closed around Lua's shard, it pulsed ominously, mirroring Seraphina's inner turmoil. "Seraphina," he urged softly, "focus on me. We need you here with us." Ellen and Cal exchanged concerned glances, their weapons trembling slightly in the sanctum's pulsating light. Zoo. Seraphina's eyes fluttered open, focusing on Eric with newfound clarity. "I'm here," she whispered, squeezing his hand reassuringly as the sanctum trembled around them. Ellen and Cal shared a nod, lowering their weapons slightly, their concern replaced by renewed determination. As Lua's shard pulsed brighter, illuminating ancient carvings that seemed to animate under its light, Eric felt an immense power surge through him, resonating with the sanctum itself. See. With newfound resolve, Eric and Seraphina stood united, their fingers entwined around Lua's shard as it pulsed with ancient power. Elin and Kale shared a determined nod, weapons raised against the dark dragon looming ominously before them. As Eric's grip tightened on Lua's artifact, he felt an electric current course through him, resonating deeply within the sanctum. Seraphina's eyes reflected Lua's pulsating light, her voice steady as she declared, "We face this together." Behind them, Ellen and Cal exchanged a nod of understanding, their weapons gleaming menacingly under the sanctum's flickering radiance. As Lua's shard blazed brighter, casting intricate shadows that danced menacingly across the chamber walls, Eric felt an ancient power surging through him, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. As Eric's resolve strengthened, he felt Lua's shard pulse with ancient power, resonating deeply within him. Seraphina, her hands still entwined with his, drew strength from their unity, her eyes reflecting the artifact's pulsating light. Elin and Cal exchanged a nod of understanding, lowering their weapons slightly, as they prepared to face whatever lay ahead together. In that moment, a low rumble echoed through the sanctum, resonating ominously in their ears. The dark dragon before them stirred, its eyes burning brighter as it sensed their renewed determination. As its massive form began to rise, Eric raised Lua's shard defiantly, its light casting stark shadows that danced menacingly across the chamber walls. "Now is not the time for hesitation," Elin grunted, his grip tightening on his sword. "Stand tall, for we face an ancient foe." Behind them, the sanctum trembled ominously, ancient wards crumbling under the dark dragon's rising power. With newfound determination, Eric, Seraphina, Elin, and Cal braced themselves as the dark dragon loomed taller, its eyes burning like embers. The sanctum quaked ominously around them, ancient wards crumbling under the beast's relentless ascent. As tendrils of darkness snaked towards their united front, Lua's shard blazed brighter in Eric's grasp, casting intricate shadows that seemed to ward off the encroaching evil. As the dark dragon lunged, Eric thrust Lua's shard forward, its light piercing the beast's snout and forcing it to recoil. Seraphina gasped, her barrier flickering as she struggled to maintain it against the relentless assault. Ellen and Cal fought valiantly beside them, their weapons clashing against scales that seemed to absorb their strikes. As Eric's blade bit deep into the dark dragon's snout, Lua's shard blazed like a miniature sun, casting stark shadows that danced menacingly across the chamber walls. Seraphina gasped, her protective barrier wavering under the sudden influx of power, while Ellen and Cale surged forward, weapons singing through the air as they struck with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, tendrils of darkness lashed out from the beast's form, threatening to engulf their united front. Seraphina! Eric cried out, concern etched onto his features as he witnessed her struggle against unseen forces. Stay with us. Us! As Eric's blade pierced deeper, Lua's shard blazed like a supernova, illuminating every recess of the sanctum and revealing intricate carvings that seemed to depict ancient dragonkin victories. Seraphina, blinded by the sudden radiance, faltered in her concentration, allowing tendrils of darkness to infiltrate their barrier. Ellen and Cale redoubled their efforts, weapons clashing furiously against the dark dragon's scales that absorbed their strikes like a black hole. As Eric hesitated before plunging Lua's shard into the dark dragon's snout, he felt an ancient power surging through him, resonating with the sanctum itself. Seraphina, sensing this newfound strength, mustered her waning magic to reinforce their barrier, her eyes reflecting Lua's pulsating light while Ellen and Cale fought valiantly beside them. Eric, resolute with Lua's shard igniting his resolve, lunges at the dark dragon. Seraphina, blinded by the radiance, stumbles. Elin and Kale surge forward, their weapons a symphony of desperation against the consuming darkness. As Eric's blade pierced deeper, Lua's shard blazed like a supernova, revealing an ancient symbol on the chamber floor that resonated with its power. Seraphina, blinded by the sudden radiance, faltered in her concentration, allowing darkness to seep into their barrier. Elin and Cal, sensing the shift, fought with renewed desperation, their weapons clashing against scales that seemed to absorb their every strike. As Eric's blade struck deep to the dark dragon's snout, Lua's shard erupted with an intensity that seemed to scorch the very air. Seraphina cried out, her protective barrier shattering under the sudden influx of power as tendrils of darkness assailed their minds like 1,000 unseen whispers. Elin and Kale, sensing the shift, threw themselves between the fallen Seraphina and the looming shadow, weapons raised in defiance. As Eric's blade plunged deeper into the dark dragon's snout, Lua's shard burst with an intensity that threatened to consume them all. Seraphina screamed, her mind assailed by visions of ancient battles and fallen heroes, while Elin and Kale, their weapons reduced to mere splinters, staggered back as if struck by an invisible force. As Lua's shard blazed like a supernova, illuminating every recess of the sanctum, Eric felt an ancient power surge through him. Seraphina, blinded by the sudden radiance, faltered in her concentration, allowing tendrils of darkness to infiltrate their barrier. Elin and Cal fought desperately, weapons clashing against scales that seemed to absorb their every strike. As Lua's shard blazed like a supernova, revealing an intricate carving on the chamber floor depicting a dragonkin driving back hordes of shadow creatures, Eric felt a surge of ancient power resonating within him. Seraphina, blinded by the sudden radiance, faltered in her concentration, allowing tendrils of darkness to seep into their barrier. Elin and Kale, sensing the shift, fought with renewed vigor, their weapons clashing against scales that seemed to absorb their every strike. As Eric's blade pierced deeper, Lua's shard blazed like a supernova, revealing intricate carvings on the chamber walls depicting dragonkin victories over ancient foes. Seraphina, blinded by the sudden radiance, faltered in her concentration, allowing tendrils of darkness to infiltrate their barrier. Elin and Cal, sensing the shift, fought valiantly beside them, weapons clashing against scales that seemed to absorb their every strike. As the dark dragon recoiled from Lua's shard, Eric saw an opening and lunged forward, plunging his blade into the beast's eye. The creature roared in agony, its shadow tendrils lashing out wildly. Seraphina cried out, her barrier crumbling under the unexpected backlash of power. As Eric's blade pierced the dark dragon's eye, its shard blazed like an exploding star, revealing ancient carvings that seemed to animate under its intense light. Seraphina, blinded by the sudden brilliance, faltered, allowing tendrils of darkness to seep into their crumbling barrier. As Eric's blade pierced deeper, Lua's shard blazed like a supernova, revealing an intricate carving on the chamber floor that resonated with its power. Seraphina, blinded by the sudden radiance, faltered in her concentration, allowing darkness to seep into their barrier. Ilan and Cal, sensing the shift, fought with renewed desperation, their weapons clashing against scales that seemed to absorb their every strike. In that instant, Eric saw a subtle shift in the dragon's stance, its shadow tendrils recoiling slightly. Seizing this opportunity, he leaped forward, plunging his blade into the beast's eye. The creature roared in agony, its form writhing as it thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge Eric's sword. As Eric's blade pierced the dark dragon's eye, Lua's shard pulsed with an otherworldly light, illuminating carvings that depicted ancient dragonkin defeating shadow beasts. Seraphina gasped, her barrier flickering under the sudden influx of power before collapsing entirely. Ilan and Cal, sensing their peril, stepped in front of them, weapons raised defiantly against the looming darkness.